Fresh and
All right, welcome back to another episode of Fresh and Buds. I'm your host, Tommy Fresh. It is episode 112, and you are all still my buds somehow, but you're going to continue to be my buds because guess what? We're going to be here for quite a bit of time today because we are joined by Bill Lapage yet again to do a set review of the new set, which is Bright Lights. We're going to get right into it, get into the nitty-gritty of all these mechanologist cards for all of your mechanologist inquiries that we might be able to answer. But before we get to all that and we have Bill on, I do want to shout out to the sponsor, which is you, the patron, which you can find the link for the Patreon in the show notes below, as well as some other links for some other things, all of Bill's stuff, and a link to the Buds Discord, which is a great place to hang out. If you're interested in the Twitter, or if you're listening on Spotify and you want to check out the YouTube or vice versa, all those links are in there, as well as some links for a new podcast that I'm doing with my cousin Matt, where we are going to be reviewing indie video games. It's called Fresh Juice, not Flesh and Blood related, but it's another one of my passions, and I love hanging out with my cousin Matt, so I figured let's do that. So I'll throw that into the show notes as well, but this is still all Flesh and Blood all the time here at Fresh and Bud. So without further ado, we have a lot of cards to get to, so I want to throw to the show right now, and I hope you all enjoy. Please leave a comment on how wrong we got some of these cards, because neither of us are mech players, so have at it in the comments. So without further ado, here's Bill. All right, folks, we are here with Bill Lapage from the Spike Feeders and Living Legends podcast and just everything, and basically this podcast as well at this point. We have a Bright Lights constructed set review. I know somebody commented on the last podcast, like, oh, is it going to be out before pre-release? I was like, no, but we weren't going to talk about limited ratings anyway. But Bill, how you doing, my friend?
I'm doing good. I appreciate the honorary part of this podcast as well, because I'm pretty sure if you just go by like time spent on podcast, like, I don't want to toot my own horn or anything, but I'm pretty sure it's probably a significant percentage at this point. Just based on our 5+ hour reviews of every set since Everfest. It's been a while already. But yeah, I mean, like I was mentioning to you just before we hit record, peek behind the curtain for everybody at home. I genuinely look forward to these every time. I love sitting down with you and going through these, like, really actually gets me hyped about the sets. And for this one, I think we're kind of in the same boat. I like Mechanologist. I don't know that I like it a full set worth. But I think they're doing enough with it that it's like there's enough differentiating them between just the straight up boost playstyle that I think it will be interesting to talk about them anyway. So outside of that, I've been good lately. It's been a little bit of a slog at work, but when is it not, So
It's the world we live in. Hey, I'm glad you're here, and basically every time you come on, it's like 5 podcasts worth of time. So it's a lot of fun. But I hope everybody's ready. And before we start, I do want to give a quick shout out to the Spike Feeders. I saw you guys did your channelversary, which is awesome.
Our main channel is just turned 5. So
that's really cool.
It's been a wild ride. It does not feel like it's been 5 years, but
here we are.
It's a cool milestone.
Congratulations! A huge milestone, and let's go for another 5. But let's talk about some cards. But first, do you want to tell us about our ratings real quick, Bill?
Yeah, absolutely. So if this is your first time listening in on one of our patented Tommy Fresh and Bill Lapage set reviews, we have a rating scale of, I believe it's 4 categories. I'll be able to figure that out as I mention it, because I have that more down pat than actually remembering what they are academically. So we have Fresh to Death, which is the top tier, which is these are your cards that are like windmill slams in the deck, probably 2 or 3 of, depending on the deck that you're playing. If you can, like maximum copies that you can play, obviously, like legendaries you would only be able to play 1 of, but these are the cards that you want to see at all times. These are the powerhouses, the staples, the deck defining cards. Then underneath that, we have Fresh, which is these cards are good. They're not quite as probably ubiquitous as Fresh to Death cards are, but they are still quite good, either like a support card or just like a strong deck card that maybe doesn't define the strategy, but is still very good. Then we have the step below that, which is Stale, which is usually reserved for like limited cards, but there will also be cards that, from a constructed standpoint, they just either don't do much or they're just there for support purposes. Those will make themselves really, really obviously known once we get into like the generic mechanologist cards as well. And then below that, the opposite of Fresh, we have Rotten, where we put all of the cards that either we just don't like from a design standpoint, or we just don't think that they're going to do anything. Most of the time, when we rate something as rotten, it ends up just being because we don't think it's going to make an impact. And something that just sort of happens and started happening within our first review that I don't think we've ever actually put into words is that we also have like 3 like individual tiers within those tiers where we rate something either high, mid, or low of any of our categories. So just to give it a little bit more like mobility between the layers. But yeah, so that's a brief overview of our rating scale that has worked out quite nice for us up until this point, and hopefully into the future.
Yeah, and as always, we can be wrong, like we were on Warmonger's Diplomacy last set, but upwards and onwards, we're moving on, and
absolutely.
And you know what, this one's gonna be interesting. I don't play mech. You're not like the biggest mech player either, but we still have to look at them because we're gonna. If we don't play any of these decks, we're going to have to play against them. There's no doubt about that. So I guess we'll just get right into it here with our first card, which is Mastercog. It is the Fabled, which has been opened in the first couple box openings here. This is a yellow gem, mechanologist resource. It's legendary, like all the other gems. When this is pitched, you may put a steam counter on an item you control with Crank. Now, what is Crank, you might ask? Crank is a new keyword where if an item has Crank, when it enters the arena, you may remove a steam counter from it to replenish your action point. You get an action point. And this is kind of the workaround from the downside from items, right? That, you play an item and your turn's basically over unless you had some extra action points rolling around. But now you get to, at a cost of removing a steam counter, you get to do this. So obviously this says that there's going to be some items with Crank in the set, and we're going to see even a hero gives Crank to some items. So that being said, it's a pretty good card, right? You get to replenish the steam counter that you probably use when you crank the item. I don't think it's like a shoe-in for the deck. For any of the decks, I would imagine it seems fine. It's yellow, right? It still works off boost because it is mechanologist, but doesn't block, and that's the real cost of these gems. So I always like to give it like a Fabled Fresh. I don't know. It's like it just is good, and you're happy to open it. But is it going to make the deck all the time? Probably not if you own it, or not if you don't own it. But you have to make the decision there.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to sit in the same sort of Fabled category as something like Eye of Ophidia, which can kind of just be like put into. It's not every deck, but it can be put into decks, and you can actually see like a percentage increase in either consistency or performance. I do want to shout out one of my friends, Patty, who goes by Mick Lightning. He's a judge in the Flesh and Blood community. That he put something into words that I really resonate with, and it was sort of in response to Mastercog being revealed. That I do really like the design that they're using for Fableds right now, because the fact that this isn't a shoe-in, I think, is exactly where Fabled should be and where they have been for a long time, but they just keep doing it in a way that, like, in no universe do I think this card is bad. Like you say, it sort of sits in its own category as a Fabled Fresh. I think so too. If I open this card, I was intending to probably put a max deck together anyway. I feel like you just play this in max if you have it. Like, it's good enough. It's a yellow. It replenishes your Steam counter, like you said, and you're going to be needing that a lot in this sort of deck. So yeah, it's kind of nice to have this sort of alternate tier of like where Fabled sit, because otherwise, if you just say, it is worthless to open this card, or you need to play this card in every deck, like both of those situations feel extremely bad. So yeah, I like it's we're off to a good start already. Honestly, Mastercog is fine.
Yeah, very cool and replaceable, which is I think the best
Yeah.
way to kind of describe good Fables is like, hey, yeah, you can play another yellow. Who cares? It's
Yeah.
all gonna work out.
You could just play a yellow 0 to 60, and your deck is probably the same.
Yeah. So we have 3 new heroes in the set, and the first one is the one you're about to read here, Bill. Tell us what -IO is.
Absolutely. So we have -IO, which is the adult version, and then the young version is -database. So it's the same hero. They have the same text, but just slightly different names. But we'll just talk about -IO for now. So she's a mechanologist hero with 4 intellect and 36 health. A little bit of a nerf. So obviously her effect must be pretty good. And honestly, I do think it is, because she allows you to look at the top card of your deck at any time. And then once per turn, you may play a mechanologist item with cost 0 or 1 from the top of your deck as though it were an instant, and it costs an additional resource to play. And notably, again, this is once per turn, not just once per your turn. It allows you to play it as though it were an instant, which does get around some of the issues that mechanologist items just tend to have in general, where they almost always feel like they end your turn. Obviously, we're seeing a lot of items that also currently have Steam counters with Crank as the sort of supporting mechanics. So you might even be able to get like a second action point off of this if you do it correctly. And just as kind of a spoiler, we do have, I believe they said the number was 30 items to talk about. So being able to, build up your board and get some stuff into play without having to basically give up your entire turn or make your turn really awkward, I think is really good. I think it's necessary as well that the cost adjustment is there, the fact that it costs 1 extra, because otherwise there are some 0 cost items that have Crank in here, and just being able to play those for free and get an action point is way too good.
Be busted. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then, yeah, just one final rules note as well. They did clarify that if you put an item into play on your opponent's turn and it has Crank and you decide to activate Crank, it does not give you an action point because it is not your turn. But yeah, otherwise, in terms of -IO, she's a very different playstyle from what we've seen. With regular Dash, it almost like more of a control playstyle where you're wanting to interact by putting items into play on your opponent's turn. It's possible that people will just play her as sort of incidental, here you go, here's some extra items, and then just regular boost strategy. But all in all, I think she's pretty good. I think this effect is really powerful. It's kind of like just drawing cards on both turns. So I would like to say, as a baseline, she's like fresh, like mid fresh. I'm excited to see what this hero can do, because it's a cool type of strategy.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think I'll say I think it's mid fresh, and the reasons why I think, right, you look at this 36 health thing, right? This buff, or no, not buff, nerf. And you're like, okay, well, this has to be something powerful. And then you look at it and you're like, oh, I can just jam out these items. Also worth noting, items don't block ever. I mean, some maybe there are some. I can't even think so. But like,
no, I think all of them are blockless.
Yeah, they're all blockless. So not only are you starting at 36, but you're also going to have a lot of no blocks in your deck. That being said, this is a very powerful effect. So you can't just build this deck like classic blocking and tackling flesh and blood. This is a very highly synergistic deck. I don't think there's a lot of room for any kind of, like, you can't do like a control. I don't know if you can do a control version and an aggro version of this, right? At that point, you almost might as well be playing regular Dash. So I think that, you know, the payoffs are going to really slide Dash IO up in the scale of how good she is. So we'll see what they are. We don't really know, but I would guess that they're giving her some. And I've heard of some really cool stuff that people are already doing. It's a matter of will that hold up when people are going 8 attacks wide with Fi or Katsu or whatever, you know, like, does that hold up then? So we'll see.
At least she won't have to face down like Bullseye Bracers Lexi or like Briar in any capacity, really.
yeah. That's very true. So, you know, I like that she exists. I think Levi might have a good, like, you know, if they're not running any blocks, you know, it's like they're Brute, but without 6 attack on their no blocks. So, you know, hey, what can you do? But all right, the next card is Symbiosis Shot. This is Dash's specialization weapon. So this is a gun, 2-handed gun, attacks for 2. Specialization, only Dash can play it, but this is both Dashes, which is nice, which is cool. It has action, remove a steam counter from this attack. You don't have to pay any resources. And it says, whenever a mechanologist item enters the arena under your control, if it has fewer than 6 steam counters, you may put a steam counter on this. So, basically what we have here is a payoff for jamming all these items out into the arena. So when you do this, you can basically stack a bunch of steam counters on this and then remove them to just attack for free for 2. But ideally you want to gather some action points so you can do it multiple times, because this is not a once per turn action. That being said, I mean, I think it's quite good, right? I think this is a great payoff. Like, I can't imagine Dash IO, based on what we've seen, like from her text, her wanting to play anything other than this, which I am a fan of when specializations work the way they're supposed to in the deck. So I would say it's a fresh. It's going to be as good as Dash IO is, and that's basically where it's going to be.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. It directly scales with how good Dash IO is, because if you're looking at this compared to, I was going to say plasma barrel shot, but no, that's the rifle. Her regular gun, mechanologist pistol.
That one.
If you're comparing it, if you're comparing it to that, I think that this is better because of it's not even really an edge case, but the times that you put mechanologist items into play on your opponent's turn essentially acts as you being able to load the pistol on your opponent's turn. You're already going to be paying a resource into it anyway, so you kind of get double duty from it compared to the other mechanologist pistol, with specifically Dash IO. And I just like the fact that they made it a 6 shooter. They made it a revolver by allowing you to charge up to 6 shots in it. So yeah, I think that this card is going to be this weapon is going to be the weapon that Dash IO uses. I also think that it's just really flavorful for what the deck wants to do. So I think it works in perfectly. This is a well-designed specialization. So yeah, I think it's right there with Dash already. So that's going to be a fresh for me too.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to attack with no cards in hand too. Which is really neat. Now, are you hyped, Bill? What is Max the Hype Nitro?
Constantly hyped, Thomas. Constantly hyped. So Max the Hype Nitro is our second hero. And he's another mechanologist hero. He has 4 intellect and 40 health. Also scales to 20 for the young version. We have once per turn action for 2 resources. You can create a Hyperdriver token with 2 steam counters, but you can only activate this ability if you've boosted this turn, which is interesting because it basically just makes a yellow Hyperdriver that costs 1 more. So it's like, what's the value in this? Like, why would I want to spend my turn doing it? The reason why is because of his next line of text, which is Hyperdrivers you control get crank. So again, as they enter the arena, you can remove a steam counter from them to gain an action point. So it kind of is put a blue Hyperdriver into play and go again. And and there's a lot of payoffs, like tons and tons of payoffs in this set for just interacting with hyperdrivers in some capacity. This is, of the 3 decks, probably the one that I'm actually the most interested in playing. Like, I want to put the third hero, which we're going to be talking about in a second. I want to put him together as well because of his payoff card, which we will talk about very shortly after that. But I think that Max just being able to create tons of hyperdrivers and then like be able to do something with them. I mentioned this in our top 5 for the Living Legends podcast, but I feel like Max is going to be able to create like either a bunch of action points, a bunch of resources, or like a bunch of items and just do something with them. Like I haven't quite put the math together in my head yet to see like what he does, but it feels like it's just going to be a lot, whatever it is. So yeah, personally for me, I am at like a high fresh for Max. The hyperdriver tech I just think is going to be at least very funny, and that just aligns with what I want to do as a Flesh and Blood player. I want to like basically have to do accounting with all of my hyperdrivers, like my 10 hyperdrivers that all have different numbers of counters on them. That sounds miserable for everybody else, but that's my dream. So yeah, high fresh for me for Max.
Yeah, I will say this is a deck that I am actually interested in as well. I've been playing it, and it's funny enough. This is the deck that actually pulls off the Mechanoid way easier than regular Dash. So you can actually do it pretty often, and that is very powerful in and of itself. So I think this is probably the highest upside, with like a pretty high floor too on Max the Hype Nitro, because basically it's like on its surface this is just a good aggro deck, right? That's going to be able to generate resources and be able to kind of like do some funky stuff as well, right? So I think that probably High Fresh could even be the deck that gets into the Fresh to death, because out of the 3 heroes, and we'll see the third one in a sec, it feels like it's going to just be able to play into a lot of different strategies. Like the other ones feel like maybe they dirtle a little bit too much. And if they do that, like if it's an aggro meta, it might be tough for them. So, I mean, that's just my initial take, but I like Max the Hype Nitro. I think very cool. You know, the art, I don't know if I'm sold on yet. It's a little quirky, but you know, but we're the young art
feels
actually
very anime.
Yeah, the young art though I think is absolutely incredible. So, but all that being said, I like Max Nitro, and I also like Max Nitro's weapon, which is Banksy, crank and bank, as they say. It is the Max Specialization. It is a 3 attack mechanologist weapon, wrench, 2-handed, first wrench weapon, I believe. I mean, I would be surprised if there was another.
Yeah.
It has
get pummeled.
Can't get pummeled. Well, once per turn action, pay 1 and attack. Activate this ability only if you crank this turn. So, you know, you're getting a lot of flavor here. And when this hits a hero, put a steam counter on an item you control with crank. So, flavor win here. We get a wrench. It cares about cranking, and it cranks, and it does all this fun stuff. And it's a 1 for 3 on a weapon, which I think is quite good. And the beautiful thing about it is you pitch a blue into Max. Like, even if it's just like you boost, pitch a blue into Max, get your hyperdriver, crank it, swing with Banksy. And then there's like, well, they're going to get their steam counter back if I don't block this. So that puts like a nice decision point on the arena for your opponent. So I like Banksy quite a bit. This is going to be, I imagine, the classic Max Nitro weapon. I think Max Nitro could probably play some other weapons, but Banksy is going to be the one, I think, in the best version. And for that, it's going to be on the sliding scale with however good Max Nitro is, which is probably like a high fresh right now.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, 1 for 3 is a great rate for weapons. Like, I think the only other weapon that we have that's a 1 for 3 is Dawnblade. Like, really, I think Duskblade is also, well, it's a 1 for 2 that grows, but it's like a 1 for a billion. Nobody cares. But yeah, like a 1 for 3 is great. Like you said, I do like how it sort of works in nicely with Max's hero ability. Just being able to go like 0 to 60, pitch a blue, make a hyperdriver, crank it, attack with Banksy. If they don't block it, then you just get the steam counter back on that you already cranked. So you basically got kind of like a free attack for 3. It's not quite that, but in terms of having the resources on the hyperdriver, it allows you to get 1 additional the next time you boost. So it like at some point balances out. I do like it, especially as a token weapon, especially as a wrench. Big fan. So yeah, I think it's going to be probably just about as good as Max as well. Kind of like we said with Dash, but in terms of like a flavor win, easy, high, fresh, just from that alone. The art is also like really nice on it. It has this like really just beautiful mix of colors and like energy, and yeah, I'm a big fan of Banksy.
Yeah, it's gonna look great next to the young art as well. I think because the same color scheme there, which is really neat. Now,
absolutely.
Can you tell us about Benedict Cumberbatch?
I can, and I will. I'll tell you all about Burlington Coat Factory.
Benedict
Okay.
Cabbage Patch, or I don't
yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so we have Levossian, Esteemed Magnate, which is a pretty sick name, all things considered. And yeah, his character looks exactly like Benedict Cumberbatch, like we're saying. He is the 3rd and final mechanologist hero that we're getting in this set. He's a little bit kooky, and he works all around a new card type, which we will kind of discuss a little bit more. I'll allude to it a little bit while discussing the hero, but he's a mechanologist hero with 4 intellect, 40 health, and he allows you to play Evos from your banished zone. And then he has a once per turn instant for 3 resources. You may play your next Evo this turn as though it were an instant. When you do, draw a card. So Evos are, we'll get into it a little bit more, but they're essentially upgrades for your equipment that are cards in your hand that you can play sort of like on top of your equipment to upgrade them. They have to be a specific type of equipment for you to be able to upgrade them, but that's like kind of the long and short of what they do. So I do like, obviously, the ability to, if you're playing a regular Techno Boston deck and you have cards that boost because you're also a mechanologist deck, and you get rid of some of your important Evos, your important upgrades for your equipment, you still have access to them even if you get rid of them, which is kind of nice. And then also the once per turn instant, allowing you to sort of weave it into your turn, kind of like how Max's ability allows him to get a resource point back by cranking. This allows you to sort of circumvent the resource cost of these, because all the Evos are also actions, or some of them are instants, I believe. And then also allows you to draw a card. Drawing cards is great, even if it's just incidental on a thing. So yeah, I don't know. In terms of actual play, it's really hard for me to evaluate how strong I think Levossian actually is as a deck, because he is very reliant on a strategy that almost feels like Leviathan Redeemed, but with cards that are in your main deck instead of in your inventory.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very, like, it feels as though it will be very reliant on luck of the draw, on when you get them. Some of them are really expensive, so sometimes you could just have a hand that can't play your Evo and stuff like that. So especially with the 3 resource cost in addition, if you wanted to play it as an instant, basically just turns a blue into an additional, like a random additional card. I do personally really like the flavor of the deck, and I think that it's a deck that I'm excited to play specifically because of his specialization that we're going to be seeing in a bit. But yeah, in terms of strength, I just don't know if it's there. Another sort of spoiler, all of the Evos that you can play, none of them have Arcane Barrier, so that immediately puts them at a disadvantage to, like, basically every Runeblade, and especially Wizard. Like, Wizard just eats this guy alive.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's hard to say. I think I have to unfortunately put him at like low fresh in terms of power level. I really love the flavor of him though. Like, I do want to say that outright, but I just don't know how consistent the deck is going to be. It seems very reliant on its draws.
Yeah, I think you're pretty close to where I'm at. I will say where Max has the highest floor, I think Techno Boston has the highest ceiling. Right?
Oh, absolutely.
You'll see these Evos. First of all, the Evos have really interesting effects and are really quite good, right? They're you can block from hand with them, and you can throw them onto your base equipment, which is a requirement for these Evos, which we'll get to. But on top of that, we're also going to see there's payoffs for having Evos, having a certain amount of Evos on the arena or on your equipment. And those are really, I think, the bread and butter for this deck, right? We're going to see a specialization kind of, Levi Redeem kind of thing too, which is really cool. And like, obviously a huge payoff, but these other payoffs, which, you can run multiple of because they're Majestics, are really intense and like almost backbreaking. So we'll see. You're right. Like the fact that we can't even really get some arcane barrier going is a problem. Now, I don't think the strategy relies on all 4 Evos really, so you can run at least one Null Rune or whatever, and kind of be okay against Runeblade, but you're still kind of screwed against Wizard. But hopefully Wizard just is bad. But I don't think that's
There are also just a lot of decks that are just screwed by Wizards.
Yeah, that's very true. Once Kano's out of Blitz, which might already have happened or is happening soon, that is when
happening soon,
yeah, probably happening soon. But like that will be the real test, in Blitz. And I think, well, funny enough, I think Gary had brought up to me that he thinks that the Professor Teklovasin will be better in Blitz because that's the one coming with Round the Table, and the Evos cost, I think, 1 less for each opponent. So all your Evos get like a discount automatically. So that's neither here nor there. It's different set. But I think low fresh, but certainly, I mean, if the meta lines up, this deck could be insane. So
it's super cool that he's basically Iron Man. Like that's the whole flavor behind it for people who haven't like seen the card artwork. He is Iron Man. Like he's making his own suit. It's crazy.
Yeah. It's very cool. Now, let's get to his weapon, which is the Teklo Leveler. So this is something that is rewarding you for having multiple Evos. It is a Mechanologist weapon gun, 2-handed. It attacks for 2. If you have 1 or more Evos equipped, this gets once per turn action, pay 3 to attack. So you need 1 Evo to just even attack with this, and it costs 3 for 2, which is not great. However, you get your second Evo. It says if you have 2 or more, this costs 2 less to activate. So all right, 1 for 2, not too bad. If you get your third or more, it gets go again, and if you get your 4th or more, it gets +1. So at 4 Evos is coming in for 1 resource, 3 attack, go again. I think the most likely thing we'll see is probably just 1 for 2 or 1 for 2 go again, right? I think it was, I feel like if you already have all the Evos, you're already winning. So, but that being said, if this deck is good, this will be good. It's just like the other ones. This one is not a specialization, though, so any of these heroes can play it. That being said, I don't really think that they are interested in it, but it gives some creativity and deck building for the other Mechanologists, which is cool. So that's where I'm at with Teklo Leveler.
Yeah, it at least leaves the idea open that like another hero could potentially play this. But yeah, the other heroes just don't have payoffs for Evos, so I can't imagine that they would really want to play this over basically anything. But yeah, I think like probably 1 for 2, maybe go again is kind of what you would consider this. If you have all 4 Evos equipped, if you were able to get to that point, then like the amount of value that you're getting off of the Evos just themselves is already way better than a 1 for 3 with go again, which already, like, let me be clear, 1 for 3 go again on a weapon is crazy. That is so above range. But yeah, like this is probably most charitably read as a 1 for 2 go again 50% of the time. 1 for 2 most of the time, probably.
And a lot of Teklovasin stuff, I don't think like goes wide. So this will just kind of be tacking onto the turn.
Yeah, it'll just be I'm going to end my turn by swinging another 2 at you, which is never a bad thing. It just won't be. It probably won't be the most impactful thing that you're doing, but it will still probably be a thing that you're doing. So, yeah, I think probably low fresh. I'm like you said, totally willing to be proven wrong because I think this deck is cool. Like the rule of cool is overwhelming in this deck with all of its stuff. So yeah, and also I want to say just before we go into the next one, I've talked about all 3 of the heroes so far. So I've been able to talk about all the like cool new stuff. I want to hear your thoughts first and foremost on the next card. So I'll let you go 2 in a row for this one.
All right. Well, okay. So the next one is a flip card. And it is Singularity. It costs 6. Whoa, that's pretty expensive. It is the legendary Techno Boston Specialization. It is a legendary. It's a mechanologist action construct, which we've seen before, like the mechanoid. It blocks for 3. It says transform your hero, your weapon, and 4 evos you have equipped to Techno Boston the Necropotent into Techno Boston the Necropotent. It enters the arena with life equal to the hero it transformed from. So let's flip it over. Let's see what happens. Whoa! It's Ultron.
It's a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
It's a Yu-Gi-Oh card. What is going? It does. It kind of reminds me of old Dragon Ball Z cards.
Yeah.
Techno Boston the Necropotent. It has 6 attack. This is a demi hero. It's Shadow Mechanologist demi hero equipment Evo. They just, you know what? Let's give them everything.
Yeah, every single type in the game.
Yeah, 6 attack, 6 defense, 3 health, or no, 3 intellect, and then the health is equal to whatever you had when you flipped. It has an action. Pay 3 to banish 2 cards from your soul, which anything that from Singularity. Let me actually flip it back over. Was your hero, your weapon, and 4 evos you have equipped, which also will come in, I believe, with all the base equipment.
Yes.
So you'll have extra. It's not just those 6 cards that will be in your soul. I believe it'll be whatever was underneath those evos as well. You banish 2 cards from your soul to attack. Attack for 6. When this attacks a hero, they discard a card. When they attack, your mechanologist attack action cards go again. So there you go. This counts as having 4 evos equipped, and it has Battle Worm. So this is a huge payoff, right? This is what you want to do in this deck. Like, this is like the thing. That being said, this is the second demi hero we've seen. The first one was a lot easier to get off. This is not, right. This is cost 6, and I believe there might be some ways to help that. I'm not sure, but it costs 6, and it's in your deck, so you have to like find it. Like, and you mentioned that, you alluded to it before. That being said, if you pull this off, I think you just win. Like, I can't imagine you don't win. To be completely honest, you'd have to be so far behind, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For all intents and purposes, this card is Exodia. For everybody who's familiar with Yu-Gi-Oh, because it requires so much to do. Like, from what we've seen, there's a cycle of evos that cost 0. So if you want it to be, this is the best case scenario. You have all 4 of your pieces of equipment. You have drawn into all 4 of your different evos. You've played all of them, and then you have 6 mana on your turn, 6 resources, on your turn, with Singularity in your hand. Like you said, with Levia, much easier to get off because it lives in your inventory. This one, you just have to you have to draw into the one of that you have, transform all of your stuff. So you're not drawing all 4 of them on one turn unless you're literally Yugi Moto. So realistically, this is like a super late game card. If you do get it, even with the 3 intellect, this is so much value. It would be really, really difficult to lose the game after resolving Tech Levossian, or actually what we were calling him Mech Levossian because he's macropotent. But yeah, like the effects are crazy. It really works out well with there's a sort of the most expensive majestic lineup of equipment. It works so well for that, and I'll sort of go into that when we talk about them when we talk about them later. But yeah, I think this card is sweet. I think it's really strong. It is going to result in so many like judge calls because the rulings on this card are so weird. But yeah, like on attack, having your opponent discard a card, having them like on blocks be Data Doll is crazy. Like you are imposing Data Doll on your opponent. So yeah, like this card is fresh to death in Tech Levossian.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta just play it. Whatever. If you're not gonna hit it, just block with Singularity, and
exactly,
and move on. But if you can make this work, more power to you. There's probably some of the evos that you want, like when this flips, because you lose your action point. It costs an action to do it and doesn't have go again. Correct.
Yep.
So you're going to have to get an action point somehow, and I believe there's ways you can, and then you just win. I can't imagine a lot of scenarios where you don't here, unless you're playing against Wizard. But it is an insane card and hard to even really give any real rating because it's just crazy. And fresh to death. Tech Levossian, the Macropotent.
It's if you want to play a Tech Levossian deck, I think you pretty much always want a copy of this card, because you're going to be playing like maximum amount of evos. Getting this payoff like literally just wins you the game. In addition, because he has 6 Battle Worn, it also technically increases your life total by 21 if you're able to block like effectively with each number. So yeah, he's also just like a tank.
It's literally insane.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, I hope to see it happen. I hope not to see it happen across from me, but that is how it works sometimes. All right, what's next here? Tell me what Hyper X3 does.
Absolutely. So Hyper X3 is a legendary mechanologist equipment head. It has 1 block and Battle Worn, so you can block with it once and then it doesn't just immediately die, which is honestly kind of surprising because they really haven't been printing Battle Worn on a lot of stuff. I know that we just looked at Mech Levossian, but if he had Temper or Blade Break, then you would just die, so it wouldn't make sense. But yeah, so anyway, so this has Battle Worn 1, and whenever you banish a Hyperdriver from boosting, put it under this, and then once per turn, when a Hyperdriver is put under this, if there are 3 or more Hyperdrivers under this, draw a card. So this is so incredibly focused on Hyperdrivers. I don't think you can get more focused on Hyperdrivers than this card is. It's also kind of tough to necessarily call it even the best option. I mean, especially when we have just something like Crown of Providence. I know it doesn't draw as many cards, but it draws a card or like cycles a card pretty much immediately or whenever you need it. This one, you only get Hyperdrivers under it from specifically boosting them, which is just, I don't know that it's going to happen like super frequently, even in like classic constructed max where you're playing 9 Hyperdrivers. Like that's the absolute maximum you can do. So even if you were able to get like maximum value, it would be over the course of 6 turns, you draw 6 cards after you've already boosted 3 Hyperdrivers. It just doesn't feel like that lines up. That feels very like lottery. Even if it only draws 1 or 2 cards, I would prefer to play Crown of Providence over this. I think it's really flavorful. If there was a way to put Hyperdrivers into it like artificially, like just say, transform or whatever, just like slide some of these underneath Hyper X3. I think that would be cool. I just think that it probably takes too long to get online for it to really be worth it. I like the design. I like the art. I like the art in this entire set. Just as like a spoiler, I think I say that literally every time for every set, but it just remains true. But yeah, I don't know. I think this is like, honestly, I think this is like a high stale. I might be being a little bit too harsh on it, but the bar is Crown of Providence, and Crown of Providence is just so insane.
Yeah. No, I think yes, you are correct. There are some better options, but let me tell you about the use that I see for this.
Yep.
And it's actually something I've been messing around with Max. And I don't think you want to play this in anything other than Max, right? Because you want to play hyperdrivers anyway. Specifically in the Mechanoid version, Maxanoid, we'll call it.
I see where you're going with this already. Okay, okay.
You need a mech head piece. You can't have Crown of Providence to transform, and you get all those things underneath as well, and that's what you use to attack. If I remember correctly on Nitro Mechanoid. So you're buffing up what you're putting under the Mechanoid, and you'll probably draw 1 or 2 cards off of it and block 1. So I think in that it's going to be pretty insane. I think it's going to be pretty important in that deck. So I would probably say high fresh, very narrow. I don't think it's not for all the mechanologists, but that deck, if that's the truth, this is going to be the truth as well.
No, I will completely agree with you and actually revise my statement, because I've been thinking of Max just as either Hyperdriver Aggro or Mechanologist Turbo. I feel like it can probably be one and the same, because you're going to be wanting to do the same thing anyway, regardless of whether or not you have Nitro Mechanoid in the deck. But yeah, this is the thing that this is competing against is not Crown of Providence. It is the other Mechanologist headpiece, which I can't remember. The one that allows you to draw a card and then put a card back on top whenever you boost in a turn. So yeah, I think that this card is better for that deck because it doesn't destroy itself. Doesn't even give you the option to accidentally lock yourself out of Nitro Mechanoid. It gives you additional ammunition for the Mechanoid. No, never mind. I didn't even think of that angle, so you're absolutely right. This is sick for Max.
Yeah. This is, I mean, this is clearly a motorcycle thing. All the motorcycle stuff is for Max. It seems like it's just from me kind of looking at it a little bit, but super cool though.
It's the hype.
Yeah. And it says hype on it. So ×3. Can you believe that?
Is it embarrassing that I just put that together right now? That his name is the Hype and he cares about hyperdrive?
Yeah. That's that's very funny. That's on the nose, if anything.
Yeah.
Next card we're just gonna brush over because we've seen it before for a very, very long time. It's Techno Foundry Heart. 2-block, battle worn. It's in the it's not. Is this not in the expansion slots? You can actually pull it.
This is not in the expansion slot. This is just a regular legendary.
So that has implications for limited, but it's still an all-star in constructed. Banish 2 cards, whatever, get resources, and it's got battle worn too, which is great. So still fresh to death, going to be probably forever as long as there's mechanologists that exist. So still very good, and there's a reason they reprinted it. It's very good in a lot of these decks. But the next card is another legendary, Adaptive Plating, which is a mechanologist equipment. Oh, is it head? Is it chest? Is it arms? No, it blocks 1. It has modular. This may be equipped in any equipment zone. It has the subtype of the zone it's equipped to. And it has an action, cost 0. It says equip this to another equipment zone. It also has Galvanize, which is a new keyword that we'll see on some other cards going forward. When this defends, you may destroy an item you control. If you do, this gets +2 until end of turn, and it has Blade Break. So really cool card, very different, and we haven't seen this before. It's hard to say what really wants it. It's kind of like a role player in that way. It sounds like it can be anything you want. It's just stats, really, and basically anywhere you need the block 3, I guess, is probably where you want to put it if you have the items in your deck. It's very weird. It's hard to evaluate because, like, will it find a home? Like, is there, like, because Techno Boston wants the base equipment, I think, and so obviously I don't think he's going to want this. Max could probably use it if the block is worth it, and I guess so can Dash IO and regular Dash, but they all seem so hyper synergy focused that will this be good enough? Probably, but it's hard to say. I think on its surface stat level, I think it's a fresh and very neat, and I hope it sees play because it's certainly cool. But what are your thoughts, Bill?
Yeah, I think it's really funny that it has 4 different like keywords / ability words, just all in a row. It has modular, action, galvanized, blade break. Honestly, I could see this as being like a sideboard option to replace gloves in Max. Like against a deck that you think is going to be more aggressive than you, to at least give you the option of blocking 3 if you really need it, or if you were able to get off an early nitromechanoid, having this just be there for that, and leaving that option open. Honestly, I think it's like fine. It is certainly a really weird. It's one of those cards that LSS loves to print that doesn't necessarily have like an obvious use right now. Like I don't know why. I can't in my head imagine why you would want to equip this to another equipment zone.
Yeah.
I don't like, I just don't know why that would be useful. It probably isn't, and they might have something that cares about like when you equip an equipment or something, like I don't know. But yeah, I could see this as just being like an optional sort of block 3 in probably the hands slot for Max, to just keep that option open, have the block if needed, but still leave the nitromechanoid plan on the table. Certainly really weird. I like the Vitruvian Man reference that they did for the art. Carlos Cruchaga, shout out, one of my favorite artists in the game. But yeah, I think this is a fresh, mostly just because I think it's weird.
Yeah.
I don't think it's bad. I just think it's weird.
It's super hard to evaluate, I feel like, but I'm excited to see it. Like it's a block 3 is nothing to shake a stick at. So
absolutely.
Next we have our first base equipment, and it's a cycle. So if you want to talk about them, they all have slightly different effects and abilities. But if you want to just hit them all, we can and judge these as probably a set.
Yeah, we're gonna have it looks like basically 3 sets of like kind of the same thing, just all of the bases really. But we're starting out with the only ones that have activated abilities, which are the Cogworks Bass set. So we have Cogworks Bass head, chest, arms, and legs, which are exactly what they sound like. They're equipment for each of those slots. All of them have, when this is equipped, put a Steam counter on it, which of course is just shorthand for like basically when the game starts, if this is equipped, put a Steam counter on it. Similar to Crown of the other one that gives you a gold token for like Royal Briar
Dominion.
And stuff. Crown of Dominion, that's the one. So yeah, these like start the game with a Steam counter on them. And then they all have a once per turn instant ability. Cogworks Bass head, they all allow you to pay a resource to do something. The head is pay a resource, remove a Steam counter from this, shuffle a Mechanologist attack action card from your banished zone into your deck, activate only if you've boosted this turn. The chest allows you to pay a resource to remove the counter to gain 2 resources. So add a resource. Activate only if you've boosted this turn. The other 2 are also only if you've boosted. The arms allow you to remove the Steam counter to give your next Mechanologist attack this turn +1. And then Cogworks Bass legs allows you to pay a resource to remove a Steam counter from this to gain an action point. Only if you've boosted this turn. So the base cards are going to be pretty important for Techno Boston specifically, because you based on the the rules text for all of the Evos, you can only play an Evo and equip and upgrade something if it is a base. It has to have the subtype base, which all of these do, which I think I forgot to mention. So, like, for example, Cogworks Bass head is Mechanologist equipment dash base head. It is a subtype of the card. So you're going to have to play some combination of these realistically if you want to play Techno Boston. Or I think something that you mentioned previously, if you don't want to go into the 4 Evo plan, like if you're not necessarily playing directly for Singularity, you could use any amount of them and only have Evos for those slots. But yeah, you're going to be playing the very least one of these, most likely 2 or 3 for the Techno Boston deck. I think of all of these that are here, I think you would probably want like the legs and the chest. From what I've seen, the legs and the chest Evos are the better of them. They usually have better effects. The arms and the head, you could probably play the arms instead of something like the galvanic grippers. The hands that allow you to put them under something, and that gives it +1. Yeah, I don't know. The chest and the legs do feel kind of bad to replace because mechanologists already have Tekla Foundry Heart and Achilles accelerators, which are like really good equipment, genuinely. But like we're gonna see soon, the chest and the feet Evos, I think in basically all of the sets, are all very good in my opinion. So you're probably gonna see those the most frequently. In terms of Cogworks stuff, I think these are the best as well because even though they don't block, they have effects that don't destroy them, so they don't turn you off of the Evo plan, and you're still able to get value off of them. So I do like these. I think I like these probably the most out of the bases that we've seen. So I would put these at like some combination of them. I don't know if they're all fresh to death, but if you're playing Tekla Boston, you're going to be starting the game with some amount of these, unless I'm missing something and there are other bases that you can start the game with. Which I don't believe there are. So
I think you're right. These are the best ones because they don't block, like you said. Sure, that could be a downside, but I think it's actually probably an upside. There's no way that I don't think there's a way that anything can really destroy them because they usually require a defense value in a way to destroy them, unless I'm missing something. They all have pretty decent abilities and stuff that you can kind of like do to further the plan, especially the chest, the one that generates resources. It could help you play the Evos, etc. So I think these are the best ones, and in a way are fresh to death in that deck. I think you kind of have to play them, and you're not going to be upset too because there's a lot of flexibility there. But moving on to the next set, which is very simple. This is Tekla Bass head, chest, and legs and arms. It's basically just base equipment. Mechanologist equipment has 1 block, has blade break, and that is it. These are limited fillers. Really, there's no reason to really play this. I think in Tekla Boston because you don't want to block with them anyway because you don't want to lose them. So
yeah.
I would say these are pretty rotten for constructed purposes, but probably really good in limited.
Yeah, I would just to sort of slam straight through this too. The next 4 are the Proto Basses, and they're all tokens for their respective slots. And like honestly, I would probably just prefer to play these over the Tekla Basses. There are quite a few things that are like Magnetic Shockwave in this format that allow you to, or basically force your opponent to block with equipment that they control. At least with the Proto Basses, even if you have to block with something, I think you can still, if your opponent forces you to. Actually, no, I don't think you can even like present these as a block, which then means that your opponent can't blow them up. In either way that you sort of figure out that ruling, it means that the Proto Basses at least stick around. So yeah, I think that Blade Break honestly makes these like just strictly worse. I feel like these probably could have had battle worn and been okay. Maybe that's too much value, but I don't know. You're already paying so much to get something over top of them anyway, so kind of hard to say. But yeah, I think the bases are pretty rotten. I think the proto bases are slightly higher than that, but like still high rotten. I think that the Cogworks bases are going to be the ones that you really want to look at for a constructed deck, at least.
Yeah, and they're all commons or tokens, so like there's no kind of money issues going on here either, right? Unless you want cold foils, I guess. But but I mean, whatever.
Yeah, I believe the Techno Base suite are the buy a box promos,
Okay.
which is like kind of cool. They're cold foil buy a box promos, which is kind of interesting. Although I did just rate them the worst. So
Well, they look the coolest.
They do.
Yeah. So, but Cogworks is probably the route you want to go. But
Definitely.
let's take a look at what we're throwing on these bad boys. We have the first cycle of Evos. So they all come in head, chest, legs, arms. And this first one is, and it looks like they're coming in different colors too of pitch. So the first one we have here is the Evo Steel Soul set. I guess I'll just go through each of them. We'll talk about them as a whole, and then we'll move on to the next set. I think that makes the most sense. But they're all going to have similar stat lines. So Evo Steel Soul Memory is a blue 4 cost, blocks for 3. It is a mechanologist action equipment Evo base head. So I'm not going to repeat that a bunch. They're all going to be this. And I think the Steel Soul are all going to be blue, cost 4, and block 3. And they also will have the reminder text that if you have a base head equipped, transform it into this, like when you play it. But you can block with these from hand. That's worth knowing. So this one says, when this transforms from or into an Evo with a different name, your hero gets +1 intellect until end of turn. If that Evo is a hero, instead, this triggers twice. They're talking about Levossian, and certainly an interesting or very good payoff there. So let's move on to the next one. That was the same one, but here is Steel Soul Processor. This is the chest, same stat line. It's all majestic too. When this transforms from or into an Evo with a different name, gain 3 resources. It's pretty good. If that Evo is a hero, instead it triggers twice, all of a sudden you have resources to play or to attack with your Levossian. That's pretty cool. And then we have Steel Soul Controller. The arms, same stat lines. When this transforms from or into an Evo with a different name, you may put an attack action card with 6 attack from your graveyard into your deck 5th from the top. If that Evo is a hero, instead this triggers twice. So there's going to be you'll see some other payoffs that you can just throw in there. It's very nice. And then finally the Soul Tower, Evo Steel Soul Tower, and these are the legs. If it transforms from or into an Evo with a different name, gain 1 action point. And if that Evo is a hero, instead, this triggers twice. These also all have temper, which is worth knowing, and it will affect the way that you play with these cards. Okay, so here's my take on them. They're all very good. These are ones that you're going to want to play in Techno Boston regardless. Now, so you don't get these effects when you equip them initially from base. It has to be from an Evo, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So
from or into an Evo.
yeah. So all these Evos are also bases so that you can do all these things. But that being said, you are paying 4 to all of a sudden get 3 temper, which is very good. This is actually one of the ones that I think of when I think of the Cogworks chest, where you kind of generate an extra resource. It would be easier to just pitch a blue into just throwing this out there. You can play them as instants in Techno Boston, all these things. They're very good. I think they are fresh to death in the deck. These are the blues that you want to play. And it's the weirdest thing ever. And I think there's going to be so many questions about these for a long time, but they're still very cool. And these ones are all pretty good, and they're the ones that you want out there when you go into Levossian. All right, Bill, what do you think?
Yeah, you said a lot, and you said a lot of things that I definitely agree with. This is sort of what I was referring to when I feel like the chest and the feet are probably the best ones that you want to play with. Especially going into Levossian. If you have 4 total Evos and 2 of them are the chest and the feet, you at the very least get the triggers from the chest and the feet, which give you 6 resources and 2 action points, which means you can immediately tack with Levossian twice. Which is like, you can get the head, which gives you +2 intellect, which brings you up to 5 if you're Levossian. And then the Steel Soul Controller gives you some amount of recursion of your big attacks, which there are some very good 6 attack mech cards that they're releasing in this. But yeah, I think the ones that are probably the most important are the chest and the feet. I think that those ones are like actually kind of insane. I think the effects are just really good at base. But yeah, like I think you just play a full set of these anyway, just for whatever deck that you want to play, because I think that they are all quite good. Definitely fresh to death. These are going in the Levossian deck. And I can't wait to hear all of the judge calls for people asking how temper works if you block from your hand, which, spoiler, it doesn't. Just ignore all of the rules text when you're blocking from hands.
Yeah. And also, like, if you have this in hand and somebody attacks with the T-bone, you don't have to block with this from hand.
Exactly.
So
it's not technically an equipment yet.
yeah. It's going to be one day, but yeah. Pretty wild. Let's move on to the next set. We have another majestic set at red.
I really like these. These were actually on. They didn't quite hit my top 5 for just cards I wanted to talk about in the set, but they were on my like notable mentions, my honorable mention list, because I think that they are quite good. These are the Evo blank breaker set. So we have Evo Circuit Breaker, which is the helm, then Atom Breaker, which is the chest, Face Breaker, which is the arms, and Mock Breaker, which is the legs. They all have the same sort of main ability, similar to how Evo Souls have sort of consistent text between them. These all have 0 block. They all cost 0. And they are all also instants, which is bizarre. Technically, these are instants that can block. They don't block for a value. They're 0. They don't like do you any good for blocking, but they can technically block. But yeah, so these are all very weird. If you have a base head equipped, we'll talk about Circuit Breaker first. Transform it and X hyperdrivers you control into this, then equip this. If you do, the next time you would be dealt damage this turn, prevent X of that damage. And you put all of the transform cards under this into your head zone for the Circuit Breaker. So that's like the first reason why I really like this. It kind of, if you're able to transform 2 hyperdrivers into this, it prevents the next 4 damage, which is already like a free Oasis Respite, which is kind of cool. And it's the same for all of the other ones. They have that same sort of instant damage prevention ability. So for the head, you have whenever you boost, you may destroy a card under this. If you do, shuffle 2 attack action cards from your banished zone into your deck. So a little bit of recursion from the cards that you've boosted. The chest piece, Atom Breaker, is whenever you boost, you may destroy a card under this. If you do, gain 2 resources. I think this card is great. Gaining resources is awesome. Even if you just do it the one time, like you're preventing 2 damage and getting 2 resources. Sure, man, I'll take that. Face Breaker is whenever you boost an attack action card, you may destroy under this. You may destroy a card under this. If you do, the attack gets +2. So kind of just an additional copy of Teklo Pounder, which is already great for aggro decks. And then for this one, actually, I think that the feat are probably the weakest. For Mock Breaker, it is whenever you boost, you may destroy a card under this if you do create a Quicken token. So already super wild. This set of equipment is just as crazy as the last one. The fact that their instance is super weird, the fact that they obviously care about hyperdrivers is a little bit also weird. They don't care about. Oh no, they do care about base equipment. So kind of hard to fit them into max unless you specifically outfit yourself for that. But I think that the effects from the chest at the very least, the chest is very good in my opinion. The hands are probably maybe even better for max, just being an aggressive card. But all in all, I really like these. I really like the damage prevention effect. The fact that they're instants, so that you can kind of you can develop them on your opponent's turn. Just a really bizarre set of equipment, and I love that. I would personally really love to play these. The one that I'm obviously the most excited about, as I've mentioned, is the chest piece. I think it's like probably far and away the best one, but the hands piece is not far behind for here. I think that they're both quite good. So yeah, excited to see these. Honestly, like low fresh to death on them. They kind of fill two different roles, especially the Facebreaker being a defensive card at first and then an aggressive card is kind of funny. Like you're switching gears between the two styles. But yeah, I still really like them. I'm really intrigued by these.
Yeah. It's very interesting. So these are not Techno Boston cards, really, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is definitely designed for more like low to the ground mechanologist decks, mostly max, like based on the art too, right? You can kind of see, you know, motorcycle stuff. But I think that it's interesting because they are just evos. They do not have base as part of their text, so you can't really do much else with them. And like once they're out, but they do have really powerful effects. And if you're boosting, like just go wild. But you do have to be able to they create the hyperdrivers and stuff like that. So I don't know. It's really tough because like can you fit it? Can you fit it into the deck? Because unlike other equipments, you do have to throw them in the deck, and if you're boosting already, like you just boost them away and all that kind of stuff. But they are quite good. I would say high fresh. For me, I think that there is a world where these are good, but it's tough. Like you got to play a base, right? You got to play a base equipment, or else it doesn't really do much. So.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's a very real cost for all of these Evos, is like you start the game so much weaker, but you have a ceiling if you draw into them at the right time. So it's kind
Yeah.
of tough.
No, very cool though. Very cool. The next set is a set of rares at yellow. Pat Shaw's favorite color to play with. Shout out Pat. So we have I guess they don't really have a similar name. So, all right. They are the 3-block blade break ones. They are yellow. They cost 3, I believe, across the board. And they are straight up Evos as well. They are not base. But they have a once per turn instant destroy a card under this. Your next weapon attack this turn gets when this hits, draw a card. So that's the head. And then the chest has similar text here. Once per turn instant, destroy a card under this. Your next weapon attack this turn costs 1 less to activate. And if you can't tell, this one really cares about your weapon. After that, we have the smooth bore, which is the arms. Once per turn instant, destroy a card under this. Your next weapon attack this turn gets +1. And finally, the thruster, which is the legs. Once per turn instant, destroy a card under this. You may attack an additional time with target weapon this turn. It would need go again though. These are interesting. They're blade break. So It's kind of interesting. I like the design here because they are blade break. So you throw them on top of your base and then you block it. I believe if you just block with this, it'll go away. You'll get the base back, correct? Or do
I
you lose everything?
I think you lose everything that's under it as well.
Never mind. I hate them. No, I mean,
I would have to double check, but yeah, I'm pretty sure you lose everything, which makes them a little awkward.
this is fine. I feel like this is very for limited, to be honest with you. I think this is probably a limited all-star, and yeah, it is interesting. Even if you still get your base back, I don't know if these are really that good, to be honest, in constructed. But you know, I don't know. It's to me, I'm pretty off of them, and like the weapon payoff is kind of mid, if you ask me. So you know, I'm gonna give this a pretty high rotten. I'd love to be proven wrong. I mean, they still block 3, so it's like it's fine. But like, is this really what you want to be doing in that deck? I'm not sure. So because you can't even move into the steel souls from it. So.
Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of a bummer. But I mean, if you get the base back, it ends up being stale. But it's even then, like I don't know, not a huge fan.
Yeah, it's kind of tough for the deck in general. Like it feels like the main idea behind the deck is going to be like you want to eventually move into the Evo Steel Souls. So that means that you would need a base head. And like the fact that there are a couple more coming up that are I believe bases and evos. Yeah, there's the red set of commons actually are bases and evos. So even without looking at their effects, I would prefer to run the reds so that you still have the way to sort of step your way up to the Evo Steel Souls. This being sort of like where the lineage ends when it comes to your Evos does feel very awkward. Again, with my understanding of, I believe as soon as they break, you just lose everything that's associated with them, which then also makes it really awkward because then, you know, you can't ever get 4 Evos. If you're ever wanting to put together Techno Boston, obviously sometimes you'll have to switch off of that game plan, so it may be relevant, but yeah, I don't think the weapon payoff is going to be relevant enough for what the deck wants to do. The weapon, as we sort of mentioned, even just when we were evaluating the weapon on its own, it feels like it's going to be something that you just add on to your turn. It's not going to be your main strategy for what you're doing to win the game. So yeah, these definitely live in the rotten tier. Blocking for 3 is fine. But yeah, the blade break really hurts on these.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, but I think the next ones are a little bit better. So can you tell us about this next set of blues?
Yeah. So these are everything that is an Evo starts with Evo, and they've stopped having common words between them. So
Yeah.
these are the blue Battle Worn 2 Mechanologist Action Equipment Evos. We'll go with that. That rolls off the tongue really smoothly. So yeah, these are all blue. They all cost 3, and they are all actions that block for 2. If you have a base head equipped, we'll talk about the first one, which is Evo Techloscope. If you have a base head equipped, transform it into this, then equip this. Battle Worn 2, and your Techlo Blaster attacks can target any opposing hero. Obviously not relevant for 1v1 formats, but UPF, this would make it so that you could attack the person that is diagonal to you, kitty corner to you, however you want to call it. So relevant. Evo Energy Matrix. I think all of these are basically these are all basically for UPF. But I don't think that they're bad for UPF. This next one is same other text. Its main ability is your Techlo Blaster costs 1 less to activate for each opposing hero. And Techlo Blaster is just
Is that in the set?
Hang on. Let me just quickly look that up.
No, that's in the round the table.
It is in the round the table. So this might be the equipment from the round the table product. I haven't seen the set list for it. Obviously, it's out already, but yeah, I believe it is just the weapon from the Round the Table product, which for our for all intents and purposes for our discussions here, the next couple are going to be referencing it. So it is just a once per turn action, 3 resources attack, mechanologist weapon gun that attacks for 2. So that's like the long and short of its effect. It is a very basic effect, but these all influence it in honestly pretty decent ways. So this one makes it cost 1 resource less to activate for each opposing hero, which would make it cost 0 to attack for 2, which is totally fine. I think that's really reasonable. The next one is Evo Scattershot, which is the arms. Your Techno Blaster gets +1 for each opposing hero, so that makes it potentially a 3 for 5, or if you have the chest, 0 for 5. So pretty cool. And then the feat are your Techno Blaster attacks get go again. So obviously in UPF, if you're able to put these together, pretty great. I don't think outside of UPF you're going to want to play Techno Blaster. I think that again the weapon strategy for the Evo deck feels like you're spreading yourself a little bit too thin. You probably want to focus on one or the other, and I think that the Evo plan is probably stronger in general than really caring about your weapon. I don't know. Again, I think if you want to play a weapon with Evos, you're probably just playing Techno Leveler, which these don't really interact with. But I think in UPF, these are great. Their effects are all really impactful when you have 3 opponents. So, yeah, for UPF, I think these are like a solid, honestly solid, probably high fresh. In constructed, I don't see them necessarily getting there. I mean, they are Evos, but they are also not bases, which does also kind of hurt. So yeah, it's like kind of hard to say anything other than probably rotten for regular constructed, which does feel like I'm doing a disservice to them because they are really cool and good. But if you're getting things that only interact with these, I think, suboptimal weapon, and even when you do get the buffs, they're not that great in a 1v1 format. Just makes them a little bit tough to justify.
Yeah, it's a little tough. I'm confused as to why they're in this set as well, and because like you don't have Techno Blaster in the set, but that's neither here nor there. It's not what we're here to talk about. And you know, I think that they're fine. They'll probably actually see some play in Blitz because you know, it might just be because Battle Worn's, you know, pretty good, and if you care about the Techno Blaster, maybe you can play it in Blitz. I'm not sure, but it makes it easier to get payoffs for the Techno Blaster rather than the Leveler. But even there, I would say it's probably a low stale. So yeah, I don't know. Pretty weird to be honest. But the next ones are pretty basic. These are common Evo base heads or base equipments. So they're both. They are red. They cost 2. They have Battle Worn, and they block for 2. And all they do is equip or transform. And we have Sentry Base Head, which is the head. Sentry Base Chest, which is the chest. And Base Arms. Sentry Base Arms. You get the gist, folks. They are just 2 for 2 Battle Worn on your base equipments. But that being said, I think they are good, and because, well, they are both Evos and bases, and totally fine. I mean, and they're Battle Worn, they stick around, which is huge, right? And we talked about it with the Steel Souls, that temper is a cost sometimes, especially with this. So I like that these exist, and nothing flashy, right? Nothing flashy at all. They're probably just probably a fresh.
Yeah, I agree. I think that at least for me, trying to figure out exactly where these fit, them being just totally basic Evo plus base plus Battle Worn feels totally fine. These are still even though they only block for 2, if you're able to actually evo them onto something, they technically add 3 if you block with them the both times, which is always good. Like something that, like an equipment that blocks for 3 is just a good equipment, especially with Battle Worn. And yeah, the fact that these stick around so that you can evo on top of them again, I think is really relevant. These are like a good mid-game play that allow you to then transition into your Evo Steel Souls and potentially then go into Mech Levossian. I think these go in the Mech Levossian deck like pretty standard. I think these are the stepping stone that you really want to do, because you're paying half as much as the other Evo Steel Souls. You don't get an effect, but you wouldn't get the effect from the Evo Steel Souls anyway. Yeah, I think these are great. I think these are honestly, even in the Mech Levossian deck, probably fresh to death. I think you just play these as part of the supporting package.
Yeah. I mean, I can imagine playing these out of
work.
Banish Zone. It's pretty good.
Yeah, that too, with the Professor as your hero. If you're playing these in UPF, they end up just being like, I think, free at instant speed or something, like however his effect works. The Professor. I'm just gonna.
Well, I was even thinking just regular Tech Levossian, and like just like banishing this off of whatever. But yeah, I don't know. These are just good stats.
Mm-hmm. Like just totally fine for common equipment, and I think the combination of Evo and base is actually very important. I think it is something that is to be. It's probably a reason that they didn't want to give it any other effects, because it probably makes them really good on their own right.
Yeah, better than common already.
Yeah.
We have another set of Evos, commons. These are not base. Do you want to talk about them?
Yeah, these are the second to last sort of group of Evos that we're going to be looking at, I believe. So we have Evo Data Mine, Battery Pack, Cog Spitter, and Charging Rods. These are all yellows that block for 2 and cost 0. They're not instants, they are actions. They have the same, if you have a base equipped, transform it into this, then equip this clause. The headpiece is once per turn instant, destroy a card under this, draw a card, then put a card from your hand on top of your deck. Always relevant for boost plays. That allows you to sort of figure out what your boosts are a little bit easier. We have Battery Pack, which allows you to destroy a card under it once per turn instant to put a Steam counter on an item you control with Crank. We have Cog Spitter, which again, once per turn instant. Destroy a card under this. Put an item with cost 0 or 1 from your hand into the arena. And then Charging Rods, destroy a card under this, create a Quicken token at once per turn instant. Of the 4 of these, I actually really like Cog Spitter. Just being able to put items from your hand into play is actually something that's going to be really relevant for some of these decks. Obviously, the fact that it's gated behind an Evo means that it's not accessible to you right away. But of these 4 effects and these 4 pieces, I like Cog Spitter the most, which is kind of nice because looking at the other ones, the only other like hand Evo piece that I even really liked was Facebreaker from the other Majestic set. So the fact that you have like a second hand piece that is also good is kind of nice. It helps that the chest piece in this one I don't think is quite as good. Gives you some alternate options in different slots so that you don't have a bunch of them competing for the same slot. All in all, though, or sorry, yeah.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I was just gonna say, all in all, though, like the fact that these block for 2, they all have Blade Break, which I don't believe I mentioned. They aren't bases, and they are also actions. Like, there's a lot kind of going against these ones. If I was to see any of these seeing play, it would probably be the hands, but I do also think that just in general, the Facebreakers are the better hands. So yeah, I don't know where these would sit. They are commons. They're just meant to make the strategy work. So like low stale, mid stale, probably for these.
Yeah, I'm right there with low stale. Like where some of the other ones felt that this is for max, this feels for like -IO. And then that brings up the question: do you want to be playing base equipment in these decks. I don't think so outside of limited. So unfortunately, as cool as they are, like they can be very good. I don't think they're gonna cut the mustard here, but that being said, there is a possibility that this kind of works out, but I don't know. It's hard when you have Evo end based on other cards. So, but I would say low stale. It's certainly fine, but I don't know if I'm thrilled with it. But we have our last cycle of Evos right now. Another common cycle. This is I'll just read them. So we have Evo Zoom Call, Evo Buzz Hive, Evo Whiz Bang, and Evo Zipline. I believe they all have the same stat line. They cost 0. They're yellow and they block for 0. And they are just Evos. They don't have heads, and they are instants. It says, or the head Zoom Call says, when this is equipped, you may banish a card from your hand. If you do, draw a card. So some hand fixing here. Buzz Hive, which is the chest. When this is equipped, gain a resource, which is pretty good, kind of, right? Like you're still getting rid of a card from your hand to gain a resource. And then we have Evo Whiz Bang, which is the arms. When this is equipped, up to one target attack gets +1, so it's kind of like a little combat trick. And then Evo Zipline, when this is equipped, up to one target attack gets go again. That seems pretty good, but I mean, I feel like you're boosting a lot. But if you want to save a boost, you have these Evos. But that being said, none of them block for anything, and they're not bases, and they don't even even if the ruling that we were unclear on, exists, where if it went away, you got to keep the base. This one, how do you get rid of it? So
yeah,
I think these are pretty mid. I would say very low stale. There is some really cool trickery stuff you can do. Maybe some blitz applications where things are going a lot faster. Like the Evo Zipline seems like something that I would be interested in. But other than that, it's hard to give up a card from hand to do all these things, because it's just when it equips. It's not even whenever you want. So I'm low stale on them.
I think I'm the same. Very similar to my evaluation of the yellow one. These are also yellow, but the previous ones that we were just talking about. I really liked Evo Cog Spitter as the sort of standout one, and I think that Evo Zipline in this set is the standout one. I think that, like you were saying, it's probably the most, at least interesting, impactful, maybe. But yeah, I don't know. It's tough. I think it's possible that you'll just want to play zeros of Evos to try to spit out Levossian as fast as possible. Obviously, in a perfect world, you're using the Evo Steel Souls, but they do cost 4. And I don't know. I could potentially see the 0, even the Zoom Call, just to try to get to another Evo faster so that you can just assemble things. But that feels pretty gimmicky. That feels like it probably folds to a lot of stuff. Again, that you can't block with these. They don't have Arcane Barrier. It is such an all-in strategy to try to do that. So I would love to see these more as just sort of a utility piece. Evo Buzz Hive is really weird because it's you can pitch it for 2, or you can equip it to gain 1 instead. It's just a little strange in that capacity, but yeah, I think these are low stale. I think Evo Zipline may be mid stale. It might rise above very slightly to reach some new heights.
Now we're about to get into some cards that might raise these up a little bit, that they just care about the Evos that you have. And these ones do affect attacks, and these are attacks that we're going to be talking about. But we're really operating on the mindset that Steel Soul is the goal, and flipping to Mech Levossian is also part of that goal if possible.
Yep.
Do you want to talk about Annihilator Engine?
I sure do. So we have like kind of a cycle of cards that are very, very similar, except for their first ability. Their first ability is the only thing that's like sort of different between them. First of all, Annihilator Engine. This is a majestic mechanologist action attack. It pitches for 1, costs 6, attacks for 6, and blocks for 3. And it has, when you have 1 or more Evos equipped, this gets, when this hits a hero, destroy all cards defending this. And then if you have 2 or more, it costs 3 less to play, meaning it only costs 3. If you have 3 or more, it gets Overpower, so it can only be blocked by 1 non-equipment card. And then if it has 4 or more, it gets +3. And if you have all of it together, obviously that means it's a 3 for 9 with Overpower that destroys all defending cards when it hits a hero. Now, that might seem a little bit redundant for some people because it's like, well, if I'm blocking with stuff, like especially from my hand, it goes to the graveyard anyway, so what's the point? This destroys equipment. Most relevantly, if you're still able to get that 1 extra over, it will destroy all of the equipment that's blocking it. And something that people noticed and started talking about immediately as soon as they realized, because Mech Levossian is an equipment, if you hit him with this and they choose to block with Mech Levossian, the defending player loses the game because their hero is an equipment that gets destroyed.
Yeah.
So I do think that that's really funny. I just think that this card is pretty good. Even just as a 3 for 6 that makes it hard for your opponent to block with equipment. It like pushes through damage. It like in that way, like almost kind of has like a reverse dominate. Your opponent doesn't want to block this with equipment. And if you give it Overpower, then it makes it that much more of a bad sort of proposition for them. These are also 6s that you can get back with the Evo Steel Soul arms. These are the ones that I was sort of talking about. Like these are kind of the payoffs that I'm thinking of, at least for that specific card. But yeah, I really like this one. The effect is quite strong. And it has really interesting and funny use cases. So probably like mid-fresh. I think that this card will be in the deck. I don't know that it's going to be like necessarily the most impactful every time you draw it. But I think it has a solid home in the deck.
Yeah. So I'm pretty high on these. I think that these are. It seems to be this is how you win. Actually, with Tech Levossian, like you set up your evos that are also very good and you're providing block, and then you get to a point in the game where you kind of just like overwhelm your opponent with these like giant things, right? You know, this is the most tame one, I think, because it you can play around its really devastating effect. The other ones are probably a little bit harder, but this is certainly good. I would say high fresh, but I think we're going to see that some of the other ones are pretty great as well. And just the fact that you only need 1 Evo to even get like the ability, and then the second one to get it down to a 3 for 6, hopefully a 3 for 9 at one point seems really good. So,
Yeah.
And that would be a reason to kind of like power out some of these other Evos. The next one though is better, I think. Terminator Tank, which I gotta say, I'll say it once and I won't say it the rest of the set review. We went from steampunk to tanks, and that's all I want to say. Terminator Tank has the same basic stat lines. It's red, 6 cost, 6 attack, 3 block, and then when you have 1 or more Evos equipped, when this hits a hero, they discard a card. And then it has the same for 2, you gets cost less, and then Overpower, and then +3. This one is the real juice, I think. This is fresh to death, no doubt about it. I'm not even going to beat around the bush. This card is the payoff, right? This is how you get to the winning game. Like that's how you win the game. It's like things like this to like totally control what your opponent's doing, and Yeah, this is scary, and I'm not looking forward to playing against it. Right, especially if they have all 4 Evos. This is just devastating.
Yeah. Yeah, 3 for 9 that makes them discard a card on hit. Like, this is crippling crush territory, it feels like, in Mechanologist, which is wild. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Annihilator Engine is like cool. This one is scary. This one hurts. Especially like this is even just talking about this feels like Magical Christmas Land. But if you're able to play this after you've transformed into Mech Levossian, this also gets go again.
Yeah.
Like just and yeah, at that point it is certainly win more. But yeah, it's like it's one of those things where you've earned it at that point. Yeah, we've seen it before. We'll see it again. Making your opponent discard cards is unbelievably impactful in this game. Making them, care so much about the cards in their hand, or even just stripping resources so they can't bounce back or try to smack back at all. Terminator Tank is one that we saw, I think, very first and foremost. I think it was one of the first cards from Bright Lights that we saw spoiled. And in this cycle, I think it is the strongest. This goes in every Mech Levossian deck. This is fresh to death, easy.
Yeah, absolutely. And also worth noting, just to put it out there, like overpower is not something we've seen a lot of, at least on cards that are good. And the difference between this and Dominate is it's only one action card you can block with, and then you can block with unlimited equipment, defense reactions, whatever, but only one action card. But that's still, I mean, if it had Dominate, it would be too good. Overpowered feels like, okay, maybe we could deal with it. But what does War Machine do?
So War Machine is same sort of stat. Pitches for 1, costs 6, attacks for 6, blocks for 3. When you have 1 or more Evos equipped, when this hits a hero, destroy all cards in their arsenal. So Command and Conquer-ish. Half of Command and Conquer. 2 or more costs 3 less. 3 or more gets overpower. 4 or more gets +3. So it's same as the other ones. I think this is probably also like it is worse than Terminator Tank but not by a lot. I think this is still something that you want, especially in the late game when your opponent is likely going to be sitting on something to try to put together a big swing. I think that you absolutely play probably as many copies of Terminator Tank and War Machine as you possibly can. Yeah, I like this card. Incidentally destroying your opponent's arsenal has always just been good. And the fact that it's on something that gets better the more you try to do your main strategy. Yeah, absolutely. And then of course the consideration that some people might say as well, even if you're looking at this from 2 or more Evos equipped, or I guess like 2 Evos equipped, it is just Command and Conquer that costs 1 more and can be defense reacted to. But the flip side of that is it's still a Mechanologist card. So if you boost it, you still get the action point, which is a consideration in these decks that care about boosting. So yeah, I think this card is also probably like, it's still fresh to death, probably low fresh to death, because I really do want to say that there is a difference between this and Terminator Tank. But still very good.
Yeah, gotta have tiers. Yeah, no, this card's, you said it all. I mean, we know how good destroying arsenals are, and this one has the upside of being harder to deal with, and also coming in for 9 if you get to that point. And it's just, it's just brutal. I mean, yeah, it's not quite Terminator Tank, but it's certainly close. Next card we have here is Demolition Protocol, which is another Majestic. Costs 3. It's a 7 attack, 3 defense, Mechanologist attack action card. And it has a new keyword called Evo Upgrade. When this attacks a hero, remove all Steam counters from up to X equipment, items, and or weapons they control, where X is the number of Evos you have equipped. So Evo Upgrade is going to check how many Evos you have, and then it will do something equal to the amount of the Evos that you have. In this one, it is basically just removing Steam counters. So this is a sideboard card, right? You don't want to play this into something without Steam counters, unless you want a 3 for 7 that blocks for 3. I mean, I wouldn't fault you for it, but I'm sure there's better options. That That being said, I think this is a great sideboard card, but not the best. I think it's probably like a solid fresh sideboard. I think, and certainly, yeah. I guess that's how I would guess. We aren't really seeing a ton of steam counters in the meta right now, but that's about to change. So I would guess like it's a solid fresh sideboard only.
Yeah, we are going to be getting obviously like a pretty significant influx of Steam counter stuff, but even with that, this becomes more relevant like only if you're playing Evos and if you're playing against a bunch of mechanologist decks that specifically have a bunch of items. The fact that it's a 3-for-7, we've seen cards with this stat line be relevant before, specifically because of Prism and Spectra, because this still acts as a popper into one Parable of Humility. So, and again, like I was kind of mentioning with Terminator Tank, it is still a mechanologist card. So if you are sideboarding it in against a Prism, it will still allow you to boost properly. So it kind of fixes that sort of thing. I think that this is definitely a sideboard card, probably like low to mid fresh for sideboard. I will say, though, that in Crack Shuffle play specifically, I think this card is a backbreaker. I think that this card sucks to get resolved against you.
Yeah, you're just like, well, that was everything. And I'm dealing with a 3-for-7. What the heck?
Yeah, so I do want to say that specifically. I think that for like limited purposes, this card hurts.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
But yeah, outside of that, I think there are for sure better options.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about the yellow in this kind of cycle of majestic Evo upgrades?
Yeah, so this one sort of references this one and the next one reference abilities on cards that we've already seen. I don't think the Demolition does, but this one certainly does. It's Pulse Wave Protocol. So this is the yellow. It attacks for 6, costs 3, and blocks for 3. And it also has Evo upgrade, so it sort of works off of how many Evos you have. And this is when this attacks a hero, they reveal X cards from their hand, where X is the number of Evos you have equipped. Choose an action card with defense less than X, add it to the chain link, and then add it to the chain link as a defending card. So pretty similar to Pulse Wave Harpoon. Obviously, Pulse Wave Harpoon is a little bit easier to use as the type of effect that you're looking for with this. It's a 1-for-4 that boosts itself, that works completely without the setup that you would normally need with things that care about Evos. With that being said, this being a 3-for-6 that allows you to potentially snipe something out of their hand. Most of the time, I think you're likely going to be only seeing value off of this if you already have 3 Evos equipped, because it is specifically attack less than X. So you would be able to, once you have 3 Evos equipped, you'd be able to snipe like action cards that have 2 or less block. So it's kind of harder to see to realize the value off of it. But I do still think the effect is good. Certainly not as good as Pulse Wave Harpoon, but also that card is cracked in half. So,
Yeah.
so kind of a tough comparison to make for old Pulse Wave Protocol here. I do think that it's fine. I think that you probably play this as like maybe a one of in the Techno Boston deck. Just as if you draw into it late in the game, it's good. It still blocks for 3 and pitches for 2, so not a bad card to see in the early game by any means. I'm not like super excited about it, especially because of the fact that Pulse Wave Harpoon exists. I would probably put it as like high stale again, because I think I would probably want to try to put 1 in here, but even with that, I think it might take a little bit too much to actually get it off the ground.
Yeah, I think I'm a little bit higher on it. I think this card is good. It's not the best, right? Like you're really only ever really getting the card sometimes if you have 3 Evos, and every single time if you have all 4. But I think if you're on like just the Evo plan, I think this is just worth playing as like a yellow and like a popper and a 6, and like I think it makes the cut. That being said, it's probably like a low fresh because it's sometimes just not going to be the thing that you want. And sure, we could sit here and talk about how good it is once you flip into Levossian all day, but that's just the case for anything like this. So, but yeah, I think I was probably like low fresh, not quite like the high stale, but like definitely in that area. It's not like exciting, but I think it's probably worth it in like the strictly Evo build, where you're not even like boosting a whole lot. But
yeah,
certainly good. And then the last one of this Evo upgrade majestic kind of cycle is a magnetic protocol. Yes, I can read. This is a this is the blue. It costs 3, attacks for 5, and blocks for 3. Has Evo upgrade. The defending hero must defend this with X equipment they control with -1 defense counters if able, where X is the number of Evos you have equipped. So this one's interesting. It's not always going to come up, right? Because sometimes your opponent's just not going to run things that ever get -1 counters. Sometimes they do. I mean, I think more often than not they do. But I think the true power in this card is it's just a pretty good blue, right? And I think that's exactly what it's going to be, a 3 for 5 at blue, where sometimes you're just going to eat some equipment is, I think, very good. I would probably land at like a high fresh here, and I'd be very excited to play with this card. I think it's just a 3 of automatically.
Yeah, for that reason, I'm putting this one in fresh to death in the deck, because the really cool thing about it is if your opponent only has one equipment with a -1 counter on it, this targets that equipment.
Yeah.
Like they can't just put, their Snapdragon scalers under it. They have to block it with that one that they've already blocked with. And like you said, it's just already a good blue. Like you don't want to see this early because your opponent maybe hasn't blocked with their stuff yet, which is fine because you just pitch it, goes to the bottom, you see it in your next cycle. Obviously the value with this can get insane. Like a single one can just blow up your opponent's entire equipment suite. If they have Blade Break or Temper or whatever. Or I guess it would specifically not be Blade Break, it would be Temper. But also it can just make them use them prematurely and give you an edge in sort of the mid to late game. Yeah, I think this is a 3 of in the Levossian deck. This is like the supporting blue that you want because it really does scale really, really well with Evos, but you also don't necessarily even need more than one Evo for this to do what it needs to do. So, yeah, I think this card is really strong. I think it's the strongest of the 3 protocols, and the fact that it's the blue is just the icing on the cake. This card's really good.
yeah. This card is it's just like bread and butter for the deck, I think, and you just like to see it. We do have our first ever of a certain card type that we've ever reviewed. Bill, what's Steel Street Enforcement do?
Steel Street Enforcement, as you mentioned, is the first ever card that we're talking. This is the first time we're talking about this. It is a new card type. Well, I guess we talked about Evos as kind of a new card type. It's more of a new card subtype. This is a new card type. This is a totally different thing. These are block cards. So Steel Street Enforcement is a Mechanologist block card. It pitches for 3. Blocks for 1, which already out the gate you're like, this is specifically a block card that only blocks for 1. What the hell? But this also has Evo upgrade. While this is defending, it gets +X defense, where X is the number of Evos you have equipped. So again, in the best case, this is a block 5.
Yeah,
and just for some relevant context for block cards, I think this is maybe the only block card that we have in this set. A bunch of them were released specifically in... actually, no, I think there are a few more in this set, but most of them were released in...
Round the Table.
Yeah. The Professor/LSS product. But they are basically exactly what they say on the tin. They block. They are not defense reactions. They don't have costs. They don't have attacks. They only block. I am finding it hard to justify this card type currently. Just as a as a sort
Oh,
of blanket statement.
interesting.
Yeah, just because like you can't arsenal these
Hmm.
like basically ever. You just aren't able to use them after that. Like you could put them to the bottom with various effects, specifically like Crown of Providence, but yeah, Steel Street Enforcement specifically though I think is fine, kind of for the reasons that we were just mentioning with like with Magnetic Protocol, where it's a blue that doesn't really do anything in the early game and scales up in the late game to be better. It is also still just a mechanologist card, so you don't run into the issue of having either sideboard cards or anything that end up screwing you on boost because they're generics that you're just putting in the deck. So I do kind of like Steel Street Enforcement in that sort of supporting card role, probably like sideboard against aggressive decks, but yeah, I don't know. I'm just not personally sold on block cards. That could change. You usually are able to sort of breathe a new life into, or like a new perspective into things that might make me change my mind. But I just haven't heard anything about these yet that have made me do so. So, um, yeah, for Steel Street Enforcement, I do think it's like I said, I think it's fine. But it's like a solid fine. It is
Okay.
like maybe low, like high stale. It just feels weird. Probably as a sideboard card, it's a little bit higher than that, like probably low fresh. But I'm still very hesitant. So please enlighten me, Senor Fresh.
Well, okay, I can definitely side with you on your ideas with like block as a concept and a card, right? It's very risky, right? You don't want
Hmm.
to get you like you said, you don't want to get stuck with them in your arsenal or anything like that. And you also don't want to like telegraph you to your opponent when you're like, I'm not going to arsenal this turn. They're like, oh,
Yeah.
it's got something that's that can't be played from there. Um, but that being said, I think Steel Street Enforcement is an excellent card, and there's multiple reasons why. The first is well the stats, right? In Techno Boston, this is this is probably often blocking for 4 and then 5. When you're trying to close out the game, and that giving
Hmm.
yourself basically a carrying husk in hand is basically a way for you to pivot into the end of the game.
Hmm.
Another reason why I like this card so much, it's a blue, and we know that the Annihilator engine, the tanks want to be played for 3 typically. The activated ability of Teklevossen is 3. It's really like kind of all bread and butter there, and there's a cost to it, and I don't even know if you board it out against Wizard. I think you're screwed against Wizard anyway. So I think this one specifically, I would agree with you that blocks in general, like they're really gonna have to do something at this level for me to even consider playing them. But I actually think this
Hmm.
is like a high fresh. I think this card really because you're in Teklevossen you're setting up, right,
Hmm.
and you can't take too much damage or else like all the setup will be for naught. And I think Steel Street Enforcement is something that will help you in the setup process. Whether it's paying for the steel souls or end up blocking for 5 late in the game. I think there's a lot going on with this, as much of it's just stats on a card. I think it is.
Yeah.
I think it's high fresh, to be honest. I don't know if that changed your mind on it, but I could see where this fits into the deck.
Hmm. And yeah, like it does, like I say, it makes sense as like a supporting card for sure. Um, and yeah, being blue does definitely help it.
Mm-hmm.
So, um, yeah, I do respect your opinion as
Yeah,
well as
yeah, yeah,
always.
yeah. Well, it's tough. Like I think the cost is real with these block cards because like that's all they do. And like, sure, you could say that about defense reactions, but you could play them from your arsenal. So
Mm,
it's
hmm.
it's it's but also something else that is quite good, and obviously will only come up in like certain matchups. You can block with this in tandem with an action card against overpower, which is
Yes.
which is which is quite good. So I don't know. I'm high fresh
Yeah.
on it. I don't know if I brought you up at all, but I wouldn't blame you for sticking to your guns because we haven't really seen it in practice, really. But
Hmm.
you know, I think it's the aggro deck's worst nightmare. That's for
Yeah,
sure.
definitely. Like you say, like equating it to a carrion husk does kind of put it into perspective. Like blocking for 5 on a single card. Um, yeah, like that's a big value proposition.
Yeah, yeah, and it's also, not to like harp for another like benefit of these block cards that is better than defense reactions is they don't have a cost. You just block with them, so nothing can.
Hmm.
I don't think there's anything that can make it. Maybe there's something that says like each card that you block with costs 1, but I don't know if there is. But like it's immune to like frostbites or whatever, which is
Yeah,
which is
it's
nice.
immune to like yeah, or like uh what's the other Heart of Ice?
Oh yeah, yeah, Heart of Ice, yeah.
Technically, yeah, yeah,
So I don't know. Hey, hey, we'll see how it goes.
yeah.
All right, next we have our first kind of like rainbow set of something. This is the rare. This is heavy artillery. The red is a 6 attack, 3 block, and it costs 3. And then it goes down in attack per rainbow. So yellow coming for 5, blue coming for 4. It has Evo upgrade. The defending hero can't defend this attack or defend this with attack action cards with costs less than X, where X is the number of Evos you control. So if I'm reading this correctly, I think this is very hard to block late in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I would if so. That being said, I kind of like this card. I wouldn't run a lot of them. It's a
Hmm.
really good finisher. Like even at rare, I feel like. Um, but maybe I'm missing something. But that feels like if you have 3, I mean, I guess like Guardian has no problem with this, but like most decks aren't running a lot of 3 and 4 costs, right?
Yeah,
Well, I
like
guess it would have to be
it
only 3 costs, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, even I'm thinking about this specifically in the context of like against like probably Fi. I think this feels so bad to stare down if you're playing Fi. Because like they already don't want to block that much, but if you get into a late game position where you've whittled them down already, and you even come in with like the blue, and it's like, hey, you can't block this with your 1 or 0 cost attack, or your 1 or 0 cost attacks. Um, and like this is coming in for 4. You've already used a bunch of your resources. You need some of your non-attack actions to even survive, but like you have to block with them. Like it feels pretty bad for them. I definitely like the idea behind it. Because yeah, I mean, cost less than X. A lot of decks play 0 and 1 cost attacks, so you're starting to get value off of these even with only 2 evos equipped. In like those sorts of aggressive matchups. So yeah, I don't find myself hating this card. I think in terms of like an Evo upgrade card, this is pretty par for the course in what you should probably expect. Um, so yeah, I like these. I think they're a good supporting attack card for the deck. Um, and yeah,
Yeah.
but it's probably solid fresh in some capacity. I think that in theory, I like the blues, even though they attack for 4. Like the fact that you're basically pulling your opponent off of being able to block them with an entire type of cards at some point in the game. 4 still feels impactful, and it's useful in the early game too as a blue. So
Yeah, yeah.
um, yeah.
I think I'm with you there. I probably like a low fresh. The blue seems like they're gonna want the blues, and then the red maybe as like a kind of a finisher. Techno Boston does seem like something you kind of set up for things rather than like the other mechs that are boosting a lot more. So
Mhm.
I don't hate it, but it's a matter of will it find a spot? I think the blues might. Um, the next card is Liquid Cooled Mayhem, if you want to read that one.
Yeah. So Liquid Cooled Mayhem is like I was gonna say very similar. It's actually like just different enough that I should go over it anyway. So they are a set of rainbows for rare mechanologist attacks. The red attacks for 6, and then for 5, 4 for the yellow and blue. They cost 4, and they also have Evo upgrade, which allows them to cost 1 less to play for each Evo you have equipped. So that would mean that the red, if you have 4 Evos, costs 0. It's a 0 cost 6. And honestly, if you're looking at just sort of value, like Command and Conquer is a 2 for 6 that blocks for 3. That's like not a bad breakpoint to be. So I think for these to be like good, you probably have to look at them for like under the lens of you having 2 Evos. But like as soon as you get the 3rd Evo, that's a great rate. Like a 1 for 6 that blocks for 3 is awesome. Even the blue in that case, like just being a 1 for 4 or a 0 for 4, that again is a mechanologist card, blocks for 3, gains sort of value from the rest of those. I think that they're good. I think the one that I would want to play if I was playing this is probably the red in this case, just because it's big, and like I said, as soon as you hit 1 for 6, that's an incredible break point. 0 for 6 is just crazy good. So
with Go Again when you're flipped.
With Go Again when you're, and he also costs, he also makes it cost 0, just base. So it's a 0 for 6 with Go Again. Unreal. Again, like there are so many situations that we're looking at where you're Mech Levossian, and it's like, well, if you're Mech Levossian, this card's crazy.
You win the game
Good.
more.
Yeah, but honestly, good. Like if these cards became worse when you were Mech Levossian, that would feel really bad. So. Yeah, I don't know. I do like the reds just as like an attack card in the deck. So I think like I'm pretty fresh on those. Probably like closer to low fresh for the other colors. But yeah, I don't know. I like it as just Evo upgrade support. Again, as soon as you hit 1 for 6, it can't be understated. Like that's a good rate.
Oh yeah, I'm right there with you. I think it's it's just at some point at late game it's going to be so good, and I actually like the blues. I think this deck really wants blues, and hell, a 0 for 4 at blue seems still pretty good, and I like this card. I think it's super solid. Nothing flashy, but it's just good. I would say like a low fresh. I think maybe to high or to mid fresh. But super exciting. These Evo upgrades are really cool. Next we have Mechanical Strength, which is another rare cycle of rainbow attack actions. This is Mechanologist attack action. At the red, it costs 3 and attacks for 5 and blocks for 3. It gets plus X because it has Evo upgrade, where X is the number of Evos you have equipped. So at most, this could be a 3 for 9, which is pretty good, right? That's pretty awesome. I think yet again the blues feel very good at like a 3 for 6 or even a 3 for 7. Even a 3 for 5 isn't the worst at blue. So it's so weird. I think these Evo upgrades I think are really gonna live as like the blue kind of resource system in the deck, where later in the game after you've like paid for all this stuff and built up your Evos, you start getting like a lot of great value out of your blues, which is not true for a lot of decks. So I actually like the blue on Mechanical Strength, like a very solid fresh.
Yeah, I think this probably sees play as like a 3 of in blue in the deck, because like you say, like even if you're not looking at the Evo Steel Soul line, which are obviously the most expensive, but also I think the strongest of the Evos, like even the ones that we were looking at, other than that, like the ones that aren't instants cost 3 and 2. And like if you're wanting to play them from Banish or as an instant, I guess from Banish it doesn't cost more, but as an instant it still costs 3. I think just at its core, Tech Levossian is going to be a very blue heavy deck. Just feels like you just need that many resources. So having things that can sort of turn the corner and switch into a different style is going to be really important. And I think Mechanical Strength blue fits right in there. like even comparing it to something like heavy artillery, you only need 2 Evos equipped for it to be better than that, and it still being a blue. And then, like you say, anything past that is just you're hitting past that breakpoint. You can potentially have this be a 3 for 7 that initially was a blue. Like it can pull double duty that way. Um, yeah, I think as a resource and block card, blue mechanical strength is fantastic. Probably high fresh, maybe even low fresh to death, because I do consider this to be just like probably like the 3 of blue that you just slap in there as soon as you're done looking at the Majestics. Um, but yeah, I really like it. I think the red and the yellow probably leave a little bit to be desired, because they are just big punch, really. I think the blue is right where you want to be, though. I really, really like it.
No, absolutely. But you know what grinds my gears, Bill? This next card. Can you tell us what it is?
Absolutely. So this one is called Grinding Gears. This is very similar to, if anybody's a Magic player in the audience, Millstone. This will feel very familiar to you if you've played that sort of strategy or know what that card does. But if you don't, here's what this card does. So this is another mechanology. This is actually, I think, the first item that we're going to be talking about so far. There are lots of items in this set. Like I said earlier, there are 30, I believe they said. So we're going to be talking about them a lot. And at their core, items do not block. So we'll just get that out of the way right up front. Grinding Gears is a blue item, so it pitches for 3 and costs 0. It also has Crank, which we'll go over again just to make sure that people know, but I think we'll probably cut that for time at some point because a lot of these have Crank.
Yeah.
So as this enters the arena, you may remove a steam counter from it, and if you do, you get an action point. That's what Crank does. This enters the arena with a steam counter, which allows you to crank it. At the start of your turn, destroy this unless you remove a steam counter from it. A lot of these items also have this clause, and essentially what it allows you to do is you can get the action point now and the item sticks around for 1 fewer turns, or you can keep the steam counter on it, not get the action point now, but then it sticks around until your next turn at least. So you can kind of get a little bit more extended value by, not getting it now, getting it later sort of deal. And then the only other effect that this has, which is a very simple effect, but I think is actually quite impactful, is for an action, pay 0, target hero destroys the top card of their deck. And the way that I've been contextualizing this, and I think a really clean way to look at it, is this card directly allows you to pay action points to destroy the top card of your opponent's deck. And I think that honestly, I think this card is really good in Max. Because I think that with the way that deck operates, it will be, like I kind of said, very easy to amass one type of resource, whether that's capital R resources or items in play or action points. I feel like you're going to be able to probably do like one of those really, really well, maybe a second one decently well, but like I feel like there are some turns in Max that allow you to get like 5, 6, 7 action points. It sounds like a lot, but there are supporting cards that are coming up that will really showcase that. But especially in Blitz, if you get this like late game and get 5 action points, like you have just accelerated the game to fatigue so fast.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that you can play 2 of these is even better. I love this card. It's also a blue. We've been talking about how good blues are.
Yeah.
It also has Crank inherently. Like in Max, I think this card is crazy. I think this card just goes into the deck regardless of what strategy you're going for. I don't know. I really, really like it. I'm very high on it. It was my top 5. It was one of my top 5 cards. So yeah, for Max, I think this is fresh to death. I also just love the design. I think it's really cool.
So it's interesting. I think this card is also fresh to death, but my eyes are on -IO with this card, right? Because you can obviously play this out and crank it normally, but -IO allows you to amass a lot more action points off the top of your deck, right? And then you get to just do this as well. I think both Max and Dash could do it. And for that reason, I think it's just like such a great card. And, and it's worth noting, it's like milling in Flesh and Blood is not something we really see a lot of, unless it's self-mill, your chain or whatever. But like, it's pretty impactful, right? If you're going to try to fatigue your opponent. And like every card matters, like that you have in your deck. So it's like this is just you're just churning through the good stuff, especially early game if you can pull this off because they haven't been pitching their blues. You're getting reds off the top. Yeah, this card's like crazy cool. I mean, it's a build around. I think it's fresh to death build around. I think we gotta say that because you can't just throw this in there and expect it like just being able to do this once or twice is not cutting it, right? You wanna have a huge turn with it, which is definitely possible with all the crank going on. But
absolutely.
But the next card we have here is Prismatic Lens. This is yet another item at Majestic. It's yellow, costs 1, obviously no block. It has crank. This enters the arena with the steam counter at the start of your turn. Destroy this unless you remove a steam counter from it. Once per turn instant. 0. Reveal the top card of your deck. Put a Mechanologist item of the same color from your banish zone on top of your deck. Very, very interesting. So you can reclaim your card, like items that you boosted away, which is neat. Has crank itself. It can be played off the top by dash. This seems good. Like I guess like if you want to combo off, I think this is like what you need, right? And other than that, it's a little too dirtily in my opinion. But it seems like you can kind of fix your deck up the way you want it to go. But I guess for that it'd be like a build around fresh, unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, I think about the same. The fact that it goes to the top of your deck is kind of like it allows you to get items back that could be really important. Obviously, like we were just saying, if you're building around grinding gears and you accidentally boost it away, you're going to want to get the grinding gears back. You could also get, some other, we're going to be seeing a lot of different items. So you're going to have a lot of spread in terms of items as well. If you're wanting to play mostly blue items, then Prismatic Lens will allow you to get some of them back. It is a little bit of a weird sort of effect that it allows you to have access to. But I certainly don't think it's bad, especially regaining resources back from the banish zone is something that we've already seen previously is like good. Things that were previously completely removed are now back in play. And yeah, so I do think that it's probably fresh as well. It is sort of, it feels like it's more towards either like a mid-range or like a combo control strategy. You're probably going to want to do this in longer games so that you can probably get the maximum amount of value out of it, which I believe is 3 cards if you don't crank it. And there are things that allow you to put steam counters back on things, so that could help. But yeah, I think it's definitely an interesting card. Although I think the next one is stronger.
Oh yeah. Do you want to talk about? Well, probably in the running for the best art in the set.
Oh,
Quantum processor.
Like Quantum processor. Yeah. First of all, the art is insane. But also I think this card is just crazy. So this is another item. It has crank. It pitches for yellow, so for 2, and costs 1. It has the same clause, enters with a steam counter at the start of your turn, destroy it unless you remove a steam counter from it. But its main effect is once per turn instant, pay 0. Put a Mechanologist item with cost 0 or 1 from your hand into the arena. So the amount of flexibility that this card provides decks that want to play a bunch of these, especially the new items, like something like Data Doll even, or honestly, I see this card really hitting its stride in Max, because I feel like you're going to want at least the 9 hyperdrivers. There are other items that I think will go into the deck as well. But if you put this into play and you don't crank it, you can use its instant ability to put a 0 or 1 cost item with crank into play, and then use that to get your action point back, which keeps the steam counter on it so that it sticks around for another turn cycle. You can also activate this on your opponent's turn to put more items into play. Like, this turbos out items. It's actually kind of crazy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
um,
You crank them out.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, you just crank out items. So yeah, if you're playing like a very item heavy strategy, especially again the new items, this card is like the most insane enabler that I think you can get for that deck. So for item heavy strategies, fresh to death, card's crazy. Card's also really good in Data Doll, because if you boost into this, then you can immediately use its effect to get something out of your admittedly very small hand, but you can still do that and not totally mess up your turn.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I think this card's crazy. What do you think, though?
Oh well, I'm right there with you. This is a fresh to death, no doubt. But this in I think this is probably the it goes into every version of Dash IO, right? Whether it's the grinding gears or something else that we haven't even really seen. To be able to play this off the top of your deck and then get it, stuff into from your hand, like the turn it comes in, which is pretty insane, and then be able to do it on your opponent's turn, like, and then hopefully you can get some more steam counters on it and just let it ride.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty insane. I mean, you nailed all of it there. This card's awesome, from the art to the effect to just everything going on. Just so cool. It could be, I don't want to jinx it, but it could be my favorite card in the set, just based on like it's just the potential of it is so high.
Yeah, every part of it is awesome.
Yeah. Next card is Stasis Cell, another majestic item here. It's a blue, cost 0. When this enters or leaves the arena, activated abilities of target equipment can't be activated until the end of its controller's next turn. And it has an action. Put this on the bottom of its owner's deck. Choose an equipment. It can't defend this turn. Go again. This card is pretty cool. I think there's a lot. I mean, first of all, it's a blue, right? So at the base, it's a good resource card. But if you can get it out into the arena, it's not like you have a time limit on when it's going to be. It doesn't have steam counters. You can kind of control the game. Now, there's going to be certain decks that it's not that great, but not even really, because even the action of not being able to defend is pretty good, right? Like, sure, some heroes aren't going to have equipment that have activated abilities, but they're always, if they don't have that, they'll have something that blocks. So I think it's pretty good, to be honest. I think I'm willing to risk saying it's fresh to death. Like, it's a really powerful effect, and it can end up being very like frustrating, I think. So, but also, it doesn't have go again on its own. The action does. So you have to probably Dash IO have to like instant it out.
Yeah, I think this card is really disruptive. Like, people love activated abilities on their equipment because a lot of the activated abilities are just really strong. And this just prevents that. Like, especially, with Dash IO, if you're able to like flash this in just before your opponent's about to do something, like, oh, how frustrating would it be if you were playing like, Sonata Viscerai, which isn't a deck anymore, but this is just, I'm thinking of the worst possible scenario. You're playing like Sonata Viscerai, and you play your Read the Runes, and you have another action point that's coming up, and in response to that, your Dash IO opponent goes, oh, Stasis Cell, target your Bloodsheath Skeleta, and you're just like, oh my god.
Yeah.
That is obviously the like a theoretical now at this point too, although not really with Living Legend. At some point it will be a relevant thing again, but yeah, like late game, this being something that just says you can't block with the thing that you've been keeping around this whole time to just push through damage. The fact that it enters or leaves, you get this effect twice per Stasis Cell. It like you're saying, it just gives you so much like particular control over what your opponents are doing with their equipment, and that's really cool. This type of effect is I think, going to see an impact. I think it is just a very strong effect for this game to have. And again, the fact that it's enters or leaves, and also until the end of its controller's next turn, that's such a long time too.
Yeah.
Yeah, this card's great.
Yeah. It's going to be annoying,
So,
and there's ways to play around, especially with the instant activated abilities, but it doesn't even matter. Like, I mean, sure, you even think about this. You just play this out in your main phase when your opponent, your opponent's about to hit their third tunic trigger the
Tunic
following
trigger,
turn,
yep.
and you're just like, oh, well, they're not going to be able to get the resource that turn, which is pretty good now.
You could take them off of it for 2 consecutive turns too. Like, that's nuts.
Oh yeah, which is awesome.
Yeah.
What does TikTok clock do?
So other than having a delightful name, TikTok clock is another item. It has crank. It has the enters with a steam counter. Costs 0 and pitches for red. It has a slightly modified steam counter clause. At the start of your turn, destroy this, and it deals 1 damage to you unless you remove a steam counter from it. So if you let it stick around without activating its ability, you end up just taking a damage. But to offset that, it also reads, when a mechanologist attack action card you control hits a hero, you destroy this and up to 2 other items in the arena, then deal X damage to them, where X is the number of items destroyed this way. So this, especially in the mirror match, like against other mechanologists that care about items, this is backbreaking. This sucks. Like, this hurts. You destroy 2 of their impactful equipments and deal a total of 3 damage to them, like just for free off this thing. Like, this is another one of those cards, similar to that one. Was it the Majestic that we were looking at, where I was like, in crack shuffle play, this thing hurts.
Oh yeah,
TikTok clock hurts in crack shuffle play. So yeah, like, I think this is definitely like a sideboard card, obviously, because it cares specifically about items. You probably don't want to destroy your own items for just 1 damage each, sort of thing. But in sideboard matchups, I think this card's amazing. In the mirror matches, like I'm saying, I think that this is like probably sideboard high fresh, low, nah, fresh to death. If you resolve this ability against another mechanologist, I believe they cry on the spot.
Oh yeah. I mean, this is pretty insane. I mean, maybe Techno Boston doesn't care, but like this against relevant mechanologists is so good. And I would say sideboard fresh to death as well. That's it for the Majestic items, but we are at Fuel Injector, which is a blue rare, cost 0. It's an item. Has instant, put this on the bottom of its owner's deck, gain 1 resource. Clean design. I like it. I think it's good. I think Dash.io is going to make the best work out of it, because to be able to get it out at instant speed, because you don't get your action point back here. But I think it's totally fine. Repeatable action, or not action point, resource generation is good, and I think it's going to be good enough in Dash.io, but I don't think in anything else. But like, I think in Dash.io, I feel like it's like a low fresh, because pop this out and then you can use it to play another 0 cost off the top of your deck, which it seems clean. It looks like it's totally made for that. So that's what I would guess. So I would say low fresh.
Yeah, I think I'm right there with you. Like, it's a relatively, like, as you say, it's pretty simple. I do think for this deck specifically, it would be it's better than like an energy potion, because it specifically goes back into the deck, and it's a mechanologist item, so you can actually flash it out on from the top of your deck with Dash.io. I like it. I really do. It's also a blue, which, as we've mentioned previously, I think these mechanologist decks are going to care quite a bit about having supporting blues. And I don't necessarily think there's anything wrong with this one. So yeah, like, probably mid to high fresh. I like the fact that it's specifically an instant and not an action with go again. That makes it a lot more flexible too.
Yeah, and like the flavor too. Your fuel injector.
Yeah.
Just like
You're just getting a shot.
yeah, just like the next one, which is Medkit. What does that do?
Yeah. So Medkit is another item. It's a blue, cost 0. Still mechanologist, and it has action. Put this on the bottom of its owner's deck. Gain 2 health. So this is actually kind of interesting. This is repeatable, easily accessible health gain in mechanologist. Obviously, it's not the most impactful thing that you want to be doing in the deck, but like if there's a I hate to say it, but if there's like an actual like competitive control strategy with Dash IO, this could give you such insane like just uh, the ability to stabilize in the late game, potentially. Like you're doing a couple of things, but you're also putting these out like on your opponent's turn, or just doing some stuff and then playing these out, putting them back in the deck and then flashing them back out. Like that could be pretty miserable to play against. So, yeah, this one, complete opposite of fuel injector. I'm glad that this one's an action and not an instant.
Oh
Yeah, I don't want this card to be good, and I also don't necessarily think that it is, and I'm pretty scared for somebody to prove me wrong on that, because that it demonstrates and sort of lends itself to a style of control that I don't think Flesh and Blood is ready for currently.
yeah.
So, yeah, I want to say like low fresh. I still think that this is okay in Dash IO. At the base, it's a blue. It goes back into the deck, and I like life gain personally.
Yeah, I think it. Yeah, I'm with you. I hope it's not good. I think this is a nice one of in Dash IO. If I were to just guess, right? Like you don't want to clog your deck up with this card, right? You only ever need the one. But even then, I would say maybe high stale. It takes a lot. Like sure, you can pump it out with quantum processor. You can't crank this or anything like that. But 2 life could be worth looking at, especially since you start at 36. But other than that, I don't think it's going to see much play in anything else. But we have the third in this kind of cycle of throw it on the bottom of your deck here with Steam Canister, another flavor win here. Blue, cost 0. Instant, put this on the bottom of its owner's deck. Put a Steam counter on an item you control with Crank. Pretty simple here. I actually think this might be the best one. Because I think a lot of these items are going to want to replenish their Steam counters. We already saw it. I mean, hell, you throw this on a quantum processor, you're off to the races. You can throw this out with quantum processor, then instant it to put the Steam counter on right away. And for that reason, I think this is a solid fresh. I wouldn't venture to say it's fresh to death or anything like that, because you need the support around it for it to even be good. But I think this card is good though, very good.
Yeah, it's like we are just getting into like an entire wall of items that have Steam counters and cranks. So if you want that support, and the way that these sort of translate as well, like even if you're just putting a Steam counter on quantum processor, that results in 1 full turn cycle extra and 2 activations potentially extra off of 1 Steam counter, because the math is just kind of wild. But yeah, I like Steam Canister as well. I do think that it's solid fresh too. This probably feels like one you would probably want like 2 of. It feels like it'll be likely relevant at all times, but getting a bunch of these is probably going to feel pretty bad. So yeah, I think like a very solid 2 of, if I had to venture a guess. Again, just it being a blue is just good. Blues are good. Play blues.
Blues are good. Resources, we like resources here. What does Polarity Reversal Script do?
So this is an interesting one. It is in a cycle of scripts. This is the red one. It costs 1 and has crank. It has the standard crank sort of text of enters with a steam counter at the start of your turn. Destroy it unless you remove a steam counter. And its effect is action cards get -1 defense while defending your Mechanologist attack action cards. So in a weird way, this is a buff. Like it buffs your Mechanologist attack action cards while they're being defended by attacks. It's weird. As kind of a spoiler, the next one just is that. So I don't know if I'm missing something specific about like nerfing your opponent's attack action card defenses. It's strange. I think that I like the next one more, but since we're talking about this one, like Dale, it is a buff though. So like, and I do like buffs. So it's just a weird one. In the context that I currently have, it's a weird one.
Okay. Yeah. So I think it's good, certainly, and I think it's at its best when it's being flashed in from the top of your deck, right? Much like probably the next one. I can't see the next one from where I'm looking, but it's nice that it kind of stacks. Each action card that they do defend with is going to get the -1. So basically, that's buffing it by 2 or 3 or whatever. So it is a pretty good buff. Yeah, I don't know. I think I like it. It's pretty narrow, I think, and it's going to be so hard. Like I don't even want to think about building -IO because I don't know how to balance attacks and items and like whatever the hell you're supposed to do. It's very, very confusing, but I imagine it's like a high stale ish.
Yeah, you do make a good point too of it essentially stacking. The thing that is just kind of weird about it is it's only on if they block with attack actions. So
it's
like
just action cards, actually.
Oh, it is just action cards. Okay, then that's okay. So I was misreading it. That is my bad. It is slightly better than what I was looking at previously, but I still think I just like the next one more, which you can lead straight into it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, make it make sense.
I don't know if I like the name of it. It makes me feel weird, but it's called Penetration Script. It's
good old penetration script.
It's the old penetration. It's a yellow. It costs 1. Enters the arena with a steam counter. It's got crank, and you destroy it unless you remove a steam counter from it at the beginning of your turn. And it is what we were just saying. Mechanologist attack action cards get +1. Yeah, it's a straight up buff for a turn or two, depending on how you play it, and you can also flash it in with -IO as like a nice little combat trick, which is cool, and it will still work with everything else that you're doing. Still, like the balance of this deck is I'm still very iffy on. Like I don't know how it's going to work because sure you can look at it whenever, and then this will cost 2. I don't know, but. It's I would rate it probably the same as Polarity Reversal Script because it is I don't know, like a high stale. Like I don't think this is the best card you're gonna be playing, but there's certainly use cases for it.
Yeah, like it is weird, especially considering the previous one. Obviously, with the knowledge that I have now, that it is just action cards for Polarity Reversal. Like this one is not as good in the situations where they block with multiple cards, but like Polarity Reversal also doesn't do anything against equipment, whereas this one does. And it's a yellow, so it pitches better in the early game. So I think they're still in the same tier. Like I'm right there with you there, but it's like very slightly above. It's like one slot in the tier above Polarity Reversal Script. I'm being so granular with this now. But yeah, also for the name, rotten, low rotten.
I don't like that one. It makes me.
I don't like it.
I don't like it at all. And then finally, to kind of circle up this cycle right here, it's the blue one. It's Security Script, costs 1. Crank enters the arena with a steam counter. Yada yada yada. Your Mechanologist attack action cards get +1 defense. Now, I like this one a decent amount at instant speed especially. Making your 3 blocks, 4 blocks feels so good. If you're on that plan, I think this one, people are almost always attacking, and I feel like this one is something that is a little bit better. I wouldn't say crazy better. Like those were like high stales. This might be a low fresh. But that's where I'm at with it. It's just like pretty simple card, but in Dash.io, I think you can do some really cool stuff with this stuff, with these items. But yeah, that's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, I think this works pretty well in a Dash.io deck. Again, you're going to be so resource hungry. So this being a blue is good. It also lends itself to a slower strategy, where you are going to be blocking. Initially, my first like feral instinct when I saw this was like, I don't know if +1 block is even that good. And then I remembered that embodiment of Earth tokens are broken, and this is kind of just that, and also a blue. So yeah, in a slower build of like Dash.io, I think this is a great blue actually. Yeah, like probably low fresh, mid fresh even if I'm like really pushing it. But I mean, you're gonna want to play items. You're gonna want to play blues because of the tax that you have for playing off the top of your deck. And yeah, this can potentially gain you like probably a decent amount of life, like 2 or 3 at probably the bare minimum.
Yeah, and if you don't crank it, you get 2 turns with it, so that's pretty cool. But I don't know. It'd be interesting to see all this stuff in practice, like Dash.io. I'm very on the fence of like, is it gonna be good? Like jamming your deck full of no blocks is scary. It really is. So it should be interesting. But like, there's really cool things you can do. So next we have they're basically a cycle. So it's like it comes in the rainbow colors, but each one has something happening for the color that it is. So these are the backup protocols. I have the red one up right now. It costs 0. It has crank, and it has the enters the arena with the steam counter to start, return, destroy. Unless you remove a steam counter, they all have this text, and they all have similar text on the effect, which is instant, pay 2, destroy this, return a red or yellow or blue based on which one of these you're playing, mechanologist attack action card from your graveyard to your hand. So you have some recursion here. Costs 0. You can crank it. I think that they are somewhat decent. Feels more like a limited card. Paying 2 to get something back could be tough. I'm trying to see like the real potential here. I could be missing it, but I think I'm like a low stale, very low stale.
Yeah, I think these are probably just limited fodder. Unless I'm missing something too. Like it's pretty narrow what you can get back even. The fact that it's restricted to the color that the item is, and that it's specifically an attack action card. Like there's like if it was just a mechanologist card, then I could definitely see it, especially at 2 resources plus kind of an action point. Obviously crank kind of messes with that math a little bit, but I don't know, these feel very narrow. I don't think that these are really something that are going to see anything in constructed. So yeah, I think I'm low stale, maybe even high rotten, maybe even just rotten. I don't know. I like recursion is good, but these are very, like, the use cases are slim. I guess they get better as you get into the late game, but even then, I'm just not sure that you want to necessarily do this for the amount of resources it is.
Just thinking about it real quick, actually, the blue one, you pay 2 to get 3 resources. It is ramp in a way, correct? So
yeah, I guess, because you would pay 2 to get a blue back. You can pitch that. It gains you a resource.
Maybe the blue's serviceable. Like it's weird.
That's so random.
Yeah, I know, right? Like I don't even know if I want to play it in like Dash.io. I almost like look at this. I'm like, what if you play this in like Techno Boston, right?
Yeah.
And you play this out, you crank it, and then you immediately pitch a blue into the instant part, and then go get a blue from your graveyard, and then you have 4 resources for Steel Soul.
Yeah, and I mean, like we were saying, you play like the blue mechanical strength as a 3 of, and that's a blue mechanologist attack action. Did you just crack it?
I don't know if I cracked it, but that seems like actually not the worst thing.
Yeah, you use it as a resource card.
So maybe the blue is like a high stale, maybe bordering low fresh. I'm not sure, but
you know what? I'm in.
It's kind of it's kind of neat, to be honest. But do you want to talk about the best card in the set next?
Oh hell yeah, brother! We got Boom Grenade on deck.
Yeah.
So this one is I'm gonna say that like we have a bunch of these coming up soon. All of the items that have crank also come with the enters with a steam counter at the start of your turn, destroyed unless you remove. That's crank packaged up. So Boom Grenade is an item that comes in all 3 colors, costs 0, and it has when a mechanologist attack action card you control hits a hero, destroy this and deal 4, 3, or 2 damage to them. Something that I probably could have mentioned with some of the other items, but these were the ones, these and Hadron Collider, which is coming up in a little bit here, are the ones that sort of this use case was brought to my attention with them. If you get these off of Spark of Genius, it allows you to crank them as they come into play off of the Spark of Genius, and then you can get the action point back and then continue attacking somebody and potentially getting this effect off. So it being like a searchable +4 basically is like pretty cool. I do like Boom Grenade. I also like the fact that it's just called Boom Grenade.
Yeah.
Like you were saying, best card in the set. But yeah, I really like the reds just as like a super aggressive, like you can get this for free off of Spark of Genius, which is definitely nothing to sneeze at here. Yeah, I really like the reds. The others are less impactful. The blue only does 2 damage, which I mean still isn't nothing. It is still 2 free damage. Well, free, but off of this use case, I think that it does work like that. Yeah, I love the reds. They're a really aggressive card. Yeah, and I think there's a little guy potentially riding on. No, maybe not. It kind of looks like there's a little guy riding on top.
Could you imagine?
It's probably not it. That'd be really funny.
The aspect ratio we didn't even get. It's like actually huge or something like that.
Yeah. I don't know. I like this. Probably like at worst low fresh for the red. It is a very aggressive card.
I think it's very aggressive. So I maybe I'm a little. Maybe I think too much about like how the potential with this card, but like I'm really high on this card because in Dash.io, and this is just Dash.io, I think you could play this in any mechanologist deck and it would work. Dash.io, you can attack with something so who cares? I don't care if this hits. A 0 for 60 for 3, the yellow 0 for 60 or whatever, and they're just like whatever, no blocks, instant speed, boom grenade, boom grenade, boom grenade, and like
boom grenade.
Boom grenade. Like I think that's like so powerful and so hard to prevent unless you're running like Oasis Respite or something like that. So I'm like super high on this card. I wouldn't say fresh to death, but I'm like a very high fresh. I think this card is pretty insane.
I respect it. I absolutely respect it. Yeah. Again, like dealing 4 damage on top of whatever you're doing. Like I was saying, the utility with Spark of Genius to me is just crazy. Like you boost once with something like you're saying a 0 to 60, and then you play the Spark of Genius for 0, get a boom grenade, crank it, draw a card, and you have your action point. Like
super
oh
insane.
my god.
Yeah. It's super cool, man. Who knows? But like I feel like this game this card will close out a decent amount of games in the near future.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
and like you're saying, you can attack with just a dinky, stupid attack. Like even like a blue 0 to 60. Like, this is coming in for 2. Do you want to block it with a full card so that you don't take 6?
Yeah. And in Blitz, this is 20% of their life
Mhm.
that you're looking at, which is pretty crazy, but super cool
Yeah.
card. I'm excited to see it in practice. Next we have Dissolving Shield, another item. It comes in all 3 colors. Costs 0, has the crank ability, but this one comes in with 3 steam counters instead of 1, and it has instant. Remove a steam counter from this. Prevent the next 1 damage that would be dealt to you this turn. If it has no steam counters, destroy it. So the red, you gotta have like a pseudo block 3 over a couple turns. Takes care of some break points. I don't hate it. I think, like we saw with the one blue that buffs up your attack action's defense. This is kind of in the realm of that kind of grindier version of Dash IO. And you can instant it out and you can also crank if you really need to. I think the flexibility here is pretty good. You kind of get like a little bit of an equipment on an item, which is neat, and it prevents it. It doesn't block it, which is nice. So it could even hit like a rune chant or something like that.
Yeah.
But I like this card. I would say like a high stale, maybe. I don't think it's like setting the world on fire, but it certainly has its uses.
Yeah, like it's the fact that it's just prevent the next one and not like prevent the next one arcane or something. Like, it's not that narrow is really nice. Like, this can potentially protect you from a steel blade shunt or like a reckless swing or something like that. And yeah, being able to instant it out is pretty good. The thing that I like actually is that it's not a once per turn instant. So if you wanted to just blow all the steam counters to block 3 all in one go, then you can. Also, this functions really nicely by like when you're putting more steam counters on things. It can sort of continue to block even if it's just the extra 1 on top, like you're saying, for breakpoints. It could be pretty good, but yeah, it's not like the most important card in the deck. It's probably not even in the top like 20 most important cards in the deck, but I could see it being used. I could see it being useful in some capacity. So yeah, like right around stale. I do like the design quite a bit though. It just kind of looks cool.
Yeah, it's really neat. What is Hadron Collider? I'll keep on saying
Hadron.
Hedron, but that's from a different game.
That one's Magic the Gathering.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Hadron Collider. So this is the other one that I was sort of thinking in the same camp as Boom Grenade, as like a really good card to get off of Spark of Genius in an aggressive deck. So this one has Crank. It has the Crank clause. It enters with 4, 3, and 2 steam counters across the 3 colors. And then it also reads, when you boost an attack, destroy this. If you do, the attack gets plus X, where X is the number of steam counters on this. So like, again, for example, you get this off of a Spark of Genius. You take the counter off of the red one to give yourself another action point, and then you boost. You break this, and it immediately gets +3, which is like a Razor Reflex that you were able to tutor from your deck, kind of. Like, I really like it and Boom Grenade for the same sort of very aggressive style of play. And I think they both do it pretty well. The fact that Hadron Collider costs 1, which through the lens that I'm currently reviewing these through, which is with Spark of Genius, it would then cost 2. But most of the time you're getting the card back from that too. So I really like that interaction of being able to crank as they're coming into play from your deck. So yeah, I really like the red here. I think it's really good. The fact that it's just a straight up attack buff instead of an on hit is really good. Obviously, you can't do the same type of shenanigan as you can with Boom Grenade by flashing it in off of Dash IO, but yeah, I still think this one's really good. I honestly think this one's like probably mid fresh. The red maybe even like closer to high fresh, just in this one use case that I'm thinking of, but I do think this use case is quite good.
Yeah, the crank being on these things is also something that bumps them up a little bit, being able to actually just like have go again, basically. And just it existing. I mean, I think the red is probably the only one I would be interested in. I mean, like once you get down to the yellow and the blue, it's a little bit worse. But yeah, no, I mean, I could see you playing like a one of like, especially in a toolboxy kind of version of the deck that sounds like the Spark of Genius kind of wants to do. So yeah, it's very interesting. I think I'm probably like low fresh, maybe high stale on it, but it's definitely something I would be afraid of on the other side of the table. Next one is mini force field. I bet you can't guess what this one does. This is an item, comes in all three colors at common, costs 1. Crank enters the arena with 4 steam counters, and then it has the if you have none, you remove 1 at the beginning. It has ward X, where X is the number of steam counters on this. It's literally almost the opposite of Hadron Collider, and it's very much we're seeing the 2 different sides, the I and the O of Dash IO, right? Like here's the aggressive version, here's the really defensive version. Part of me leans towards the defensive version might be the best because you have so many 0 blocks in the deck. But also I think maybe just a combo version of the deck might be the best. But that being said, a 1 for Ward 4 at instant speed, 2 for Ward 4. It's like a peace of mind, essentially. It does have crank, so you can get the action point back. I don't know, mid stale. I think like sure if this is something that you can run into. I mean, it's definitely good into like Kano and stuff like that. So it could be like a sideboard low fresh or something like that. That's where I'm at with these. They're not very exciting.
Yeah, like putting these into play on your opponent's turn is probably what you want to do, but then, like you said, you're looking at sort of peace of mind rates where it's a 2 for 4 block. It is just block the next 4 of any 1 instance of damage, which is pretty good, but yeah, these are definitely not like super exciting. I do think that they're fine for like a defensive version, but also ward permanents just in general recently have not really proven themselves to be useful outside of specifically spectral shields. But yeah, also the fact that the defensive capability of it does get lower if your opponent just like takes a couple turns off of attacking you.
Yeah.
Which I mean, you probably want them to stop attacking you anyway, so maybe that's not a consideration.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, around stale, I think I would agree with that.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. What does Overload Script do?
Yeah, so we're getting into there's another cycle of scripts. Overload Script is the red one. Like the others, it has Crank and the Crank Clause. It is a red and it costs 0. And just reads your Mechanologist attack action cards get overpower, which once again is they can't be defended by more than 1 action card. So interesting. I could see this potentially in. Honestly, no. I was gonna say I could maybe see this in Levossian because you're usually going to be playing the bigger attacks in Levossian, I think. But even then, a lot of them like already have overpower. Like especially the 3 big war machines. So yeah, I don't know. This one doesn't really speak to me. Overpower is already like pretty much it's a more acceptable version of Dominate in that it doesn't feel atrocious to play against, but it is also then like significantly worse in a lot of use cases, especially when you look at a lot of the Mechanologist attacks and they're already only for like 2 or 3, sometimes 4. Like you're probably going to be blocking them with 1 action card anyway, so this kind of doesn't do anything in those cases. So I'm not super high on this one. This one's probably like a low stale, honestly. Not excited by it.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, I think it's fine. You play it out, you get your action point back, your attacks that turn get overpower. One very niche thing that I'm thinking about is if you roll on in blitz and you lose the roll and you're on the play and your classic dash, you bring this in as your starting item, and then like you just push some damage to start off the game and like see if that works. But that's very risky. So it's like all of a sudden like you just have like a bunch of 3 go agains and you just wasted your whole item slot. But yeah. I would say low stale. The next script is megahertz script, MHZ script. Same deal here, but it's yellow. And this one says your mechanologist attack action cards get go again, which has crank and has the crank text there as well. But I guess if you don't want to boost, this is fine. But like, I don't know. It seems like weird to take up that slot. You don't really get rewarded for flashing it in from the top of your deck. Feels like rotten to me. I mean, in like limited, I can see how it's good, but like I would say I think it's rotten for constructed, to be honest.
Yeah, I think outside of limited, unless you're in like the mega, like giga late game, you're just going to be boosting anyway to give most of your stuff go again. There aren't that many mechanologist attack actions that don't already have like inherent go again, and the ones that do, you're just kind of fine with it. Like they're usually the bigger ones. You're probably not going to be able to weave much else in after them anyway. So yeah, I'm not excited about this one either. I think it's around rotten, and I actually think the next one is like kind of does what this wants to do, but slightly better.
Yeah.
In a really weird way.
Which is autosave script.
Autosave script. So again, this is sort of the same stats as the other one. This one's the blue one, cost 0, has crank and the crank effect. And this reads, your mechanologist attack action cards get when this hits, put it on the bottom of its owner's deck. So the reason that I think that this is actually in some way comparable to giving your mechanologist attack action cards go again is that not only does this, like if you have cards that need to boost or whatever, this sort of replenishes that resource back into your deck by putting it on the bottom. And again, like mechanologist attack action cards very overwhelmingly like already have go again. So in a way, you get to keep the resource of the card in your deck by putting it back in so that you can sort of do something else with it. And if you're hitting with a mechanologist attack action card that doesn't have boost or you've chosen not to boost, then you get +1 card in deck, essentially. It's still not great. Like, I don't want to say that it's better. I just want to say that it, like, I don't want to, I don't want to say that it's good. I do want to say that it's better than Megahertz script. In my mind, at least, in my appraisal of it.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think that it might probably just a notch above, but even then, I don't think you should really be playing this card.
No, I don't think you need to. And yeah, if this is like an official tier list style thing, it is in the spot directly above Megahertz script. It is better by just so barely.
Yeah. Hey, they're trying something with them, but
they are.
Yeah.
Power to them.
Next is Hyperdriver. We know what it does is reprint. This is something that's obviously really important to some decks. And that's just how you got to view it. They only did the red in the set, but for constructed purposes, it doesn't matter. But we have all these items that we've been playing out. We got to start scrapping them. So we have a Majestic here, and it kind of does the keyword that we're about to see, but it doesn't. This is Hyperscriber. It's a blue mechanologist attack action card. Attacks for 2, blocks for 3. Pretty low rate, but it has the cost of X, where as an additional cost to play this, banish X items from your graveyard. When this attacks, if it gets +X, if 3 or more hyperdrivers were banished to play this, gain 6 resources, and this gets go again. So basically becomes free because you got to pay the X and then you got to banish the card. So in a perfect world, this is a 8 go again for free.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, if you do 6, if you pump the 6 into it and banish 6 I guess you could do 3 regular items
Oh
and
yeah.
3 hyperdrivers technically. But yeah, it would become an 8 for free because you get the 6 resources back with Go Again. Which is definitely super interesting.
Well, I guess you could just pay 3 too, right? Like,
Yeah.
and just get that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Sure. And then you actually generate resources,
Yeah, you end up
which is
getting
pretty
3
neat.
resources.
Hmm. So that seems good. I mean, so on the surface, like, sure, if you're on the hyperdriver train, this is a big payoff, right? And I wouldn't want to not banish 3 hyperdrivers with this card, so
Mhm.
that's what you have to do. So I would say this is a build around high fresh, close to low fresh to death, but I don't know if like you can really jam that many hyperdrivers like realistically. I mean, I guess like maybe you can. So I don't know. I would like to see this work because I kind of like the design, but that's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, I think this is like probably one of the game enders in something like Max,
Hmm.
where you are likely playing a bunch of actual physical hyperdrivers. Because yeah, the thing about this is that it does have to be banish items from your graveyard. So you can't even have blocked with them because you can't block with hyperdrivers. They just have to expire on their own, basically. Um, but yeah, like if you're able to even just pay 3 into this, banish 3 hyperdrivers, the value that you get out of it is actually pretty good. It's a -3 cost 5 attack with Go Again.
Yeah. Yeah.
um, because it generates you 3 resources. So I like that a lot. I think that this is probably like high fresh in the hyperdriver deck. You're probably going to want to play, I would assume, max copies of this, because at the very bare minimum, again, it's a blue that blocks for 3. That's just a great stat line, especially in the early game where you might not have your hyperdrivers yet. So yeah, I really like this card, and it can just be a game shot. It can just be, I'm gonna absolutely pump all of my resources into this, banish all 9 of my hyperdrivers,
Yeah.
and attack in for 11 with Go Again.
Holy smokes. Well, I'm even thinking about like on a 2 card hand, 2 blues. You got this and a blue, and
Mhm.
you pitch the blue to banish 3 hyperdrivers. This gets 5 Go Again. You get 6 resources. Um, and then I guess like you can even do more with it, but like then you can like create a hyperdrive with Max, then crank
Mhm.
it, and then attack with Banksy, and then it's very efficient when it comes to that. But you
Yeah,
need the hyperdrivers.
yeah.
What
Yeah, I
is
do really like the card though, and I
uh
also like this next card.
yeah, another runner up for best art in the set. What does Scrap Trader do?
Scrap Trader, he's just a guy who wants to show you his wares. So Scrap Trader is another majestic mechanologist action. This one's a red that costs 0 and blocks for 2. And I really like when they do this sort of design. There's actually 2 cards in this set that have this sort of design, which is that it has a keyword in 2 separate lines twice in a row, which is scrap and then scrap. And we kind of alluded to it, or you had kind of alluded to it with Hyperscrapper, but the scrap keyword itself is, as an additional cost to play this, you may banish an item or equipment from your graveyard. So you get to do that twice, and then you gain 2 resources for each card that this scrapped. So this is allowing you to utilize stuff that's already in your graveyard that's either been like you blocked with it or you have already used the item or whatever. This allows you to get rid of those to generate 4 resources, which I think is very good. like, um, this is obviously dependent on you having those things in the graveyard, but if you do, like 0 cost gain 4, it doesn't already have Go Again, but especially in the Hyperdriver deck, you're gonna have so many ways to get yourself an additional action point. Um, yeah, I think this card's awesome. I think it's going to enable some really cool plays. It is, I don't know if this is ever actually going to happen, but it also gives you the perfect amount of resources to play an Evo Steel Soul Memory. Like 4 is a really good breakpoint for this set in general for resources to get. So I personally really like this card. I think that this is like it's going to be a good supporting card. So like I'm going to say high fresh. 4 is a lot of resources.
It is. It is. I'm right there with you with the high fresh. But what I'm thinking about is you do this in Dash.io, and all of a sudden you have 4 resources to start throwing items off the top of your deck into play because you can do them at instant. That's really cool. Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential with this card, especially with Crank existing. I mean, this is just valid. This is the this is the 4th pitch color. It's a red, yellow, blue, and Scrap Trader.
Yeah, red, yellow, blue, old man with beard.
Old man with beard. Very, very cool. Next we have Hydraulic Press. This is a rare. Comes in all 3 colors. It for the red, it costs 3, and attacks for 6, and blocks for 3, and it's a Mechanologist attack action card, and I believe it's 5 and 4 for the yellow and blue. It has scrap, so as additional cost, you may banish an item or equipment from your graveyard. When this attacks, if it scrapped a card, this gets overpower. Fine, 3 for 6. Nah, I actually, you know what? I don't like this card. I think overpower is fine, but like, do you want to be paying 3 to do that? I don't know. I mean, I guess it's so easy to scrap things that it is essentially a 3 for 6 overpower, but is that a great rate? I don't particularly think so. So I would just give this a straight up rotten if I'm going to be honest.
I think I'm there too. Like we've been saying, I think that resources are king for these decks in general. So for a lot of these, like I'm looking at the red, it's not super exciting. So then I immediately look to the blue and like it's less exciting. Like yeah, I don't love this card. If it was Dominate, then I could see like I think that's a fair version of Dominate. It is a 3 cost, 6 attack that makes you do an additional thing in order to get Dominate.
Mm-hmm.
I would be much more on board with it if it was, but it is overpower, which, as we mentioned earlier, is like a welcome downgrade, but is still a downgrade. So yeah, rotten. I don't think that this card makes the cut.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be willing to be proven wrong, right? Like I could see maybe a one of, right? It's like your finisher, whatever. Yeah. But I'm not a huge fan. But what does Ratchet Up do?
So this one has another new keyword that we haven't seen quite yet. But Ratchet Up is a Mechanologist attack action. Comes in all 3 colors, costs 1, blocks for 2, and attacks for 5, 4, and 3 across the 3 colors. It has, if an item you control has been destroyed this turn, action cards get -1 defense while defending this. So like we were kind of mentioning with that previous script card, action cards getting -1, honestly pretty interesting. And it also has this other keyword I was talking about, Galvanize, which is when this defends, you may destroy an item you control. If you do, this gets +2 defense. So for something like Dash.io, where you're just completely like just barfing out items, being able to get rid of ones that would probably be destroyed at the beginning of your turn anyway, to make this a block for 4 in addition to being a 1 for 5 that kind of has like a built-in buff, because of course when the items expire, they do destroy themselves. So that does count towards activating its effect. I actually really like this card. Now that I'm reading it, like 1 for 5 is totally fine. It getting that sort of like it implies a nerf onto your opponent's attack cards or action card defenses, I think is really good. And it's also like a pretty good block card. I like it. I like the red. The blue even is a little bit annoying. Because it turns 3 blocks into 2s and 2s into 1s. So like in the late game could still be good. I like Ratchet Up. I think this card is fresh.
Yeah, this is good. Like you have to make it really tick. I think you really got to find a way to blow it up, or blow up an item on your turn, right? Like obviously, I think Galvanize is a busted mechanic, to be honest. And we're gonna see that. I think most of them are on 2 blocks. But for Ratchet Up, you know, if you play like I'm already forgetting the name, but the item that when you attack, it blows up and you get +4 or however many Steam
Oh
counters.
yeah, Hadron Collider.
Hadron Collider, you play that. You play Ratchet Up with a Hadron Collider out. I think that's really potent. Yeah, I think
That's like attacking for 8 with its buff effect. Oh my god.
yeah, very very good. I think I have to give like Ratchet Up a fresh. I think in one of the colors. I mean, certainly not the yellow, but like you know, red or blue. I think it could really be good enough. You know.
Yeah.
Very scary. I mean, Galvanize, and I think Galvanize will prove to be one of the best mechanics to come out of this set. To be honest. Next we have Scrap Hopper, which is a rare cycle. Comes in all 3 colors. It's a Mechanologist attack action card. Here's the red. It costs 0, attacks for 3, and then 2 and 1 for the colors, and it blocks for 3. Scrap. As additional cost to play this, you may banish an item or equipment from your graveyard. When this attacks, if it scrapped a card, create a Quicken token. So, this is an interesting card. I almost like the blue the most because at that point you're attacking with some pesky damage anyway. It's a good way to set up a bigger turn, and it blocks for 3. I don't hate this. I certainly don't hate it. And then I guess like if you had like an extra action point lying around, you can, you know, go a little wide with this. Not super impactful, but I think the blue's fine. I'm not sure. I would say probably like just like a solid stale.
Yeah, I think I'm about the same. It's kind of tough to really see the need for Quicken tokens in any of the mechs, like so far. Quicken token just feels like kind of an unnecessary additional resource for them to shoot for. But yeah, like this is a pesky damage sort of utility card. So I definitely think like the blue would be the one that you play, because once you're looking at a breakpoint of 3, the difference between 3 and 1 realistically in most scenarios is negligible. It is like the same.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think the blue is like fine. The yellows are the yellow and reds are not. Yeah, probably like a solid stale, maybe even low stale. It would be a solid utility card if you end up playing it.
Worth noting that it is good with Dash.io's weapon.
That's true.
So you can pop twice with it in a turn, which is not for nothing, not the crazy stuff. But what does Soup Up do?
Very upset that there isn't any soup in the art, but there is a big motorcycle. So, so Soup Up is rainbow rare mechanologist attack action. Costs 0, blocks for 2, and attacks for 4, 3, and 2. So 0 for 4 already is like a pretty dangerous stat line that we've seen in Mechanologist. This one has, if an item you control has been destroyed this turn, this gets go again. So kind of 0 to 60. That has a little bit more of a hoop to jump through, and then Galvanize. So when this defends, you may destroy an item you control. If you do, this gets +2. So like we were saying, with like Hadron Collider specifically, like this attacking in for 7 with go again for 0, is kind of scary. And then yeah, Galvanize making this a 4 block is also really defensive. I really like Soup Up. I think this card's really good.
Yeah.
This one's a high fresh, maybe even a fresh to death in the deck that cares about this. Like, we've seen people get absolutely crunched by 0 to 60. At least I have. That card's crazy, just being a 0 for 4. So the fact that this is also a 0 for 4 that doubles as a defensive card, sure, man, this is good. This is good.
Yeah. You got to do some work to get the go again, but you know, things like Hadron Collider start to look a lot better. If you go again and popped your grenade, this also would go again. You can go wide still. I like this card quite a bit. I mean, Galvanize is good. I think Galvanize. It doesn't even matter to me what is on the rest of the card because I think Galvanize is that good in the right deck. So, very scary. I would say probably high fresh on Soup Up because the offensive capabilities are very good as well. Next we have Torque Tuned. We're making all these motorcycles pretty good. This is a 2 for 6. Comes in all 3 colors. It's rare, so 2 for 6, 5, and 4. And it blocks 2. If an item you control has been destroyed this turn, this gets Overpower and it has Galvanize. So, it's not my favorite. Like as we talked about, like the Overpower, but looking at this compared to the Scrap one. Sure, the Scrap's easier to get off for the Overpower, but the flexibility on this is so good, right? Like this could be a 4 block or a finisher, which I think is pretty huge. And I don't know. I want to give it like a low fresh. It's not my favorite, but like I don't know. Maybe I'm overrating Galvanize, but it feels very good to me.
Yeah, no, I'm even just comparing this to the other one, Hydraulic Press. Like the fact that this is a 2 for 6 instead of a 3 for 6 already just makes it better in my eyes. Just makes it easier to play. The Overpower is slightly more conditional, but yeah, you have the defensive capabilities as well with Galvanize. So yeah, I like this too. I think it's probably right in that low fresh range. I don't think I would even say it's like bordering high stale. I think it is solid low fresh. 2 for 6 is totally fine. Overpower is fine. This feels a lot like Payload, which is another sort of mechanologist finisher, but also has that extra block. Yeah, I think Galvanize is just good.
Speaking of Galvanize and blocking, you get another one of your favorite types of cards. Bill, what is this?
Ooh, me. Cognition Field is a series of rainbow mechanologist block cards. They all have Galvanize. That's their only thing. It's and the red one blocks for 3, the yellow blocks for 2, and the blue blocks for 1. And when it defends, you may destroy an item you control. If you do, it gets +2. So the red does become a 5, like a 5 block if you destroy an item, which I think, like all things considered, it will be easier to block for 5 with this than it will be with Steel Street Enforcement. Obviously, the trade-off is that Steel Street Enforcement is a blue, and I'm looking at the red specifically. So this is like better in the early game and probably worse in the late game overall. Or sorry, the Steel Street Enforcement is going to be better in the early game and the same in the late game. Probably would want the better early game over this. So if I was to play a block card, I would probably just play Steel Street Enforcement.
Yeah. Well, this is certainly for -IO, right? Like it's so hard to get items out that you can pop and stuff like that. So blocking for 5 is not for nothing, right? I mean, it is quite good, and if you have to, you could just block for 3, which is on rate. But this is for the defensive version of whatever we're doing, right? And whether that's good enough, I mean, maybe the yellow and the red would be decent enough. I think I wouldn't be unhappy about the yellow, especially since 2-pitch can play the 1-cost items off the top of your deck. We'll see how they play in practice. I don't know. Blocking for 5 could be a trap. Could just be a trap. You're just like, oh wow, I can block for 5 1 card. That's insane. And then like you're just like, no. it's just not good enough. But I don't know. We'll see. But the next card, I don't even know if I gave it a rating. I'll give it like a tentative stale.
Yeah, I think that's probably low stale for me. Still just not sure on block cards.
Yeah. Next we have Infuse Alloy, which is actually just a downgrade from Soup Up. Comes in all 3 colors, common. costs 0, attacks for 4, 3, and 2, blocks for 2, and has galvanized. Doesn't have the upside of getting the go again. I think we could skip this card, right? We saw Soup Up. Soup Up's just better. If you're gonna play in constructed, play the Soup Up and not this.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Yeah. Yeah, if you want this effect, you just play Soup Up because it has more text and is the same card otherwise. Actually, yeah, no, it is just straight up worse in basically every way. And this doesn't feel like a type of card that you would really like be fiending for more 0 for 4 galvanize if you can't give it go again. So I don't know.
Yeah. No, I agree. What does infused titanium do?
So this one, very similar to Infused Alloy, it's just the big version. So these are Mechanologist attack actions, cost 3, come in all 3 colors, block for 2, attack for 7, 6, and 5, and then just have Galvanize. So these are big, sort of like closer to finisher cards that are also functional in the early game just as big, like as decent block. So I like these better than Infuse Alloy. I do still think that they're probably maybe not super necessary. I could see the reds being run, honestly, as like a really flexible, either good block or popper. I think that that's like totally fine. And yeah, I do think that Galvanize is good. I think that these fit sort of the later game or like the higher end sort of attacks. I think they do it fine. I'm not super upset about these cards. I still think that they're better than Hydraulic Press.
Yeah, it's funny enough, right? Yeah, I'm right there with you. I'm actually pretty off this. Maybe the blue, right? Like the popper side of things is decent, but like I feel like there's no shortage of poppers these days, especially in Mechanologists. I think you get a lot of good ones, and the blue is a block, maybe a block 4, attack for 5. Yeah, it's fine. But this is very limited. You focus stuff. Just like the next one, which is just the same card, but you have to scrap. This is Junkyard Dog, which costs 3, comes in all 3 colors, attacks for 6, 5, and 4. It does block for 3, and when this attacks, if it has scrap, and then when this attacks, if it scrapped a card, this gets +1. It's a worse version of infused titanium, and that's all I have to say about it. So don't play that card unless you really care about scrapping.
Yeah, I do want to say that he is a good boy. That's about it though.
yeah, you know, he's cute, kind of.
Yeah, who's a good scrapyard dog or junkyard dog. They should have called him Scrapyard Dog. He scraps. Come on.
Yeah, what are they doing?
What are you doing over there?
God, what does Scrap Compactor do?
So Scrap Compactor is honestly like scrap support for Techno Boston. It's a series of cards, come in rainbow colors, cost 0, block for 3, attack for 3, 2, and 1. And they have scrap. And when this attacks, if it scrapped a card, you may play your next Evo this turn as though it were an instant. So honestly, as a support card for the Techno Boston deck, I do actually kind of like this. Obviously, it's not going to be every hand that you even have an Evo to play. But yeah, I think you play the blue because it doesn't need to hit. The damage doesn't really matter. And it just allows you to kind of do additional stuff. Like obviously you could just say, well, why aren't you just playing the Evo? But this gives you a little bit more flexibility in playing something as an instant. And it's a blue in and of itself, so even if you're not using its effect, you can just pitch it. I think as a support blue, this card's fine. Yeah, I kind of like it. It's maybe not like super exciting, especially now that I'm sort of thinking about it a little bit more, where you could just be using your action point to play out the attack, or play out the Evo rather. But I don't know. I do still just like it. it
Yeah.
might be rational, but he also looks like kind of a good boy.
Yeah, I mean, it is a way to get the Evos into the Banish Zone without boosting, and it's targeted, which is nice. You can pick and choose. Yeah, I think it's probably fine. It's like weird. It's funny. It's like the damage doesn't matter. It just remind me of whose line is it anyway? It's like welcome to Techno Boston, where everything's an Evo and the damage doesn't matter.
Which doesn't matter.
But yeah, I think it's probably like a stale. I don't think it's like setting the world on fire, but like the synergy's there. You can't deny it. So I don't know. We'll see. I don't know how any of these decks are going to be built. Let's be honest. So
yeah, I have no idea at this point.
yeah, we're all on a journey together, and I'm hoping all of you at home are enjoying it. And next we have Scrap Harvester. Another scrap card, super cool art. My God, comes in all 3 colors. The common, costs 3, 6, 5, and 4 are the attack. It blocks for 3. It's a mechanologist attack action. Has scrap, and when this attacks, if it scrapped a card, put a steam counter on an item you control with crank. That is a good effect, but is it worth 3 resources and an attack? I don't know. Maybe the blue. I don't know. Like this is, but even then, I don't know. I don't really love it. I don't love this. I'm gonna give it a high rotten, and I would love to be proven wrong on this one. I don't know.
I think it would be really awesome if this card and Scrap Compactor just swapped places, where Scrap Harvester was the low cost thing that just added a steam counter. And the Evo as an instant thing was on the 3, because I mean that's kind of what Tech Levossian's effect does, and it already costs 3, so like I don't know, like I would like that, because I think that having an easy way to get a steam counter back on something, especially because it's gated behind the scrap mechanic, I think that just makes more sense to me. So yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty rotten on this one too. I think that it's a lot of hoops to jump through in terms of having the card to scrap and paying 3 resources, like just to get a steam counter on it. It feels very incidental. It's just like, oh yeah, you also get this. So yeah, I don't know.
Shout out to the art though.
Oh, absolutely.
So cool.
Also shout out to the art for the next one too, because I really like what they did with like the lighting.
Oh yeah.
It's really dynamic. But yeah, it's the next one is, and it's the last scrap card, I believe, in this, is Scrap Prospector. So this one's also kind of interesting. It's a 0 cost, 3 block, comes in all 3 colors, so it attacks for 3, 2, and 1. It has scrap, as the name would suggest, and then when this attacks, if it scrapped a card, gain a resource. So I mean, it does just kind of generate a resource. Obviously, it doesn't have go again in and of itself. So utilizing the resource does require you to do something else with it, or have something to do at instant speed. Actually, kind of interesting now that I say that and just word associate. -IO gives you a resource and allows you to do something at instant speed. So yeah, this might even be a card that you want to play multiples of in -IO, because it just is the thing. Like it works with items and gives you the resources to be able to place something off the top of your deck. So now that I've said that, I think this card might be okay.
Yeah, and then you get to crank whatever you put it in, and I don't know.
And then you can keep going from there. You know what? Yeah, like high. Maybe low fresh. I was gonna say high stale, but I don't know. Maybe low fresh. I could see this being like a solid support card in -IO. Maybe even like a sort of like reds and blues situation. Like that might be too much for it, but honestly, it looks like it fits really well. That's where I'm coming from, at least.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, it's pretty neat, right? It sets up a lot of what the deck is doing, and sure, it's not impactful from a damage perspective, like a lot of these cards that seem to be good with her, but also we see things like Hadron Collider this gets a little bit bigger from that, and then then you can crank out something else, and then you shoot your little pistol. It could all really come together. So yeah, I think I'm a little fresh with that as well. And the scrap stuff's interesting. I could see why they tempered like the effects that you get with it, right? Because it's so easy to do, right? It's just an additional cost. You don't even have to do it, and it could have been worse. Could have been like worse, like in power level. It would have been difficult to play against, but yeah.
Yeah, but no, like getting a resource off of a card that costs 0, like this generates a resource. That's kind of relevant. I mean, obviously, like you could say that you should just pitch it anyway, but the damage could matter, especially in a deck where you're trying to nickel and dime people. Yeah, I think that these are totally fine. I think they're a good supporting card because you also need actions and especially things that block in Dash.io, and this does that. This does both.
And we saw some stuff that returns stuff from the banished zone, so like it all comes together. The synergies there, but all right. Well, next we have another Majestic here. It is Heist, which is a Mechanologist attack action. It's a red, costs 2, attacks for 5, and blocks for 3. Has boost, which if you don't know, boost means you can banish the top of your deck to get go again if a Mechanologist card is hit. And this reads, when this hits a hero, you may put an item with cost 0 or 1 from any banished zone into the arena under your control. Any banished zone is worth pointing out here. This card seems pretty good. Not gonna lie, it's a lot of upside. Obviously, a lot more upside in the mirror or against other Mechanologists. But even if you are running your 0 and 1 cost and boosting, obviously, which you are with Heist, this is a pretty big on hit that I think can't be ignored. I would say this is pretty fresh to death, to be honest. Just like raw power, right? Like even if you're only running a couple 0 or 1s, you're most likely going to hit them, and then beyond that, if there's other ways to banish them, all of a sudden you have a lot of targets. And this is any item; it doesn't have to be Mechanologist item. So for whatever reason, if your opponent is not Mechanologist and they get a 0 or 1 cost, like a Time Snap Potion, you can somehow get it out of their banished zone. So there's some upside there, but this is just like across the board, great stats. I think this is a great card.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Like this is the effect is good. The stat line, just 2 for 5, 3 block boost, is just already good as well. And yeah, like this is a card that makes your opponent like either need to block it awkwardly, or you get value back, like you get grinding gears back, you get any of the other items that we've talked about so far, or even if you're playing max, you just get a hyperdriver back, and that like helps along your game plan. Yeah, I really like this card. I think the on hit is really good, as we've sort of mentioned previously with a lot of the other cards that allow you to get items like sort of for free. I think it's just this card's just good. It's good for consistency. The stat line is good, like you were saying. So yeah, I think this is going to be played in basically every mech deck that cares about boosting, like at all, that has any amount of items. So yeah, I think easy fresh to death on this one too.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, is a pummel target too. So
yeah,
you gotta keep that in mind sometimes if you're really feeling crazy. But the next card we won't even talk about really. It's Maximum Velocity. This is a reprint. Still good if you're boosting. Yada yada yada. It's a great payoff. 2 for 10. If you've boosted 3 or more times, but we don't need to get into that. We've had that one for far too long. But yeah, tell us about Moonshot, Bill.
Gladly. This was on my top 5. I love this card like a lot. So Moonshot is another Majestic Mechanologist attack action. It's a yellow, blocks for 3, attacks for 3, and costs XX. And you can only play it if you've boosted this turn. And then as an additional cost to play this, you destroy X hyperdrivers you control. So just for anybody who's unfamiliar with how X costs work, if you want to play this for 1 to destroy 1 hyperdriver, you have to pay a total of 2 into it, 1 into each X. And then 2 is 4, so on. So yeah, destroy X hyperdrivers you control. When this attacks, it gets +3 for each hyperdriver destroyed this way. And then if this has 10 or more attack, it gets overpower. This is the card that I'm slotting in. This is my finisher in Max. This is the card that I want to do, because even like if you look at the various levels that this ends up being, like even if you're playing this for destroying 2 hyperdrivers, which I think is like a pretty reasonable baseline, especially for Max, it's going to be really easy to get 2 hyperdrivers into play. This gets +6, so this comes in for 9 for 4. Like that's already like just a really good rate. And then if you were able to get 1 more on top of that, and you're attacking, this costs 6. This comes in for 12 with overpower.
Yeah.
like it's just such a good rate. Like 6 for 12. This is like a guardian attack. This feels like a guardian attack. It's just a little bit more modular. And requires some hyperdrivers. So yeah, this is I'm fully anticipating being able to kill people at least some of the time with just a straight up moonshot. Yeah, this one's fresh to death. I love it. I love this card, everything about it. And yeah, I'm slamming it. This is the card I'm hopefully going to be building around in Max.
Yeah, I mean, so at its at its base, it's a 0 for 3, right? You can just play this, and then probably most often you're gonna play a 2 for 6 if you can pull off the hyperdrivers, and then like a 3 for 9, which is excellent. If you get the overpower, I think that's a big goal. I don't think it's unreasonable, especially with Max. But this card's like just great. Like everything it's doing is just, it feels so flexible, and flexibility is so important, I think, on cards. Like it's the reason like Art of War is so good, right? It can do so many things on like a little bit of a package, and this feels, I mean, it's always doing the same thing in terms of like it's just attacking, but it's attacking for, really great rates. I mean, 2 for 6 is like whatever. That's the baseline of like a decent 6 attack. But once you get to the 3 for 9, you're really off to the races. So yeah. Fresh to death easily for Moonshot, and so very cool. So cool. Next we have Steel Street Hoons. This is my first time seeing this card. All right. This is a majestic mechanologist attack action. It's a blue. It attacks for 3 and blocks for 2. It costs 3. It has boost. If an item you control has been destroyed this turn, this gets +2. So kind of like these other cards that we kind of just saw with the Galvanize, this also has Galvanize. So at a baseline, like let's say you are able to destroy an item. This is a 3, 4, 5 boost. I think that's fine. It's not that great, but I think a blue Galvanize is something I'm a little bit more interested in. A blue that blocks for 4 if you're playing the right deck. And I like this quite a bit. I think it's probably like a solid fresh. It's just like a defensive blue card. It's really not going to perform a little bit higher than that ever, I don't think. I mean, a 3 for 5 go again is not bad, but the caveat of having to destroy an item makes this a little bit tougher. But I like it as a very good blue defensive card, so I would say solid fresh for that reason.
Yeah, I'm at solid fresh for this one too. Again, like I see this filling like a very similar slot to something like Last Ditch Effort, where it's just a blue that ends up maybe doing something in the late game in terms of being an attack. But outside of that, like it's just a blue that's a mechanologist card that can block for 4 if needed. And I think that flexibility is still really good. So yeah, basically just like getting rid of most of the text box and the attack is probably the most charitable way to look at this card. And even if you do that, I think this card is good. I think that it's totally fine. And then you also have the sort of late game, once you've gotten back to this in your pitch stack, and you have items that are just popping on their own, then this just comes in as a late game 3 for 5 with go again. And even that, like at certain points in the game, that can be enough. So Yeah, I like it. Solid fresh.
Yeah, and things care about boosting too. So that is, I mean, even if
Hmm.
you can't destroy the item, whatever. If you really need the boost on a turn, you just want to pay 3 for 3 boosts. Not the best, but it's an option. And just like the last card we saw,
Yeah,
flexibility is so
moonshot.
important.
Yeah,
But this next one's pretty cool. What does Twin Drive do?
yeah. So Twin Drive is another very easy to understand card, very similar to when we talked about Scrap Trader. I love this type of design where they're able to fit just two of the same keyword onto a card in separate, in like separate lines. So Twin Drive is another Majestic Mechanologist attack action. Costs 2 attacks for 5, blocks for 3, and is a red. And all it says is boost, line break, boost. So you can boost either 0, 1, or 2 times with this card. And very notable ruling on this one. Obviously, if you have multiple instances of go again, it doesn't give you more action points. So even if you boost twice and hit 2 Mechanologist cards, you only get the 1 attack action. So with that in mind, you might be thinking, what's the use in this card? Um, there are plenty of cards in Mechanologist already that care about the number of times that you've boosted this combat chain. There's an obvious one, which is max velocity, where you can only play it if you've boosted 3 or more times this turn. It doesn't care about this chain. Even
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't care about it being 3 separate boosts. So this just gets you 2/3 of the way there, which being in one card is actually really, really helpful for the decks that want to use maximum velocity. Because having to, like, realistically with max velocity, you're arsenaling it and then waiting for a turn where you have 3 low cost boost cards plus like a blue or something like that. But this one is just, it's 2 of them in one card that makes it so much easier to just get what you need to get done. So yeah, I really like this card. I think it's a really clean design, and I think it fits in really nicely. This also works really well into like Pulse Wave Harpoon.
Mm-hmm.
Just off of a blue, you boost this twice and then Pulse Wave Harpoon, and you get to steal a 3. Like, awesome! Like that's a really strong turn. So yeah, love Twin Drive. Honestly, I think fresh to death for boost centric mech decks. I think that this just, it helps out so much. It's a very concise way to get your game plan going.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's where it's really going to shine. But this is also just another great option in any mech deck. Not any mech deck, but a mech deck that is running generics, right?
Hmm.
Just non-mech cards, because that's the other fail safe here is you boost the first time, you hit your Command and Conquer. You're like, dang, you get to boost the second time, get another shot at getting the go again. So
Hmm.
it's really clean. It's like weird. It's like so simple, but like has so many flashy implications, which is really cool. So I would say fresh to death as well. This is a very good card, and
Yeah.
not overpowered to the point where it feels unfair, but it's doing a lot of great things in one little package, which is awesome.
Yeah.
But next we have Meganetic Lockwave. This is a blue majestic. It's a mechanologist action, and it is costed triple X. It looks like it blocks for
Hmm.
3. Target hero chooses X equipment they control. Then you choose one from among them. That hero must defend your attacks this turn with that equipment if able. And this says go again. So at the minimum, you pitch a blue for, hey, choose one of your equipment, and you have to block with it. If you pitch 2 blues, they have to choose 2 equipment. You get more of a choice. All this being said, I don't love this card. It is a lot of resources for for possibly nothing, right? It's like I I don't know. T-Bone just feels a little bit better. Obviously, they get to choose anyway, but this is like, hey, I want to choose which equipment, but you get to choose
Hmm.
which equipment I get to choose from. It's very neat, but I think this is. I would say this is almost rotten. I don't think this is very good unless, I mean, maybe in a matchup where every single equipment matters and blocks, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, this was one of the ones on my top 5,
Oh.
which was it. Well, it wasn't like my top 5 most impactful cards.
Hmm.
It was the top 5 cards that I liked, and I do like this card. But the more that I think about it, the more I'm starting to align with you on it. In terms of just like its power level, I still think that this card's really cool, especially because it's triple X cost. I ended up picking three cards. One of them was X, one of them was XX, and one of them was triple X costed. Just kind of worked out that way. But I do like the idea of in a matchup where your opponent has like good stuff that they can block with, and then just making them block with one of them. Especially if something has like Battle Worn or Temper. The interesting thing for me about this is that it just says that hero must defend your attacks this turn with that equipment if able, like not just your next attack or whatever.
Hmm.
So you could, if they end up picking one that has Battle Worn or Temper, I think Temper is probably the most important one. Then you can like attack over multiple combat chains and like wear it down. But yeah, the fact that you have to pay like at least a blue for this to do anything, 2 blues to have an option.
Hmm.
It makes this pretty narrow, especially into matchups where, like, especially against something like Kano, where none of their equipment block or have blade break or temper or anything like that. Then this just becomes a blue. I mean, in that case, it is a blue to pay for Arcane Barrier. I don't know. I still do. I like this card as a card. I don't know that it's that powerful. So yeah, I think it's probably like I want to be as charitable as possible, like probably mid stale. I think that this will see this could potentially see some niche play in some universe, I think.
Yeah, and to be honest, it could live in like a sideboard. I'm trying to just off the top of my head thinking about heroes that have all relevant equipments that block. Maybe like Bravo is pretty good into because they're trying to save their equipment, and then you can kind of say, hey, choose one of them. I'm paying a blue and choose one of them. You got to block with it this turn. It's not the worst on turn 0 either, because it's like almost like the best time to get rid of somebody's equipment. So I could see how it could be applicable in some matchups. It's just I feel like there's so many heroes that have, like, even Brute is running Gambler's Gloves. They'll just choose that every single time, and then
Yeah,
just
or any hero with Snapdragon Scalers.
yeah.
Even like against for the one that I was thinking of and the one that I was talking about with Az is Azalea does care a lot about their equipment, but
Hmm.
like once they get Bullseye Bracers back, then that's an easy one to just toss under the bus here.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I like it. I like the triple X. I like the art. I don't know if it's actually that powerful.
Yeah, it's really neat, and it's got some applications, but
Yeah.
let's hope those applications don't fail. What's this next card?
That's a good segue into system failure. So this is a mechanologist action that blocks for 2. It is a yellow, so it pitches for 2 and costs 1. And it reads: remove all steam counters from target equipment, item, or weapon. If 2 or more steam counters are removed this way, deal 2 damage to its controller. I actually, it's obviously like sideboard. You want to bring this in against specifically mechanologist as a mechanologist, but I do think in those matchups this is pretty good. Especially like we've seen the power of just deal 2 damage, like on either instance or defense reactions or actions. Just dealing additional damage is relevant, even though it's only 2 here. Because the implication for this as well is like you're removing stuff from their from it is you're able to get off of their equipment and weapons as well. Most of the other stuff that cares about removing steam counters are just from items. But like this can completely unload your opponent's pistol if they have 6 shots banked up. You're playing against Dash.io and they have the new 6 shooter. You just system failure them, get rid of all 6 of them, and deal 2 damage to them. That puts them like pretty far behind, I think. there are some of the equipments have steam counters, but I believe the only ones that really do are all instant speed. So they could just activate them sort of in response, and they would only get rid of one anyway. I do think that this is like it's a very niche sideboard option against Mechanologist, but I don't think it's bad in that case. So if Mechanologist becomes like a real tour de force in the meta, I could see this hitting some sideboards for the mirror match just to make things a little bit better. Because yeah, even you just use this without the damage, and it means that they were intending for one of their equipment or one of their items to stick around for an additional turn, but you take away the one steam counter and it just blows up instead. Like that could still be relevant. I even with all that being said, I do think this is like probably high sideboard stale. It is very narrow. But in the situations where you end up getting the additional effect off, where you're removing 2 or more steam counters, I think that this will feel pretty good in those cases.
Yeah, certainly. I think it's a pretty decent sideboard card, right? Like, I think, especially against OG Dash, I feel like, a lot of what they start out with, has 2+ counters, like Techno Pounder, you can kind of bring this in and kind of snipe the pounder and deal 2 damage at the same time. Sure, this doesn't have go again, so you kind of have to do it at the end of your turn. But it's a sideboard card, like you said. It's gonna see as much play as we think there's going to be Mechanologist, and you're gonna have to want to clear up a spot in your sideboard. But certainly, like, really useful in the right matchup, which is what you want out of a sideboard card. So I like that. I like it quite a bit, actually. So the next card we have here is System Reset. Which is another Mechanologist action, non-attack action, blocks for 3. It's a Majestic. It's a yellow, and it has the cost X. Banish X Mechanologist items you control with cost 0 or 1, then return them to the arena under their owner's control. This feels like a very, very important card for Dash.io. Reset all of your your steam counters and possibly crank out a bunch of action points. This seems like the upside on this seems pretty insane, to be honest. And I can't think of. I mean, like, obviously, what I just said seems like the best application, but that's just the floor, right? I think you can do some pretty wild stuff with this. So I don't know how it's going to work out. I hope it does, because it seems really cool. And I gotta give it like possibly a fresh to death. Like, it seems like it could be that card in Dash.io. So that's what I make of this card. So
yeah, the thing that I really want to do with this is first of all also fresh to death, because I was kind of alluding to it previously, but this is one of the cards that I think will allow Max to just make a billion action points and then just like feed them all into grinding gears. So like you have like a handful of hyperdrivers and some other items and a grinding gears out. You've cranked some amount of them, you've fed that into grinding gears until you have like 1 or whatever. The idea for this is, at least for me, you have all these hyperdrivers out, you attack with a boost card, you remove all the counters from your hyperdrivers to get a bunch of resources. You feed those resources into System Reset. Then blink all, however many of your hyperdrivers. You get to crank all of them and then attack again, get more resources, or just feed them right back into grinding gears. Like, I think System Reset is such an interesting card. It's very similar to, for Magic players, something like Turnabout, like a Storm card. I love the design of this, and I think that it's really powerful. I really want to play it. It's going to be like this times 2, Moonshot times 2, Grinding Gears times 2 is the baseline for my Max Blitz deck. So,
yeah, that sounds really cool, to be honest. But
yeah, it's like, is it going to be good? I don't know, but it's going to be very funny if it is. So easy fresh to death. I'm really excited for this card.
I do think the Grinding Gears deck is very real, whether it is Max or Dash.io. I think it's going to be something that people can really achieve. So it's very, very neat. What does Fabricate do?
Yeah, so I've been kind of calling this one Spark of War, because it's kind of similar, and it's because it's a mechanologist instant. We have seen a couple of instants already in the Evos, but this is the first like non-Evo, non-equipment mechanologist instant, which I think is cool. It is a red and it costs 0, which is actually very relevant. And then it has choose 2. You can equip a base equipment with Proto in its name from your inventory, or give Evo permanents you control +1 defense this turn, or put this under an Evo permanent you control, or banish an Evo from your hand. If you do, draw a card. So obvious comparison, which I already made, is very similar to Art of War in that it's very modular. It works specifically with Evos. I guess the first one is technically with Proto, the Proto bases, but those allow you to then Evo up the chain. And yeah, the first comparison I thought of was, well, you get like with Art of War, you get to banish a card and draw 2. Art of War costs 1. That like the fact that this costs 0 is just like that is a whole universe of difference. This is very flexible as a result. So only drawing 1 card absolutely makes sense. If this drew 2, it would be busted. But yeah, I really like this card, especially in Tech Levossian. This is like your just your consistency card. Being able to either give more fuel to an Evo, because there are a few of them that care about destroying cards underneath them. This gives you an extra piece of that. Again, banishing an Evo to draw a card, and then you're able to play it again with Tech Levossian because you can play it from banish anyway. Like that's awesome. That's just straight up draw a card at instant speed, which is great.
Yeah,
that's really good.
That becomes draw 2 cards.
Exactly. Yeah, in a way, it is actually draw 2 cards. So yeah, I love this card. This card goes in every Tech Levossian deck. I feel like if you're playing a Tech Levossian deck, you're playing this card, and if you're not, then you're doing something wrong. Yeah. So for that case, like easy fresh to death for Techlo. This is great. This is awesome, and I love the flexibility of it too, because it can still just be a defensive card if you need it to be.
Yeah, I can't think of anything wrong with this card, to be honest. It's so powerful and so flexible, and we talked about it multiple times at this point. It's like flexibility so good. This is just so bread and butter for Tech Levossian. I can't imagine they wouldn't want to play 3 of them. And for that reason, it's the fresh to death easily. Great art. Love everything going on with this card, and it's going to be very, very good. I have to imagine it's going to be. So and it's just, and I feel like it'll always be relevant no matter when you draw, a lot like Art of War was. So almost, unless you want to block, I guess. But even then, you can buff up your Evo firmness, which is nice. Yeah. Next, we have some rares here, some boost rares, it seems like. So a lot of these are mostly limited focus, based on some of them are kind of functional reprints or even worse. But first we have, this one is new. This is Bull Bar. It comes in all 3 colors. It's a mechanologist attack action. It attacks for 5, 4, and 3. It costs 2. This is the red here. It boosts. It also blocks for 3. If you control a hyperdriver, this gets overpower. Not the worst, but certainly not the best. It's a lot for just getting overpower. I feel like this is designed for the max deck, but the max deck is, I think, a little bit lower to the ground than pumping out a 2 for 5, possibly overpower, because you kind of want those resources to go grab your hyperdriver token and then possibly swing with Banksy. So I'm pretty low stale on this. I'd be surprised if this really makes the cut, but that's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, I don't think this makes waves, really. If you want to play a 2 for 5 with boost, just play Twin Drive. It like feeds into strategies much better than this does, even though it doesn't get overpower. I think you'll find that you get more value off of either just the double boost into something that cares about how many times you've boosted, or just, if you're playing a deck that does have generics, then, this could whiff. Twin Drive has a less chance of whiffing, like you were sort of mentioning previously. I feel like, yeah, Bull Bar exists as like a limited card. And yeah, low stale probably. I don't see this making the cut. Um, I
Yeah.
don't think it's a slot that necessarily has that much contesting right now, and that slot I think is just filled by Twin Drive if you really need it.
Yeah, yeah. And I believe that there's some 2-4-5s or whatever in Arcane Rising that have on hits. I'm blanking on them.
Yeah.
So on hits are just better than overpower, I would say. So yeah, I would consider that. What's Spring a Leak do?
Yeah, so Spring League is another 2 for 5 that comes in all 3 colors, so it becomes a 2 for 4 and 3. It blocks for 3, has boost, and when this hits a hero, remove all Steam counters from an equipment, item, or weapon they control. So it's kind of an additional version of System Failure that your opponent has a little bit of control over, because they can block it if they want to. Whereas System Failure is just straight up remove. If you're really looking for like really targeted sideboard hate against other mechanologists, I could see a world where you just throw in the reds of this to try to get them on turn 1. Like you're saying, to blow up their Tekla Pounder or what have you. So I could see the reds potentially seeing play, as just like you were saying, like 2 for 5 on hits are pretty good. I consider this to be like infinitely better than Bull Bar in that case. But yeah, like outside of that, I don't think that this is a main board card. Obviously, like the 2 for 5 isn't exciting, like we've mentioned. But I do think that the on hit on here could be pretty good depending on how relevant mechanologists with items are. So I think the red is probably like a sideboard high stale, and the rest are probably low stale.
Yeah, this is really going to depend on how good like Dash.io is, I think, and that will determine how much sideboard play it will see, and at that point, I think it's at max a high stale. It's probably if Dash.io is whatever a mid tier hero, this is probably hanging out at like the low stale range because it's just, I mean, like System Failure is doing this a lot better. And you could just run that, I think, and instead of just jamming a 2 for 5. So I don't know. Yeah, I mean, a lot of this exists for limited, right? Because obviously these Steam counters are going to be a problem there. So,
Oh yeah.
but
Yeah, like in limited, I think these cards are great.
yeah.
Like Spring a Leak is going to be really relevant when the only possible matchups you have are into other mechanologists that will likely have Steam counter shenanigans. So yeah, from that standpoint, like yeah, these cards are good, but yeah, from constructed, I don't think that when there's a bigger field, I don't think they make that much of a splash.
Yeah, absolutely. Next we have Big Shot. So this looks like it only comes in one color. This is a rare. It's a red. It's costs 3 and it is an attack action. It attacks for 6 and blocks for 3. If you've boosted 2 or more times this turn, this gets +2. So you get a 3 for 8 if you boosted 2 or more times, but it costs. I mean, it's like so tough. I don't think this is really where you want to be. We have way better payoffs for boosting multiple times. Pulse Wave Harpoon, the maximum velocity, and those are a little bit easier on the resource cost. So you'd have to hope that you have 3 resources left over after you've boosted twice. I'm pretty rotten on this, to be honest. I mean, a 3 for 8 is good, right? We see Wounded Bull see play, but you know, the Wounded Bull's a little bit easier to get off, obviously. So
Yeah.
That's where I'm at with this card.
Yeah, I think if you're looking for a boost payoff card, you just run max velocity. I feel like on the turns where you don't have the max velocity, you're probably fine not worrying about needing additional like alternate max velocity attacks. Yeah, I think this one's pretty rotten as well. 3 resources in the boost deck is already a lot. Like even on turns where you're able to get max velocity off, sometimes it is just barely by the skin of your teeth. Like you have exactly enough resources, and 2 for max velocity is like you are stretching it. So 3, I think, pushes this right out of contention. Personally.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, yeah, it's just this is whatever. But what does burn rubber do?
So burn rubber has the same sort of idea. It's another if you've boosted 2 or more times this turn card, but it is a mechanologist attack action for 3, pitches for red, attacks for 5, and blocks for 3. And if you've boosted 2 or more times this turn, this gets +2 and can't be defended by equipment. So a bit more interesting than Big Shot. Obviously, it attacks for 1 less. But not being able to be defended by equipment means that you are likely pressuring your opponent's hand more if they still have equipment and they really do need to block. So I'm still like, I think this card is better because it serves that niche of being at least a card that on its face pressures your opponent's hand as opposed to just it is big damage that your opponent can just like choose to block or not, because having your equipment around is a lot like it lets you be a lot more calm about your decisions and being like, okay, well, if need be, I can block with my Crown of Providence or my gloves or whatever. But this one, if you're really pushing in a lot of damage and you're pressuring your opponent into making that decision, then this makes that a little bit harder for them. I'm still not like super excited about this. I'm really trying to like pull as much as I can out of it for some reason. But yeah, like I would say like maybe low stale in the situations where this becomes like a card that you want to run. Even in like actual constructed, I don't think this is necessarily good. I think maybe just rotten after all that.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's probably like I don't know. Yeah, it's so tough. Like there are so many better payoffs, like we said with the last card. But I will say it is rotten. But the art reminds me of like a villain gang from like Batman Beyond, which is kind of cool. So
Yeah, I do like that. Gotham.
But next we have another payoff here, Smash and Grab, which is same cost here. It's a red. It costs 3, but it attacks for 5 and blocks for 3. If you boosted 2 or more times this turn, this gets +2. When this hits a hero, gain control of an item they control. So this is something I'm a little bit more interested in, right? This actually has like an on hit that matters in some matchups. That being said, it does cost 3. You have to boost twice to even get the both the benefit and the buff. So I think that it's probably a low stale. It's still not great, but maybe in some kind of sideboard situation, it could see play. But even then, like it's really tough to get to, that 3 resources after boosting twice. So I don't know. It's totally fine. It's like low, very low stale, but it's more interesting in the past too.
Yeah, I would almost rather just play other item destruction stuff. Like gaining control of your opponent's items are like fine, I think. But yeah, the fact that it's gated behind a 3 that requires 2 boosts instead of just being something like, I don't know, smashing good time, that just is its own thing that buffs another thing and just gets the destruction sort of on its own. I could see it being sideboarded again if we really need, like, if you're really in need for this type of effect, kind of like we were talking about with Spring a Leak. Yeah, like low stale. I could see it, but I don't know that that it'll ever do anything.
Yeah. Now, what does Gigawatt do?
Gigawatt, I think that there's a very slight design misstep on this, and I'll explain in a second. So Gigawatt is a mechanologist action. Comes in all 3 colors, blocks for 2 and costs 1. And it says your next mechanologist attack this turn gets +4 or +3 to 1. Or sorry, 2, 3 or 2, not 1. And go again. I would have loved, I would have absolutely loved if this had, instead of go again, boost. I don't know if that makes it too strong though. But I feel like having a non-attack, like even if it was they like tuned down the buffs one and gave it boost, I think that would be so cool. Like the first real like non-attack with boost. And like it plays in really nicely with stuff. In its current iteration, I won't like go on about what it could have been, but in its current iteration, like a 1 for +4, it's like there are already cards that Mechanologist has that do this. There's stuff from like Everfest. I'm blanking on the name of it, but it's the guy with like the saw hand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there are already Mechanologist buffs that exist. I don't think that this does anything different or interesting, which is why I'm so sad that it just doesn't have boost, because I think that would be really cool.
That would have been neat.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know. I think that there are already things that exist that even give it like extra on hits and whatever. So yeah, I think this one's rotten, unfortunately. There's just better things that you can do with your time.
Yeah, it's hard to commit a whole card that isn't doing something towards the plan. Obviously, if the plan is just to smash, sure, this is committing to the plan. But yeah, I'm probably rotten on it too. There's better options, and the synergy, the lack of synergy things going on with it is probably the biggest thing against it, because these decks are so synergy kind of like juiced up. If they had boost, it would have given some juice to that. Boost juiced to the to the synergy. So yeah, right there with you with rotten. Next card we have is Firewall, another block. Comes in all 3 colors, and it blocks for 4, 3, and 2. So the red blocks for 4. So most likely we're looking at the red here. When this defends, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's an Evo, put it on top of your deck. Otherwise, put it on bottom. So basically what we have here is a block 4 that you can filter your deck to try to get your Evos. Is that important? I don't think so, to be honest. This probably smooths out like limited a lot more, especially if you're looking for your Evos. But outside of that, I mean, it's a block 4, but for a red, and we saw that the blue one could block for up to 5, the Majestic. So I don't know. I'm pretty off this card. Probably low stale just because it is a block 4. If you really care about that stuff, but low stale for me.
Yeah, I agree. Again, like I said, still on, like, I don't even know if I'm on the fence. I can probably see the fence, but yeah, I don't know about block cards just personally. This one, like, I could see it honestly if it was like, if it's an Evo, draw it. Like that's already still pretty narrow. And I mean, comparing it to something like Sink Below, which allows you to filter anyway and is a defense reaction, like it's so much more flexible than this. I could see it if it was draw the Evo or put the card on the bottom, like whatever. But yeah, I'm not feeling this one either. Rotten. Like a block 4 is always going to be like okay, but if you want to play block 4s, just play like Fate Foreseen, which I know a lot of decks already kind of aren't playing.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know, in fairness to the Sink Below Fate Foreseen argument, it does trigger boost when you boost it up the top, as opposed to those. So it has some synergy points there. But still, we've even seen better blocks than this at this point. Yep. So we can go over the next one real quickly if you want. This is 0 to 50. What does this do, Bill?
So 0 to 50, which I actually love what they did with like the downgraded versions of these cards. So 0 to 50 is just 0 to 60, but 1 attack worse at all stages. So for those of you who don't know, it's a 0 for 3 that blocks for 3 with boost, and it's also a 0 for 2 at yellow and 0 for 1 at blue. 0 to 60 is a crazy card. Like the fact that the red one is a 0 for 4, that's like a breakpoint that is very relevant. So this being just 1 worse at each stage is relevant for consistency, so that you can have, if you really need zero cost boosts, you can play this. That being said, in constructed with 0 to 60, kind of just play those instead. So I don't think I think this is for sideboard consistency sake, or limited rather consistency sake, and that's probably just about where that begins and ends.
Yeah. If you're playing Rainbow 0 to 60s and need another 3 copies of a 0 for like 3 go again, you're probably playing the red. But beyond that, I mean, like the yellow 0 to 60s is just better. So I mean, it's so you would have to already be playing a full 9 copies of 0 to 60, I think, before you even consider 0 to 50, unless you don't play the blues, and then maybe you can kind of get a little wacky there. But functional downgraded reprint, which is, and I love the flavor text 0 to 60. You'll get a ticket for that, which is kind of fun. Next we have another downgrade here, which is actually something I think I'm less interested in. This is Razzle Dazzle, which I do love the name. It's a downgraded, what's the zipper hit?
Zipper hit, yeah.
Yeah, downgraded zipper hit. So if you don't know, zipper hit was 5, 4, and 3. This is 4, 3, and 2. It's a 1 for 4, 3 block boost mechanologist attack action. Where 0 to 50 might have its uses, I don't think Razzle Dazzle does. So I am pretty off this card. So I'm just gonna say rotten and move on from it.
Yep, agreed.
Yeah. But what does full tilt do?
So we have another. This is the same sort of situation that we saw, I think, with Outsiders, where they were just adding new stuff and they needed support for it. They needed a base. So full tilt is just a mechanologist attack action, comes in all 3 colors. It's a 2 for 5, 4, or 3 with boost. So it's similar to the other one that I'm also forgetting. Not Overloop, because we have an Overloop clone here.
It's
but
something,
there's
something from Arcane Rising.
there's another one from Arcane Rising that's just better at each stage than this, and I think that this just exists to, again, be just support for either limited or for strategies where you really need another 2 for 5. We've talked about 2 for 5s already, so I think we can just
rotten here. I mean, it's just a downgrade, and I think the next one. I mean, we just get the whole kind of cycle of different stat lines. So this is Gas Guzzler, super cool looking card. But it's just it's a boost in mechanologist attack action. It comes in all 3 colors, costs 3, and it attacks for 6, 5, and 4, and it blocks for 3. It's just stats on the cards for limited, and we'll just leave it at that. I mean, Gas Guzzler is a popper, but like we said before, there is no shortage of those anymore. So you could be playing better ones, and we'll also say the next one is a reprint, which I guess is worth talking about. Do you want to talk about it?
Yeah, sure. We'll talk about Crankshaft. So we've seen Crankshaft already from Everfest, I think,
or Dynasty, I think.
I think it was Dynasty. But yeah, so Crankshaft is 2 for 5 boost, blocks for 3, and comes in all 3 colors. And when this is banished from boosting, put a steam counter on a Hyperdriver you control. I do see this as being like a card that you might want to run in Max, just because you will need attacks. This does give you additional value with it, being something that in some way gives your attack go again when you're boosting it, and then also gives you a steam counter, which is just +1 value. It's not like a super exciting card, but I could see it as, if you do really need attacks in Max, you probably play like 1 of this or 2 of this, just for extra stuff. I don't hate it. I don't hate the effect. I will also say that the next one is basically just the same card, but 1 bigger.
Yeah.
We also have Big Bertha, which, by the way, hilarious.
Awesome.
Exceptional.
Awesome. And probably the blues where you want to be with this one too. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's the same effect when this is banished from boosting. Put a hyperdriver on a steam, or put a steam counter on a hyperdriver you control, and then it's 3, but attacking for 6, 5, and 4 across the 3 colors. So yeah, if you wanted to play these cards, you could probably play the blues, because yeah, they're just like they're just good as support cards. Getting the additional value from boosting, I think, is actually something that becomes relevant, especially over the course of a game. Um, yeah, so I do like these as support cards. I think that they're like probably, I would say even like low fresh as hyperdriver support. Like they're not insanely exciting, but I think that they are something that you would probably be happy to see off of a boost in max.
Certainly. Yeah, I'm the same way, especially when you're playing them at the blue, because you're using them as resources or you're hoping to boost them. And
Mhm.
I don't remember what we gave Crankshaft initially, but obviously there wasn't a lot of support for this strategy, so I think they're both at low fresh as well. We have another reprint here next, which is
Mhm.
Jumpstart, which also suddenly got a lot better as well. So Jumpstart is a 2-costed mechanologist attack action. Attacks for 5, 4, and 3. It's all in 3 colors. But it costs 1 less if you control a hyperdriver. So it has boost. So all of a sudden you're getting some extra zipper hits in your deck,
Mhm.
which is something that I think you should be interested in, at least at the red. This all of a sudden became a lot better. It is probably just like those the Crankshaft and Big Bertha, probably a low fresh.
Yeah, I think that you play max copies of the red in max. It is just an easy zipper hit to get, and 1 for 5s are great.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've mentioned that before, especially 1 for 5s with go again. Those are
Mm-hmm.
awesome. So,
Yeah.
um, yeah, I think the reds might even hit like mid fresh in max. I think that it will always be relevant, and just another good way to sort of apply pressure on either your main turns or even off turns. Like this just fits in really nicely.
For context, too, bingo is a 1 for 5 that you have to jump through hoops to get go again.
Yeah,
So,
your opponent has to allow you to get go again,
and
essentially.
that's a majestic. So, keep it in mind. The next
Yeah.
card is the same card, but stat boosted. just like
Yeah.
yeah. But if you want to talk about rev up,
Yeah. So like Tommy said, it's the same card as Jumpstart. It costs 1 less to play, but this one costs 3 and attacks for 6, 5, and 4. So it's just +1 cost, +1 attack, across all the 3 colors. Um, I don't like it quite as much as Jumpstart. I think like a 1 for 5 is really good, and a 2 for 6 is like we've been talking about 2 for 6s. 2 for 6 go again is good, like
mhm.
objectively. I just don't know how much you're wanting that specific effect in the hyperdriver deck. Um, I could see the reds being played. Honestly, I do think that with like the fact that you already have a bunch of hyperdrivers probably out, even just one, you do get the resource back from the hyperdriver effect. So the reds I could see as just like additional support for just needing to punch your opponent in the face. I think it sits probably maybe right around where red jumpstart hits, like maybe like mid fresh. Honestly, the others I'm not so sure about, but um, I think the effect is fine. I think I'm probably going to be running max jump starts and red rev ups in my max deck, just because you do need to punch your opponent. So
Yeah. Yeah, I would say in like the balls to the wall kind of boost deck, this is where you want to be, especially if you're in max, right? And you get the hyperdrivers. Uh,
Mhm.
Other than I think if you're trying to like maybe build a, or even if it's like so tough, right? Because how many 2 slots do you have in the cost section
Mhm.
if you're playing like max velocity or whatever? Um, but that being said, like stat wise, yeah, 2 for. I mean, as a brute player, I would love a 2 for 6 go again that blocks. Uh, you know,
Yeah.
who would have thought? But the stat. I like the stats on the red. Could probably do without the yellow or the blue.
Mhm.
So probably, I would probably give it like a low fresh. But we'll see if it just makes the cut. Really, is a matter of like because there's a lot of great options now. Um,
Yeah. I don't even know what the deck list looks like right now. So
Yeah.
I could see rev up happening, but also I'm thinking about adding all these items like shenanigans and whatever. So these might just not fit.
Yeah, but if you're like just I want to boost and smash, rev up is certainly not a bad option.
Hmm.
But we might have 2 for 6s from Arcane Rising that have on hits, so it's hard to say.
It's true.
I don't even remember. But the next card is pretty interesting actually. It's called Data Link. I'm gonna bring up the blue here. This is a 0 cost mechanologist attack action. Comes in all 3 colors. It attacks for 3, 2, and 1. It blocks for 3 and has boost. So another 0 cost boost card. But when this hits, opt 1. I'm only bringing up the blue because it doesn't matter, right? Like we've talked about it. Most things, it doesn't have a breakpoint at 3. So you might as well get the resources out of something like this. And that being said, I think this is a pretty decent blue. If you attack with this and you're trying to set up, like opting 1 is very powerful. So especially in mechanologist. So I like this quite a bit. I think it's excellent in -IO, right? You got to filter through the top of your deck to try to get an item that you want. Yeah, I think the blue is actually a pretty solid fresh, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see this in a lot of deck lists.
Yeah, I could see that too. Again, just being a good supporting card that is an annoying thing that just pings for a damage, and if your opponent decides to put something in front of it, then I think you're just laughing. Like your opponent is either putting a card in front of it or one of their charges of their equipment. Like that's great. And otherwise you get the opt 1, which is quite strong. Like you said, when you're able to look at the top card, like you already know what the top card of your deck is, but if you're like, I really don't want this, you get yourself another chance to instant speed out an item for free. Like this is basically entirely for free. So yeah, I like it in -IO as the blue. I think solid fresh for that is really accurate.
Yeah, and in -IO you get to remove 2 cards, right? So you let's say there's something that you don't want on there on top, you could boost it away, and then you'll get the additional chance to opt it away, which is pretty good. So you might want to play all 9 copies in -IO. I'm not sure, but it seems really good for that strategy. What does Dive Through Data do?
So Dive Through Data actually does the same thing. We're getting into a bit of we have 0 and 1 cost mechanologist attacks that do the same thing but just have their stuff scaled. So Dive Through Data is just data link, but costs 1 more and attacks for 1 more across all 3. This one I'm like less excited about. I do like data link being free, sort of fitting into that and allowing you to sort of burn through your deck without spending resources, I think is really interesting. The 1 for 4 boost, I could potentially see as just like if you need sort of red things to do. But yeah, I think data link probably just fits in a little bit nicer, especially because your resources are already going to be all over the place with -IO. You're really going to want to use them towards the attacks that she has to play from up top. So yeah, I don't know how to rate this one exactly, especially after Data Link. I think Data Link just probably does this a bit better because it's for free. And the damage doesn't matter as much. So I think if you play any Dive Through Data, it's probably the red because it is a new breakpoint. But yeah, outside of that, I think they're probably low stale. I'm not sure though.
Yeah, I'm agreeing. Like you just play the red if any of them. The red's probably a high stale. The rest is probably low stale. If you really got to fill out your deck with, like, if you really want to do this a lot, sure, throw those in there. But the red's probably where you want to be. But Data Link is just doing it a lot better. Now, the next card is Sprocket Rocket. So this is also pretty cool. So this is another 0 costed mechanologist attack action. It attacks for 3, 2, and 1. It comes in all 3 colors. It has boost and it blocks for 3. If an item or equipment was banished from boosting this gets +1. So I love the red in -IO, right? You have a lot of agency in knowing when to boost. You know the top of your deck at all times. Sprocket Rocket seems like a shoe in there. I would probably say it like a really solid fresh for Dash.io. And the blue might be fine too. Right, coming in for 2. The 1 versus 2 doesn't really matter. But you know, I think this is like bread and butter for Dash.io, especially at the red.
Yeah, and I'm glad you say so, because this and the next card, Dumpster Dive, were actually our spoiler cards at the Spike Feeders. So yeah, I think that these cards are great. Like, I was actually pretty surprised when we got these, because they're kind of just extra copies of 0 to 60 and Zipper Hit. And like we were saying previously, those cards are really good. So realistically, like, if you were playing a deck that wanted even like the yellow 0 to 60, you can just replace it with Sprocket Rocket, and potentially have either the same or better attack than the yellow 0 to 60. Same with Dumpster Dive. If you were running yellow Zipper Hits, you could just run the red Dumpster Dives and get the same amount of like overall damage, basically. But yeah, I love these cards. Obviously, I'm a little bit biased, but I do think that they're genuinely quite good. Yeah, I think red Sprocket Rocket is going to make its way into decks. I think it's going to be a new sort of just auto-include at the red for most of the Mechanologist decks that care about having items. Obviously, you get the +1 off of boosting your Evos as well. So I could also see this in Tech Levossian. Just kind of maybe draws you a card in a way. But yeah, I love these solid fresh. Same with Dumpster Dive. I think that the red, if you wanted to play like additional copies of Zipper Hit, then I think you all aboard the garbage train.
Oh yeah. Yeah, both of these are like pretty good in these situations. I mean, we saw it. You know, it's like weird because you could just play the Zipper Hits and the 0 to 60s, but if you need more of them, they're here, which is great, and yeah, it's certainly something that I'm interested in. They're going to play very well if you have the room to play them. And the next card is, you want to talk about Expedite?
Yeah, absolutely. So Expedite and MetX are the 0 and 1 cost cards with this effect, just so we can bundle them together.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Expedite is a 0 for 3 boost, blocks for 3, comes in all 3 colors. MetX is a 1 for 4, comes in all 3 colors as well. And their effects are, when this hits, you may put an item with cost 0 or 1 from your hand into the arena. Genuinely, I think this is very good. Especially like you're saying, like the blue. I think the blue is a fantastic supporting card here because it's really dinky damage that your opponent probably doesn't want to block, but gets you pretty good value if they don't. Like they will probably want to spend some amount of their resources blocking this stupid 0 for 1. Because otherwise you get a Grinding Gears in play, or you get the one that lets you just put other items into play at instant speed, Quantum Processor. Like, I think that this card is quite good, especially like in Dash.io, where you're going to be playing a lot of items anyway. Just helps you barf them out even faster. So the name is perfect for that. Expedite. You are expediting your game plan. So yeah, I think that this card is really solid, especially in like I said, Dash.io. I would probably maybe even play some amount of these in Max just to get hyperdrivers out even faster. But yeah, I think this is a solid support card. Probably like solid fresh for like the blue, maybe even just all of them. I think maybe you just want to play some amount of copies of like the red and the blue just to have them, or even the yellows because the damage doesn't matter.
Yeah. I'm right there with you. I'm not as high. I mean, I assume, the MedX is not as good, obviously, right? Once you have to start committing resources to this effect, it becomes a little less exciting. But Expedite, I think, is the coolest thing about it is you can just say, I'm not boosting. Mm-hmm. And they got to be like, they're going to try to crank whatever they throw in here, and they're just going to be able to continue their turn anyway. And now I'm set up to like either give up a card or force them into that. And yeah, I would say definitely the reds and the blues, and you might even be considering the yellows as well. Expedite is a solid fresh. Med-X, same effect, cost of resource, probably like a high stale, I would say, but super powerful effect. And Med-X probably will see some amount of play at the red, which is kind of neat. Now, next we have another cycle of two different cost and stat shifted cards. We have Outpace and Lay Waste, which Outpace is a 1-for-4 boost with blocks 3, and it comes 4, 3, and 2. And it says this can't be defended by equipment. And then Lay Waste is the same, but it costs 2, and it is 5, 4, and 3. And this is fine. I think this is meant for against Techno Boston in limited mostly, and I imagine that's probably where it's going to stay. It's because it doesn't really have an on hit, and folks can kind of just wait to use their equipment with on something else. So I'm pretty off these cards. I would say rotten.
Yeah, I think with all of the sort of running around that I was doing trying to explain burn rubber, is if you've boosted 2 or more times gets +2 and can't be defended by equipment. I think I would play that over these, and that's not even saying that I would necessarily play burn rubber.
Yeah.
So the fact that these have boost, I mean burn rubber doesn't, so that's kind of relevant too. But yeah, I think these are just filler spots. Not necessarily like there's nothing wrong with that. Like we were kind of mentioning, this is for like limited support and whatever. But yeah, rotten for constructed. I don't think you need this effect.
No, not at all. What does Fender Bender do?
So Fender Bender kind of does the same thing, but I think a little bit better. So Fender Bender and Panel Beater are both boost attacks. Fender Bender costs 1, Panel Beater costs 2. Fender Bender attacks for 4, while Panel Beater attacks for 5, so it's the same sort of incremented up sort of deal. They have boost, they block for 3, and this gets +X, where X is the number of equipment defending it. So it kind of gives like piercing, I think is the effect that like the Arachne knives have. Except it does scale if they decide to block with more equipment. So it's like I say, I think it's kind of just a better version of this can't be defended by equipment, because it really disincentivizes your opponent from blocking with equipment, and then if they decide to, you get a buff on top of it. So if you were planning on playing Outpace or Lay Waste, I would say play Fender Bender and Panel Beater instead. But even that, I don't know that you necessarily need these. If you're looking for ways to close out the game, I think there are just stronger versions of these types of cards. Like even just looking at Zipper Hit just better. Yeah, in terms of this beating out existing cards, I don't think it does, but I think it beats out cards that are also in the set, so that's cool.
yeah. It's like it's high rotten. Let's say that, and that's where I'm at with these cards too. Like it's certainly cool, but we have just so much more, so many better options here. The next set, though, of 2 cards, well, one of them is a reprint. It's Underloop, which is not a reprint, and then Overloop. So, for those of you who don't know, Overloop was from Arcane Rising. It's a 2-for-5, or at least I think it was upright. It was either upright, Arcane Rising, or Crucible. One of the two. I always forget that there was Mechanologist cards in there, but it's from that era. Overloop, 2-for-5, boost. When this hits, put it on the bottom of its owner deck, and it comes in all 3 colors, so 5, 4, and 3. And then we got Underloop, which is basically just the down cost shifted version of that. Red Underloop is good, and Overloop saw play. I mean, it's pretty important because when you're boosting a lot, you're going to run out of your deck. So you have to replenish it sometimes, and Underloop does this very well at red, and Overloop had already done it. So I would give actually Underloop red a fresh. I'm not thrilled about the yellow or the blue though.
Yeah, just being 1 for 4 that gives you some resources back, gives you cards back in your deck. Like, it is a very real thing for mechanologists to just be fatigued. Like, they just fatigue themselves by running out of cards by boosting too much. So having something that kind of sits in that 1 for 4 range, I think is fine, as long as it has something else that happens. And like, maybe this effect also disincentivizes your opponent to block it effectively, or just say, I'll take the 1 damage, because then you still do get something out of it. So I do think that the red is good. Overloop is a card that does still see play in Mechanologist, because it is just like, for that reason you get your resources back. So yeah, I can definitely see the reds being played here. Probably, yeah, solid fresh, solid, maybe low fresh, because we do have a lot of good aggressive options, but I still think that it's fine. I think it's a card that makes sense to have.
It's an on hit that your opponent should care about, and
Yeah.
especially if they're on the defensive plan. So what does Gas Up do?
So Gas Up is honestly a card that I like a surprising amount. It's another Mechanologist action, blocks for 2, costs 1. The next attack you boost this turn gets +4. You may put a Hyperdriver from your banished zone into the arena and go again. So obviously this comes in all 3 colors, so it buffs for 4, 3, and 2. I do actually like this one. I know that I didn't say that as much for Gigawatt when it came up previously, but the fact that you get an item back from your banish zone, like we were talking about with like Heist, I think that that's relevant. And I'm going to be playing these in Max, probably not as much even for the attack buff, just for the getting Hyperdrivers back from banish. Like, I think that's fine. Obviously, this does a worse job of it than there's that one from Everfest that gets you, I think, up to 3. It's like the prayer of whatever, or the I forget what those are called.
Blessings.
They're auras.
Yeah.
Blessings. That's what it is. Yeah. Obviously, the blessings do a better job, but this is, you get it right now instead of having to wait until your next turn. I do actually genuinely like this card. I think I like it even just as the blue, like as a support card that also gives you a little bit of a buff and gets a Hyperdriver back if you end up boosting them away. So I like it. I like these a lot. I think these are fresh, honestly. I like them as support cards in the Hyperdriver decks.
Yeah, I am right there with you. I mean, it's a great way to get a extra action point floating around in Max. You go get this Hyperdriver and crank it, and you can do some crazy stuff, and then also get the buff as well. It's going to play very well. It's a matter of how much room there is, I think, because it is contributing to the synergy. So I think probably the blues might be where you want to look at, but they only block 2, so it's like a little bit hard to say. Like, do you maybe just want to just run it as the red and say, you know what, we're going full power? So it's very interesting. So I like it. Probably like a low fresh for me, and it has a lot of upside on it, which I love. The next card is Quickfire. And this is the confirmation that the Mafia, like old school Mafia, exists in Metrics. It's a cycle of cards, comes in all 3 colors. The Mechanologist non-attack action, costs 2, it blocks 2. It is the red is the next attack you boost this turn gets +4, and then 3 and 2, and then it costs 1 less to play for each Hyperdriver you control, and it also has go again. So if you have 2 Hyperdrivers like out, it's a 0 for +4, which is good at that point, but you got to do a little work to make this work. I think this is probably more of a limited, probably all-star in Max, but I don't think, to be honest, there's going to be a lot of room for this in Constructed. So I'm probably rotten on Quickfire, as cool as that is.
Yeah, yeah. I think especially coming right off of Gas Up, like Gas Up is just this with one discount plus an extra thing. Um, so I think it's tough for it to sort of fill that role while Gas Up exists. Like I do love the fact that this guy just has a freaking Tommy gun, which also I believe like it looks like it's part of his arm. Like I think that it is literally
Yeah.
like an attachment on his arm and not just a gun. So I think that's cool too. But yeah, probably rotten on these. Just doesn't do enough for what you're getting.
Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, as cool as it is, what does recharge do? Recharge. Actually, I should say
Recharge.
it's got an exclamation point.
It does have an exclamation point. So this one is another just another buff. So this is 1 cost, 2 block with go again. Put a steam counter on a hyperdriver you control, and then the next attack you boost this turn gets +4. Again, I think that Gas Up just is kind of what you want more. You get just a free hyperdriver instead of buffing one that you already have. But we did mention that putting steam counters on stuff is relevant too. Um, if you're really looking for this type of effect, you probably just play the red as just like front loaded, here's a bunch of damage sort of thing. Um, but I do think that if you're already playing a buff that cares about hyperdrivers, you're probably just playing Gas Up in some combination of, you would probably run this if you really ran out of spots for like red and blue Gas Ups.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I think I'm probably like high rotten. It's better than quickfire, I think.
Yeah, better than quickfire, worse than gas up, and it'll probably live there, and certainly cool, probably good in commoner or something like that. But yeah, but recharge is just okay. And we're at our last mechanologist card here. This is Techlonetic Force Field, which we have another block. And this card, I'm going to just spoil it for everyone. This is a rotten. When this defends an attack with overpower, this gets +2. So it blocks for 3 at the red, 2 at the yellow, and 1 at the blue. And it always gets +2 if it's defending an attack with overpower. It's rotten. This is way too narrow, and it's probably not even that great and limited, to be honest. Maybe at the red, but yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. Even if this had one more block at each stage, I still don't see it. Like, even if this card was better, I think it's still bad.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it's easy rotten. Like we were mentioning, getting overpower isn't even like the best thing that you can do. So the fact that this tries to counter getting overpower, which is something that people probably don't care about anyway.
Yeah. I mean, like, you would have to be like, okay, I'm playing against Levossian, right? And I'm worried about the tanks smashing me. This helps there, but also
it certainly does.
Yeah, that's the buck stops there. So, but yeah, pretty whatever, But that's it for the mechanologist cards. We're into the expansion slot. For those of you who don't know, this set has an expansion slot where you're going to get some support for other classes. And the first one here is an assassin equipment, if you want to talk about that, Bill.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is this was actually Red Zone Rogue's spoiler, Shriek Razors. This is an assassin equipment arms, and it completes the set of the like silver buyback equipment. So this is, while this is in your graveyard at the start of your turn, you can destroy 2 silvers you control if you do equip this. So at the beginning of your turn, you can pay to get an extra, pay to re-equip it. And then it has attack reaction, pay 2 resources, destroy this. Target attack action card defending an assassin attack gets -1. And then it has battle worn with 1 defense. So it is obviously a little bit more narrow. But I do think that like on board and especially like repeatable, sort of kind of like a +1 in the way that assassin cards usually get +1s, where it actually is debuffing your opponent. I actually like don't hate these. I think that they're like I think that there is now an option in the hand slot between playing this and like flick knives. This would probably be better in like a more grindy game. But yeah, I do like these, especially just as an additional option for assassins to have. So I think like it's more of a sideboard option, but I still think it's fine. So probably like solid fresh, maybe low fresh even. I'm just not as versed in the assassin matchups, but I do definitely see a place for these. I think these can hold their own.
Yeah, I think this is this is them trying to make Arachne a little bit better. Certainly, the contract plan definitely helps pay off this kind of card. For Arachne, I would say it's a little bit higher fresh, and I don't. I mean, I'm just imagining. I think Arachne all of a sudden looks really good into these decks, right? Like the mechanologist decks that are boosting a lot. And so if you're on like this grindy banish the top of your deck plan, all of a sudden you have like a great matchup. I think if they're already banishing the top of their own deck, so they're helping you get down to your game plan anyway. So this might end up being a huge role player, but certainly really cool. I like that they completed the set. It was kind of weird. It's like, oh, what's the hands going to be for so long? And I think it's very cool. Mm-hmm. It's high fresh. I don't think it's quite fresh to death, but I think it's going to be a really nice role filler for Arachne.
Definitely.
Next card, we have another assassin card. It's already dead. And this is a majestic. It costs 2, and it attacks for 6 and blocks for 3. And it is a contract card. So you are contracted to banish opponent's non-action cards. So these are blocks, reaction cards, and instants, I guess, is probably the big things here. Whenever you... Oh, also equipment. Whenever you complete this contract, create a silver token. When this hits a hero, banish the top card of their deck and a defending card. So, what does this mean? If they defended with an equipment card and you manage to hit with this card, you can banish that the equipment. It still did the block, but you complete the contract for the non-action card, so you get the silver. This is really good. I think this is no doubt fresh to death because for multiple reasons. It's a popper. It works in Arachne and it works excellent in Azuri. And Azuri really loves this card, and it should be a really annoying filler because if you commit the equipment before Azuri activates, you're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah. I think this is easy fresh to death, and it is so mind games, and like assassins are already very mind games. This is just another 2 for 6 that they can swap in with Azuri that makes your life awful. Because even if you were able to if your opponent blocks earlier in the combat chain with an equipment as well, and you're in the same combat chain, then you attack with this and you hit, because the chain is still open, all of the previous chains are active. The previous chain links are still active. So you can snipe an equipment from a previous attack as long as it's within the same combat chain. So this card is obnoxious. This is like Cyclone Roundhouse, but you get to choose. And Cyclone Roundhouse I already thought was really cool. It didn't end up seeing that much play, I think, because it has variance, but this has less variance. And you can just ruin your opponent's day by getting rid of one of their battle-worn equipments, or like against if you're playing against like a Guardian or something and you snipe their shield, that's, oh my god, that feels bad. So yeah, fresh to death. I love this card, and I think it's very strong.
And the name's just so funny. He's already dead.
Leave him alone. Stop.
Throw in the damn towel. What's this next card? A card that I might be excited about. We'll see.
Yeah. So you were talking about six attack brute cards, right? So we have Smashing Performance, which is, as I say, a 6 attack brute card. It is a yellow and it costs 3. When this attacks, draw a card, then discard a random card. If a card with 6 or more attack is discarded this way, destroy a random item in the arena. So definitely interesting. I think it's very funny that it is a random item. So if you are also playing items, it could potentially hit one of your own, which I just think it feels very brute.
Yeah.
But I also forgot to mention this does not block. This does not have a defense value.
Oh, that was a given. Come on. Come on.
Yeah,
man.
it's a brute card. Yeah, I don't know. I don't. I'm not a brute player personally, so I'm very excited to hear what your thoughts are on it. But this does feel like if you wanted this type of effect, you just kind of play Arc Smash. I could be wrong. I mean, it is a 6, and 6s are good, especially ones that aren't red. You need resources, you need cards that trigger your other. If you discard or banish a 6 attack thing, those are always relevant. But this definitely feels like a sideboard card in a meta where items matter. The situation that I mentioned where you're destroying your own items, I don't think that ever really comes up. I don't think brutes really play items. You already play so many non-blocks. I don't know why you'd want to go above and beyond. So, like sideboard, maybe high stale unless I'm missing something. But that's where I'll land on it for now.
So this is a very interesting card, right? Well, first of all, because it certainly sparked a lot of debate about like what the hell is going on with Brute. We are on the cusp of probably a Savage Land set, which I would imagine we're going to start to see like almost a paradigm shift on how they approach Brute from a design perspective. Now, this might not seem like that, right? This is still a random, no block. You can't even play this card with another version of this card because it costs 3. And it's interesting. So now let's talk about the positives here. You hit on this, right? If you're playing Rhinar, you intimidate, and you get to destroy an item, hopefully a good one, right? Because you don't know. Now, I will say, from what I've seen going through all the mechanologist stuff that we saw and also had playing against OG Dash, typically every item you put out has a decent amount of value to whatever you're trying to do. Like we saw a lot of clunkers in this set, and I don't think a lot of them will see play, but the really good ones will see play. Whether it is a role filler or the payoff, like grinding gears. So if you hit with this, it feels like a lot of value because you also, unlike Arc Smash, you are attacking for 6 and would have intimidated unless you're playing Levi or something like that. So I think this ends up being like a low fresh sideboard in the Rhinar deck that already is playing the draw discard game, right? Arc Smash comes in when you're trying to be a little bit more value mid range, and kind of like you're not really worried about drawing and discarding. So I think they're both different role fillers because you see people play the balls to the wall, wild rides, bare fangs, like nonsense with Rhinar or any brute, and then you see like, oh no, I'm just like playing with club. And I'm making sure that I just like play like a really tight mid-range game. This is not for that deck. So I'm low fresh sideboard. I'm hoping the paradigm shift is we get a lot more cards like Skullcrack that give you payoffs for getting discarded at random. Then all of a sudden you get to build this really cool deck where you're going to get a lot of value, extra value out of getting the random discard. So we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I'd love to see that too. Because Skullcrack I think is just such clean design, and I think that Brute could use a lot of that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And like we saw it with like Reincarnate, and some other cards as well. So hopefully a little bit more of that. But yeah, that's where I'm at with Smashing Performance. I know we've been talking about mech cards for 5 hours now. I need to get this one off my chest. The next card is Tectonic Rift. This is our Guardian expansion slot. It's a blue that costs X. It blocks for 2. It's just a Guardian action. Create X Seismic Surge tokens, go again. The positives here for me is it has go again. The negatives is it is it blocks for 2. I don't honestly think this is what you want to do in Guardian unless you're trying to do like a weird pop off Guardian kind of thing. So for that reason, I'm out on this card. I would be willing to be proven otherwise. It's probably hanging out around like a stale, to be honest, for me. But that's where I like. Remember Awakening? You got to like search for a card and then get a ton of Seismic Surge tokens.
Yeah.
This you just have to play this out.
This is like less than half of Awakening,
Yeah.
and it shows. Yeah, I was initially really high on this card because the first thing I thought of, this is just, people know this at this point. Anybody who's listening this deep into these reviews knows how I like look at cards. But the first thing I was thinking of was, oh my god, you pitch an illusion of not illusion of grandeur. The
gem.
The gem, yeah. The one that pitch makes you a Seismic Surge. You pitch that to this, you get 4 Seismic Surge tokens, and that's so cool. And then I thought about it even more and saw people talking about it, and it's like, okay, well, this blocks for 2, which sucks. This like just creates Seismic Surge tokens, it does nothing else. It is a blue, which is fine, but the other like nail in the coffin for this is that it doesn't cost 3 or more. And that sounds like it would be bad, but there are so many Guardian cards that care about it having like cards that cost 3 or more in your pitch zone. Like even for Anothos, like this doesn't work on that. It's just, it needed to be slightly more for it to be good. I just don't think it does enough for it to be something worth looking at in your Guardian deck. So yeah, I think like probably low stale. Probably like just on the cusp of high rotten, honestly.
Yeah. I think super great in like casual formats, like where you're trying to do crazy stuff. Like when this will be like a UPF all-star, but you know, for the purpose of this review, it's not very good.
Yeah, it's not quite it.
What is? I mean, I've been making jokes, you know, when we were gonna get Wax Off, and we finally did. What does Wax Off do, Bill?
So Wax Off is Ninja Defense Reaction. It's a blue, costs 0, and blocks for 2. So, I mean, in just the broad scheme of things, we're looking at ninja cards. Blue zeros are good, just like almost by default. Blue zeros are fine. The effect on this, though, is if you've played Wax on this turn, create a Zen State token. So this is, of course, harkening back to when we got Wax Off or Wax On, which is also a defense reaction that I can't remember what it does off the top of my head.
I think it gets buffed if it's blocking a 0-costed attack.
Yeah, while Wax On is defending an attack action with cost 0, it has +2. And the red blocks for 3, and then 2 and 1 for the yellow and the blue. So not like a very narrow defense reaction, of course. And then this works off of a very narrow defense reaction. But I will say, for all the naysayers, this is, so far, I think the easiest way to get Zen State tokens, and I'm glad that it is gated behind playing a suboptimal card. Because for anybody who hasn't played against Zen State tokens, they are miserable to play against. They are so strong. Like, even going through all the hoops to having to do, like, Crane Dance into Fine Center, like, getting the 1 off of doing that already feels crazy. Like, it is so strong. So this, the fact that you just have to play 1 other card to get yourself a Zen State token, like, as soon as the Zen State comes into play, this actually does block for 3, by the way. Like, in a way, it blocks for 3. And then it continues to block for 2 turns after that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I am glad that it is, like, people's initial thoughts that I saw for this were like, oh, well, like, you have to play such crappy cards. I'm like, good. This effect is too strong. Like, yeah, otherwise, if it was too easy to make, then people would hate playing against ninjas. I think that this card is the perfect power level for what it gives you. I still really like it from that standpoint. I think in that way it is very well designed. So yeah, I love Wax Off. I probably want to try to play it. And it works especially well in like really aggressive matchups. Like if you're playing against Fi or even another ninja, this probably happens quite honestly, even against what we've seen for like certain boost dash decks. They'll probably want to play a bunch of 0 to 60, even 0 to 50 sometimes.
Expedite, stuff like that.
Expedite. There's going to be a lot of zero cost boost cards that this will just like happen sometimes. And then again, like Zen state tokens are crazy. So I think this card has the potential to be extremely powerful in the sideboard for ninjas. I would honestly go as far to say like maybe even high fresh sideboard in the situations. If you're able to get this off consistently, this card is fresh to death. This card is a backbreaker in a matchup where you want to be defensive. Yeah, I could wax poetic about this card.
Yeah, dude, I'm right there with you. I think so. Like Dan Rakowski, aka Danny Dimes, was playing like a wax on Phi deck at one point. You know, when Phi was just like a really powerful deck that like the mirror match was like really important, and it kind of gave you an edge. And now that we have wax off, like if we get to that point again where Phi is really powerful, or even, you know, like you said, these zero cost like mechanologist cards are really a problem. This becomes like a really effective, you know, card to play, right? You know, like at sideboard, right? You know, you can even like force it into the main board and then bring in the wax ons for the matchup. I wouldn't really want to do that because it's just still just a block too. It is a defense reaction, so you get to kind of like trick some people. But yeah, no, this is really cool. I'm glad that they finally made it, and yeah, it almost scares me out of wanting to play like really like go wide zero cost attack decks because. Yep. As soon as you run into someone that's prepared with the wax on, wax off like combo, I think you like it's like an automatic loss. It feels like, I mean, you have to have both at the same time, but like you just need to have the wax on, so you just play like the reds and the yellows or something like that, and then you also get the wax off to do that as well. So no, very very cool. Very cool.
I just need people to know that if you don't know how strong Zen state tokens are, then you are privileged. Like, you live a blessed life.
They are insane. They are insane. Now, we have a warrior action here. It's called Emboldened Blade. Another blue cost is zero cost, or blue pitch zero cost. It's just an action. It blocks for 3. It says turn a face down card in any arsenal face up. If it's a defense reaction, destroy it, and your next weapon attack this turn gets +1, and this has go again. This is a great sideboard card. I really think so. Like, you know, when you are Dorinthia, people board in these Sink Belows, they board in, you know, the Fate for Scenes, they board in even the what's the one from Arsenal that gets a little bit of a buff if it costs 3. Unmovable.
Yeah. Unmovable. There we go. Yeah, I was about to just say shields up because that's the art.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's funny because like we've been talking so many cards. All of a sudden, you have to like rack your brain for other cards. You're like, So, but people board those things in against Dorinthia sometimes, and this is just so good. And you can even play it in like if you think your opponent's they're playing the battle axe, the new battle axe Dorinthia, which is really awesome. This is a great sideboard option into that as well. I think it's exactly the kind of sideboard kind of thing I like to see. Like it's very powerful, very narrow, and also has some variance to it. So I like Emboldened Blade quite a bit.
Yeah, I do too. Dorinthia loves blues, and you know, even if you don't get to destroy the thing in the arsenal, you do get the information about it. Like that's kind of a bittersweet thing to even think about, because it's like realistically you want this to be getting the full value. Like if you destroy an unmovable with this, your opponent feels like garbage. Like that is so. They think they're so safe behind this huge block, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, by the way, you don't have that, and my attack's more powerful. Attack you. Yeah, so I like Emboldened Blade, like probably like solid sideboard fresh. Because like you say, if you are playing Dorinthia, I'm sure Dorinthia players already know this, but yeah, you get the full gambit of all defense reactions that your opponent brought with them today. It's just the way that the matchups work. So this can help out quite a bit. And yeah, destroying cards is really good. It just trades with your opponent essentially. And puts them in a really bad spot.
Yeah. At the floor, it's a blue pitch, and then even just a little bit above that, it's just I get information on what my opponent's doing if it's not a defense reaction, and then like the ceiling is really just destroying your opponent's morale. Which is good, and I think that it's a blue, so like Decimator Dory might just want this anyway as like a pretty decent blue that's gonna have some application. If your opponent's telegraphing something, I don't think I gave it I would say like a fresh sideboard rating. You want to talk about Intoxicating Shot?
Yeah, sure thing. So this is the Riptide specialization that DM Armada got to spoil, which was fantastic. This is a ranger action arrow. It costs 0, pitches for 3. It's a blue. Attacks for 4 and blocks for 3. So like that stat line already is kind of crazy. On like just looking at that as it is, card's crazy. It does, as its effect, have a downside, of course, because that stat line is so crazy. And it's when this hits a hero, they create a Courage and a Quicken token. So Courage pops to give their next attack +1, and Quicken pops to give their next attack go again. So obviously that is quite the downside, but something that is very relevant is the Courage and the Quicken token. If they do pop on an attack, they turn on basically all of Riptide's defense reactions, which I think is incredible design. That is so clean, because you're giving them this bonus and just making them play into your traps. And like I said, the 0 for 4 at a blue, that's an insane stat line to have. That also blocks for 3. Like you pitch this in the early game. This comes back around in the late game where your opponent really does want to block anyway, and this effectively takes cards out of your opponent's hand, being that 4 attack threshold. I really like this card. I think this is a card that Riptide like really needs too, just as additional support. And I love the fact that it makes it so that they have to play into your like Collapsing Trap and Buzzsaw Trap and all the other ones too. Like it's just great, fantastic design, really great power level on this card too. I think this card's fresh to death in Riptide. I don't see a situation where you don't play this card. The downside is barely a downside, honestly.
Yeah. It's so, sometimes whatever. I mean, like Katsu is a great example of something that's going to be triggering your traps all the time, right? Mm-hmm. So like they just get a little bit of a bonus off of the Intoxicating Shot, but at the floor here, it's a blue that blocks 3, and it's also a 4, right? Like you nailed all of it, right? But it also feels super good when you are coming in with this that is going to threaten a Courage and Quicken token, and also maybe a Blood Rot, a Inertia, or a Frailty token as well. Because then the decision becomes even harder for your opponent, because like, I want that Quicken and Courage. I don't care about the traps. But do I want the Blood Rot? Do I want the Frailty? The Frailty is going to negate the Courage token if they plan on swinging with a weapon, and then Inertia, as we've seen, is like one of the best tokens in the game. So this is a slam dunk, fresh to death. Some matchups, it's not going to be the best, but this gives you a lot of game into like Bravo, which you were rarely ever triggering the traps, especially the go again ones. This is something that like makes it just a little bit better. Riptide's still a little bit in the gutter, but that's where he thrives. So hopefully this helps him. Super cool, fresh to death. Next we have the Blue Sonata Phantasmia. This is so we have Sonata Arcanix, which is the red one. I imagine we'll get the yellow one. Actually, Gary had asked Kale from Dead Summer last week what he thinks the yellow one would be. He actually had a really good answer for it. If you want to go back to the last episode, folks, if you're still listening to this, of course. This is blue, double X, Visceri Specialization. It blocks for 3. It's a Rune Blade non-attack action, which is always pretty important. But this one does not have Go Again. It says create X Rune Chant tokens. If X is 6 or greater, target hero discards 3 random cards. So, how do you do this? You basically have to play this out of your arsenal to get the 6. Probably you need 4 blues, and that's probably where you got to be. But creating X Rune Chant tokens is not the worst thing. I think this is pretty good. And especially if you can maybe Spellbones Creepers to get the action point back, or if it's just a big setup turn, right? If you can actually get the 6, it's unbelievable. It's like the most busted card I've ever seen in my life. Like, you get 6 Rune Chants and I lose my turn, basically. Great. So I think this is a low fresh to death. Like, this seems pretty insane to me. But I'd be willing to be proven wrong. I would hope to be proven wrong because it looks so good.
Oh, all I'm saying is I want Visceri in Living Legend format so I can do this with Bloodsheath Skeleta.
Yeah.
Because like that's disgusting. I think this card is just fresh to death. Like if you get the 6 or greater, obviously it is difficult to get to the 6 or greater, but it essentially reads Time Walk. Like you negate your opponent's next turn entirely by making them discard 3 random cards. We've seen it before with cards that make them discard 2 random cards, even like Crippling Crush, stuff like that. Like these effects are incredibly strong. So Sonata Phantasmia, like just being able to create X Rune Chant tokens is good at its base, and then having that ceiling of giving you an extra turn is strong enough to warrant this sort of gate like between you and getting the full value. So yeah, really love this card. Fresh to death for sure. In Visceri, and especially if you have access to Bloodsheath Skeleta, even better.
Oh yeah. This is pretty nuts. I'm almost upset about it. But, I'm happy for the Visceri players out there. What does Contest the Minefield do?
So Contest the Minefield is a wizard action aura that blocks for 2, pitches for 3. So it's a blue and it costs 2. And it reads, all heroes get -1 intellect. And then at the start of your turn, destroy this. So really relevant for like Icelander. Icelander can flash this out on your opponent's turn in time for them to get the -1 intellect, have that affect them. Basically, they draw 1 fewer card. Kind of makes them discard a card in like a roundabout way if you're looking at just the value of it. And then once it goes around back to your turn, it gets destroyed and you don't have to worry about it. So I think this card is really interesting. It's a very, like, obviously it's kind of a one-time benefit of just making your opponent draw 1 less card. But it's just, it does it in such a weird way. It obviously gets a lot more value in like UPF. Where it makes all of your opponents have 1 fewer card in hand. Also, the situation that I thought of was really funny is if you're playing Datadol versus 3 wizards and they each put out a Contest the Minefield, Datadol has 0 intellect.
That's hilarious. Oh my god. Could you imagine? I mean, the Datadol player would never play with those people again.
Oh, no, never. That would feel the worst. So yeah, this card, like, I don't know that it has a real spot as of right now. It does basically just rip a card out of your opponent's hand, in, like I said, kind of a roundabout way. I don't know if you're looking for this type of effect, especially in a deck like Icelander, where you already have so many ways to pressure your opponent's cards in hand. So I'm just not sure. I like the design. I think it's very like clean, and it's an axis of interaction that we haven't seen before, like directly manipulating intellect. But yeah, I'm not sure. From an interesting standpoint, I want to say like it is fresh, but from a playability standpoint, probably lives in the stale. I also kind of don't want this card to be good, because in the same vein as like Zen State tokens, having like less intellect just feels really bad. I mean, dated all players unite, so
Yeah, yeah. It's I will say I'm a little bit higher on it for Icelander. I think it's, you know, booty cheeks in Kano. It's
yeah.
not good in Kano. But in Icelander, I so it's really interesting. In Icelander, you get the benefit of playing it on your opponent's turn, and then also turning on your waning moon, and on your turn it pops, and then you can, on like if you want, if you like had the cards left, which doesn't always happen, but if you were able to tax their hand again, I mean, you have Coronet Peak, right? You can just like activate Coronet Peak on your turn, and then your opponent's already down to 2 cards, and you've already set up another big turn. I think it has a lot of ways to kind of really control the game further, but like you said, Icelander might not need this. It's already doing a lot of that very efficiently, but certainly a annoying card. And I know it's going to get played against me, and I know I'm going to be like. I'm gonna be like, oh, this is Fresh to Death. It's way too good, you know. But, yeah, no. But awesome art though. I love that art.
Yeah,
I saw that.
Very, very solid.
Maybe somebody's working on a cosplay of it, which I would be very excited to see. Now, the next card is Phantom Tide Maul. This is a Illusionist instant aura. It's a blue, cost 0, doesn't block. It's an instant. Whenever an illusionist card you control is destroyed, put a +1 counter on this. It has Phantasm, and it has Ward 1. So this card I think is very good, because you can, like, basically it doesn't have Spectra, so you can just build up these counters a lot like a Ghostly Touch. You can build up these counters and then close out the game with this, whether it's with Luminaris, I think does it, or
Luminaris and Iris of Reality.
Yeah. So you can do these things, and like Iris of Reality, I mean, it's already a blue. Iris cares about blues, and then you can just pop your gloves and make this lose Phantasm. You bang in for however many with Go Again. It seems very good, and it only cares if like an illusionist card you control is destroyed. So if it's popped by Phantasm, if one of your ward things pops. Now this has Ward 1, so you're gonna have to protect yourself so it doesn't pop itself, and you're not just like losing all this value. But it is an instant, which is very cool. So even at the floor, you could just throw this out to cover a breakpoint. So I think this is Fresh to Death. I think this is a very scary card. Beautiful art yet again. Just so honestly scary to me. So
yeah, I something that is very relevant is actually with this set. There is a new ruling for tokens, because previously tokens did not count as cards. So like you'd have all these like non-token illusionist card, whatever. This just says illusionist card, and because of the token hyperdrivers that Max plays, there was a change to how tokens work. They are now considered cards, and I say that because this also triggers the +1 counter thing does trigger off of Spectral Shields popping, which can give you a very big buff on this. If you're playing like a really defensive deck and you slap this down just before your opponent is going to attack you for enough to pop like even like 4 Spectral Shields, this gets +4. And then, like you say, they can't attack it afterwards because it doesn't have Spectra. Like, you do have to protect it because it has Ward 1. That is a very sizable downside, I think, on this card. If it just had Phantasm, I think it would still, like, it would be sort of, like, still fragile enough. But I do also think this card's personally, I think this card's really good as an illusionist player. I like it. I think it's the art is unbelievably phenomenal. I really want an artist proof of this card. Um, but yeah, I think it's fresh to death. I think it's leading into, again, they're continuing to tease the blue illusionist. This
Yep.
fits in the blue illusionist deck. I guarantee it.
Oh yeah. Oh, 100%. Super cool. Probably getting it sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
Next we have Tome of Imperial Flame. What does this do?
So Tome of Imperial Flame is a draconic action, so we are getting draconic support still. It's a red, which makes sense for draconic. It costs 0, and then it reads: draw a card. If you are royal, instead draw 2 cards. You may pitch 2 red cards if you don't banish your hand. But the thing that's relevant for this is the flavor text, or the reminder text here. You gain resources from pitching this way, and then it has go again. So honestly, kind of a crazy card for draconic decks, especially for Dromai. Obviously, like super easy slam dunk in Emperor if people are playing Emperor. You're already only playing red cards, and the 2 cards that you drew are red cards,
Yeah.
basically. But yeah, like this alongside being able to use like Flamescale Furnace afterwards, it like this card is just such a cool enabler for draconic decks, especially ones that decide to play Crown of not Crown of Providence. I keep forgetting
Dominion.
Dominion. There we go. Jeez. Yeah. So for like non-Emperor decks where you're playing Crown of Dominion, being able to draw 2 cards and then get 2 resources that you were probably going to be pitching anyway. Like again, especially in Dromai, this also creates 2 Ash Wings. Like in Dromai, this is fresh to death. You play max copies of this. It's like extremely strong. Yeah, it's another welcome entry into the sort of tome cycle, and I think this is stronger than Tome of the Firebrand for all intents and purposes. You're getting the effect off way more consistently with this one.
Yeah. Yeah, this is I think a slam dunk for Royal Dromai, and then obviously Emperor if you're playing it. Actually makes Emperor look a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
And then I guess even that judge card, I always forget the name of it.
Typanis.
Typanis, whatever, throw it in there. But
Yeah.
this is just Ash generation, hand filtration, resource generation with Furnace. I mean, it's just doing everything. I mean, this is turn 0. You can like get out like one of the big dragons, which is pretty nuts.
Yeah, with this and Flamescale Furnace, you can get out. Oh God, what's his name? Tomultai, I think,
Tomultai.
which is the most expensive, or not the most expensive one, because that's
Optimi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you can get out Tomultai turn 1 with this.
Yeah, you can do Optimi as well because you still have other cards in your hand.
That's true, actually. Yeah.
So yeah, this is very scary. I think it's fresh to death. It's like super powerful, and unfortunately, I don't see Fi running it. But whatever. I guess Fi doesn't really need the help. It's very powerful. But the next card is also some more Dromai support here. It's pretty simple. We have another straight up Ash, the Dust from the Chrome Caverns. It's a 0-costed Draconic Illusionist action. Ash, 3 block material. While this is under a permanent other than Chromai, that permanent has Phantasm. So this is how you prevent Chromai from getting popped. We saw especially the Themai one see a lot of play. And then you see some of the other ones see play, and this one feels like the best so far, the most useful one. And I can imagine that this will see at least sideboard play pretty often, because Chromai is a huge part of that deck. And I hope to God they don't do the Mirror Guy one.
That'd be miserable.
That'd be miserable. I mean, I guess eventually they'll do all of them, but
Yeah.
that's very sad. But this is I think a sideboard fresh to death. I think this is very good. It's not flashy. It does exactly what the other ones did, but it just works exactly how you want it to.
Yeah, like Chromai is as far as I know, like I myself am not a Dromai player, but from the times that I have played and seen people play Dromai, um, Chromai is a 3 of. Like you play maximum copies of it because it's just the easiest dragon to use, and it has the most relevant effect. Um, I guess not necessarily the most relevant effect, but the most relevant effect that is easy to get to.
Mm-hmm.
So removing that interaction of your opponent being able to pop it makes it that much harder to get rid of. Like it really is a pain to get rid of a Chromite anyway because you just continuously get the value. So yeah, I think this is absolutely sideboard fresh to death. Like again, Chromite is just so easy to use anyway, and this makes him just stronger. So yeah, big fan.
No doubt. We have another legendary here. What is Warband of Bologna?
Warband of Bologna is, even though it doesn't say it, it is direct Bolton support because we currently only have one Light Warrior, and this is a Light Warrior equipment dash head, which is fantastic because Warriors don't have good headpieces, just period. So it's a legendary. It has Temper 2. And it has action for 2 resources, destroy this. The next time you attack this turn, you may charge your hero's soul. If a yellow card is charged this way, draw a card, and then the effect has go again. So the only sort of qualm I have about this is I wish that it was a repeatable effect and not just a one-time destroy this. Because this is an effect that I think Bolton desperately needs. Just ways to give your either non-charge things charge, or just consistent ways to charge your soul. Even if you wanted to have this be 2 charges, like 1 off of the card and 1 off of this effect, that is still something that Bolton like desperately needs access to. The fact that it replaces the card too is quite nice. We have seen this like yellow pitch matters quite a lot recently, especially coming out of Dusk Till Dawn. I think this card just gets played in Bolton. I think he just needs the support, and this card does interact in a way that that he really does deserve as well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think the only thing I just wish that it was more than one time because I think that my boy would like it. But yeah, I think for Bolton, absolute fresh to death. I think you play this card. It's either this or Crown of Providence, and I think you could maybe switch them out depending on your matchup. But yeah, big fan. I like the card. I like the art as well. Soyame, fantastic artist.
Yeah, this is I like this a lot as well. This helps your go off turns. We got that whole banneret cycle from Dusk Till Dawn. Those are all yellows. Pitch a yellow, throw a banneret in, get a bonus. Oftentimes it says charge. It's not just throw it under. So like a lot of the effects that matter with Bolton happen. I mean, it can just activate whatchamacallit. And then it can also throw in the other legendary from Dynasty, the item, correct?
Prayer of Irina. There we go.
Yeah, so that would go right into the arena, and the
and then you draw the card still. Like
then you draw the card. So this seems really good, and you can also block with it once before you even do this, and that's all really good. And I think this is a home run for Bolton. And honestly, like now, finally, this might be Bolton's time. So we're really getting there. We got so much support, and it's just like the inherent issues with Bolton have been holding him back just a little bit. But this might be it. So, and I've been getting smacked around by some Raiden Bolton out there since Dusk Till Dawn came out, so we'll see. But I think this is a fresh to death easily. I love this card. I can't wait. I hope I open it because I'm definitely going to play it. And then the last new card we have here is Slay. Shout out to Kale, Dead Summer Art. Was going to spoil. He spoiled it. He spoiled it for me on the show last week before we even saw it opened, but it was supposed to be a special thing to happen after the box breaks. We hoped that nobody had opened it. Of course, somebody opened it because that's just how it goes. I implore everybody to watch the video anyway. It's really good. You might hear somebody's voice on there that you're familiar with. and it was well done by Kale as always. But Slay is a shadow instant, red, cost 0. It's pretty simple. Destroy target angel ally. Them printing this further confirms Brian Gottlieb's comments that he thinks that the new Prism is the truth. So whenever the truth is revealed, this will be probably a pretty decent card for Vincent or Levia, or even Chain in the Living Legend format. So right now it's not, unfortunately, but it's a sliding scale with these sideboard cards. So currently, as it stands, I would say this is not a great card. I don't think you're going to see the Angel Allies a lot, but if you start to, it's going to be good. So it's weird. Currently, as it stands, probably like a very low stale, but could end up being up to a sideboard fresh easily.
Yeah. This is one of those narrow sideboard cards that has an impactful enough effect that if the hero ends up being as much of a problem as we sort of think it is, it could be this could be a $30 card. And the only reason that I say that is, and I keep referencing back to this, when I first started and Chain was like abundant, Snag was a $35 card. Yeah. And Snag exclusively existed to counter one singular attack from Chain.
Yeah.
So like, this is more widely applicable than Snag was, because this destroys every Angel ally, and it does it without any input from your opponent. They can't stop it. It is just like straight up, that's dead. It's 0 cost, which is great, and the Angels are all very impactful. So if they start becoming a real problem, I could see Slay becoming an expensive sideboard card for the Shadow decks. The other thing that I just love about this in terms of just design in general is that it's center aligned. Like it's centered in the card. I just looked at I looked up the other shadow cards. This is the only one that's center aligned. So they knew that it would be like, it just looks so clean. So like, it's just such a simple thing. It seems very, just impactful. I love it. And then also shout out to Carolina. She was very upset that she didn't get this card because she would love to have spoiled Slay.
Well, to I think quote Flake, she would actually have to slay in order for her to be able to spoil this. So maybe work on that, Carolina. And then last card in the set is this card called Final Spring Tunic. Looks like Draft Chaff to me. I would never.
Low rotten.
Low rotten, but that's it. We made it to the end of the set review yet again, Bill. A nice little haul here. It was a lot of fun. Actually, I enjoyed talking about these cards a lot more than I thought I might have. It just is like a non-mech player, but it was kind of interesting to see how it worked out, as it always is, when we work through these cards together. But yeah, no, thank you again, Bill. This was a lot of fun. Please plug everything you got to plug, and thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you, man. Like I said it before, I'll say it again, I'll say it every time. Coming on this is something that I very much look forward to. Love chatting through new sets with my bud Tommy. I think we were both sort of out of our element a little bit, not being really mech players in an overwhelmingly mech set. Some might say exclusively, really, but yeah, I still think that we got some pretty good. We've got some pretty good thoughts out there. Something that I also just really like is the back and forth of like, I say something and you're like, well, what about this thing? And I'm like, I didn't even think of that. Like, I love when that happens. It allows me to like widen the horizon, and just sort of my perspective on everything. So yeah, as long as you continue wanting to do set reviews with me, I will be there. But yeah, I've been Bill from the Spike Feeders. You can find me on YouTube at Spike Feeders Fab. We do live edited gameplay content. If that's something that interests you, you should definitely check it out. We're going to be doing very shortly, actually, a review of the Round the Table product in a live gameplay setting. So I'm going to be sitting down with some friends of mine, and we're going to be playing UPF with the Round the Table product. So you should definitely go check that out. Hit us, drop us a follow so that you can be notified when that comes out. You can also find me on Blue Sky at bill.spikefeeders.com. I was actually able to get that to be my handle. So yeah. So yeah, I'll probably start to try to be more active on that than I ever was on Twitter. So yeah, if you're interested in that and if you're on there, definitely check me out there too. But yeah, that's me.
Well, all the links will be in the show notes. You can all continue to find myself on Twitter, X, whatever, at FreshBudsPod, YouTube. Check that out if you're obviously watching this. And you know, on Spotify, all that, leave a review, whatever. It all helps the algorithm. We all are slaves to the algorithm, as we saw in all the mechanologist cards anyway. But check out the Buds Discord as well. Great place to hang out. Patreon, I mentioned that. And also, I believe yesterday possibly was the first episode of a new podcast that I'm doing that is non-flesh and blood related, that I'm doing with my cousin Matty Juice, Matty Gorm, you might know him as, and that podcast is called Fresh Juice, and we talk about indie video games because we both like indie video games. I'm a big indie anything. I like indie music, indie trading card games like Flesh and Blood, and indie video games. So we're talking about that. I think we reviewed the new game Cocoon yesterday, which I would implore everybody to check out. All that will be in the show notes. And then talk a little bit about food before the end of the show, Bill, if you have anything. If not, that's all right. I saw you, we took a break at one point. You slammed some raviolis, and that was pretty cool. Or tortellinis, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, it's actually funny. I'm currently thinking about, I'm going to be going and hanging out with my friend Elliot, who's also from the Spike Feeders. And we're gonna go catch up on some shows that we watch, and probably gonna hit up a place local to us called Hoagie Boys.
Oh,
which,
yeah.
They their tagline is "Slam a hoagie to your dome," which I'm always a big fan of, and they just do the best sandwiches in the city. Like, if anybody listening to this ever finds themselves in Winnipeg, definitely go check out Hoagie Boys with a Z. They're good local guys. It's just like a passion project type deal. But they have like literally the best sandwiches in the city. So I'm really looking forward to going to that already. I'm very hungry at this point. So
yeah, absolutely. Well, have one for me, please.
Absolutely. I'll cheers to you, Tommy.
And unfortunately, we don't have time for Charmer, but maybe next week. Everybody, thank you for watching. Thank you, Bill. Everybody's the best. Enjoy your pre-release has already happened, but enjoy everything happening with Bright Lights, and hope you all have a great time with the set.